Good morning and welcome to assembly here on day 2 at Snetterton. If you like cars, this is like a sweet shop. It is absolutely incredible. So loads of 12 races in total coming on today. We got 3 in our head truck racing championship. We now got the pickups and the MGs, and we have a plethora of classic touring car racing club action going on as well. So we are ahead of the Thunder.
Well, good morning, race fans. We heard briefly from Ewan Dunlop down in the assembly area there, having one or two issues down there, unfortunately. But it is almost time to go racing. A warm welcome to Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England, here on day 2 on BARC TV. Ready for a day of racing with the British Automobile Racing Club. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the race action here today. We're just coming towards the end of a qualifying session for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We'll be having their 2 races a little later on today. A total of 12 races on the programme, so let's take you through what we've got. The cars we just saw down in the assembly area will be out first from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Their various championships here today. 3 championships in 1 in our first race. The Classic Thunder Saloon, sponsored by Edmondson Electrical. The Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. So the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. That's followed by the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy class for identical BMW Mini Coopers of 1600cc. They had a cracking race yesterday. 2 more races for them today, and then we've got the big rings, the main attraction this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. They have 3 races across the course of today. 2 wins yesterday in Division 1 for Stuart Oliver and in Division 2 for Brad Smith, so they'll be aiming for a hat-trick in race 3 with the reverse grid format kicking in today. More classic touring car action after that. We've got the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Stephen Primet and his Mark 1 Escort provisionally securing the championship with a win yesterday. He'll aim for a double. Followed by the pre-66 is an awesome drive by James Ibbotson in his Hillman Imp to take the win yesterday. So will we see Piers Grange out in his Ford Mustang? He missed yesterday's race, having qualified on pole problems with the Ford. Then we've got the first race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. That's followed by a second truck race, and the last race before lunch will be the pickup truck racing championship. First of 2 races for them. They had their qualifying session yesterday. After lunch we'll have more from the mini challenge, then the second MG race, another truck race and another pickup truck race. Round out the day here at Snetterton here in Norfolk. Longest circuits used in British motorsports. Laps of around 2 minutes 20 seconds are at the usual pace. Quickest cars we'll see today are the Classic Thunder Saloon, which are going to be out on track fairly shortly. But qualifying has just come to an end, as you see the checkered flag out there for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. It is their championship leader and defending champion, number 1 Steve McDermott in his ZR. Just going through there to complete his final lap. He's quickest, 2:19.725 ahead of Jack Woodcock by just over a second. There is Woodcock over the line. He closes slightly with a 2:20.821. So that'll be the front row for the first race later on. Will Sharp third quickest. There was a bit of contact in the previous round between Will Sharp and Jack Woodcock at Donington Park, which saw Jack inherit his first win. Quickest of the MGFs is the number 53 of Mark Baker. Also got the classic MGs a bit further back in the order. David Amflett's number 14, the quickest of them. I don't think, unfortunately, the man behind this championship on and off the track and so much success over the years, Jim Bainham, is out this weekend with his famous MGB. We'll see these cars race later on. There's also something completely different that will hopefully be in the races later. We're going to keep that as a bit of a surprise for you, because I don't think you will have seen one of these cars, shall we say, racing before. Shortly we will focus on Classic Touring Car Racing Club action. It will be the second race of the weekend for the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, the most powerful cars run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and they run in combined with the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for a variety of Fords, and we've also got the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Tom Robinson continued his winning ways in that championship yesterday, looking set to take the title in his XJR6 saloon. The XJS of Colin Philpott's not racing. Well, there is the car I just mentioned. Unfortunately, it's had some problems in that qualifying session. No, you are not seeing things. That is an MG Montego Estate. I bet you've never seen one of those racing before. It's in the colours of the Volvo 850 Estate that was so famous in the British Touring Car Championship in the 90s. And its intrepid owner, Alan Forster, he's raced everything over the years. He's raced Legends cars, he's done single-seaters, been racing in the Grand Prix Midget Championship on the short ovals this season as well. He's raced an MG Maestro in the past, decided that wasn't unusual enough for him, and he's brought out a Montego Estate. Oh, if I hadn't seen it, I'd never believe it. Isn't that incredible? I didn't think any MG Montego Estates were left. We've seen Maestros race in the series, as we mentioned a couple of times this year. Alan Bate leading Class B of the championship, with Alan Forster. We did see one in the late 90s, a Montego Estate tried by a driver called Andy Campbell, I remember. I wonder if that's the same car. Fair play to Alan Forster for being different. Sadly, the car didn't complete a lap in that session. It hit some problems coming down the Bentley Straight. We hope he can get that going again for the race. I'd love to see how that's going to get on. Fair play to Alan. Other cars hit problems there. One of the ZRs. I think that's Scott Bugner's ZR being recovered there. Scott and Sean Bugner, I believe, are sharing that car, doing one race each. Thanks to the recovery teams, JS Holmes and company, with their flatbed lorries. Now, as soon as the track is clear, we will have our 3-in-1 race, 3 championships in one. We initially saw 47 cars out there this weekend for the Thunder, Blue Oval and Jag race. A few of them hit problems yesterday, though. We saw a red flag in the first race yesterday when Don Hughes in his Peugeot 306 had an off and hold his sump on the uneven infield before spinning off at Corham, where towards the end of the lap, and about 15 cars went spinning off on the resultant oil slick. Thankfully, nobody hit anything, but a few cars with a little bit of damage needing to be repaired for today. One driver we won't see in action, unfortunately, is the Mazda RX-8 Clive Hainsford. He's aggravated an injury, unfortunately, to his shoulder, I believe, so he won't be racing today. That's the car he's nicknamed Christine, because it's had so many issues with it today. This season, I should say. There's the Montego. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? Well, if Volvo can enter a estate in touring car racing, and so can Honda, then Alan Forster can build a Montego as well. Good morning to our Orange family, the volunteer marshals, out on their posts. Couldn't go racing without them, so big thanks to them for their services as always. The weather's decent for them so far this weekend. Sunny but a bit blustery. You can see the flags flying in the background. You also see Luke Garrett's race truck, the current points leader in Division 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, had an off in race 2, finished at the back. We will shortly bring you the grid for our first race of the day. We're on board with Colin Boyce as the cars come up to the grid in his Mark 1 Escort. He's running in the classic, the historic class of the Thunder Saloons. I think he'll start 6th on the grid. It will be Jason Davies on pole in his Sierra Cosworth, because this grid based on the results of yesterday's race. Niall Bradley's BMW alongside him. Another BMW, that's of Graham Crowhurst, starts alongside Jason Hughes in his Super Touring Vauxhall Vectra on row 2. Third row, Adrian Bradley in another BMW alongside the car carrying our camera, Colin Boyce. And the fourth row are the two protagonists from yesterday's Blue Oval Saloon Series splits. Martin Reynolds, a local man, took the win in his Mark II Escort after the Zack Speed Escort of Malcolm Harding spun on the final lap. Then we've got the Owen family, father and son, on row 5. Craig and AJ, Craig in a Sierra Cosworth and AJ in a Honda Civic. 6th row, Ronan Bradley BMW, Tom Robinson in the first of the Jaguars. Row 7, Joey Binks in his Sierra Cosworth, the Duckham's livery car, alongside Chris Brown in his Fiesta Cosworth. Row 8, Tom Abbott with the Capri, and James Dunkley with a Fiesta. Row 9, Clive Hainsford won't be starting, but Clint the Chalmers will. That's the car that had a win in the pre-93 touring cars driven by Rob Crizzell yesterday. The 10th row, Chris Boone with his Jaguar XK8 alongside Craig Owen, number 9. I think it should be number 90, Ian Bauer, on row 5. That's an error on the grid line. Yes, Ian Bauer should be on row 5, but that car had problems yesterday, so he may not be starting. Row 11, David Claxton, number 84. He's in a Triumph Dolomite. That's another car that had issues yesterday, though, alongside Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta. Row 12, Vic Hope in a Honda Civic, and Andrew Harper in the second of the Jags on the grid, number 156. That's the diesel-powered XJ. Stephen Dowell in his XKR, number 69, starts alongside Jake Swan. He's in a Mark II Escort. Row 14, Tim Mizzen, number 10, in a Fiesta, and Stuart Place, number 72, with a Mark I Escort. Row 15, Stephen Anderson, a Jaguar XJS, alongside Andrew Maynard's XJ40. Jack Robinson, number 14, with his XJR Saloon in the Jaguar class. Jack racing not his regular XJ40, racing Matthew Davis's car this weekend. Starts alongside Tom Harvey, number 3, in a Mark I Escort. Then we've got 515 Patrick DeBolla, he's in a Ford Puma. Piers Grange, number 56, hopefully is out there with his Mark II Escort, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon champion. Then 86, Colin Claxton, he's in an Escort RS 1800 Mark II. And then we've got the cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. Nick Vaughan's Audi A3 is hopefully back out there. He qualified second for yesterday's race, briefly led. Then we've got Bradley Gelman, he's in a Sierra Cosworth. Brian Bransom's BMW failed to get away in yesterday's race. Don Hughes, I don't think, will be there after those problems yesterday. Hopefully we'll see Mike Manning in his Sierra Cosworth, the Texaco livery car. Colin Philpott, Jaguar XJS. James Alford, Honda Civic. Simon Mann, BMW. Andy Wilson, we didn't see out yesterday with his big Holden Monaro. He had problems in qualifying. And the number 20 car starting at the back, that's the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Sam Wilson drove it yesterday. The car's owner, Ricky Cann, is taking over for today's race. That's why that car will start at the back if it's there. So possibly a few gaps on the grid further back. On board with AJ Owen in his Honda Civic, the former pre-03 touring car champion, switching to Classic Thunder this year. Let's thank Chris Clark for his help with our onboard cameras. There's the other of them, Colin Boyce in the Mark I Escort. Look at the size of the wing on Jason Davies' car there. Very modified Sierra Cosworth, the Sapphire Cosworth version, on pole position. He is the points leader in the Classic Thunder Saloons division. The fight for the points lead in the Blue Oval Saloons is between Malcolm Harding and James Dunkley, both leading their classes. And it's Tom Robinson clear at the top of the points in the Jaguars. We are rolling start to this race, 15 minutes in duration. And here we go, the pace car driven by Alex Kersley, Hyundai Coupe Cup racer, leads them away. The variety we've got down there. There's the big Jag of Tom Robinson, the supercharged XJR6. Prepared by Seaman Motorsports, the big Australian beast. Andy Wilson, the Yorkshireman, watch for him coming through the field. Colin Philpott's back out as well. I can see his Jaguar XJS. There's Ricky Cann in his Aston Martin. They head through the right-hander at Rich's Corner, the first corner on this long lap, the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longest in British motorsport. Then it's up the short straight into the Wilson's hairpin, 180-degree right-hander. Taking on a quick lap of the Snetterton circuit. He's heading through the left-hander at Palmer's, the next corner, then the short straight up towards the looping left at Agostini, named after Giacomo Agostini, the motorcycle racing legend. This car heading around, but that's Sierra of Jason Davies. Niall Bradley, winner this season in the Kumho BMW Championship as well. 3 members of the Bradley family here this weekend. Red Crowhurst BMW, Jason Hughes in the ex-John Clellan Vauxhall Vectra. There's Adrian Bradley, Colin Boyce, then another couple of escorts. Colin Boyce's one he's running in Classic Thunder. A gorgeous Duckham's liveried Sierra. The Carl Jones replica by Joey Binks. Andrew Harper in the Silk Cut livery, the diesel-powered Jag. Doesn't look as if Mike Manning's out there, sadly, the Texaco Sierra. Brian Bransom's back out, the orange BMW. James Alford's white Honda Civic is a quick car. There's Andy Wilson, look at the size of that Monaro. And we've got a reserve in at the back. That is James Everard, winner yesterday in the pre-93 touring cars in his gorgeous BMW E30 M3. So an extra car added to the back of the grid. I haven't seen that then. Down the pack head up through Hamilton's, Oggies, and this is Williams Corner, named after the late legendary Sir Frank Williams. Chris Brown and James Dunkley and their little Fiestas there. The Dolomites back out, David Claxton. Stephen Dowell in the Martini livery Jaguar XKR, newcomer to racing this season. More Jaguars, Ford Pumas, Classic Escorts, what a variety we've got out of this 40-plus car race. There's James Everard at the back. See him out in the 366s, I think today in his Alfa Romeo, unless he hands the car over to Jonathan Corker. On board with AJ Owen, this is the Bentley Straights. Down the straight under the bridge, and it's into the left at Brundle. Martin Brundle, of course, F1 racer and broadcaster, is from Norfolk, born near Kings Lynn. Then it's the right-hander at Nelson's. Norfolk, of course, known as Lord Nelson's County. Mind the curves on the inside of Nelson, they can launch you up onto 2 wheels. So it's down to the bomb hole. See the circuit dips there. Tricky corner, that one. Then on to the long right-hander at Corham, the left flick at Murray's, named after the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. At the end of that. It's a rolling start, 15 minutes of racing, the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series, and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. What a line. What a great day of racing in prospect here at Snetterton. Jason Davies looking for yet another win to extend his Thunder Championship lead. Niall Bradley in the BMW alongside him. Jason Hughes, the reigning Classic Thunder champion on row 2. First time we've seen his Vectra out this season. Malcolm Harding looking to get back to winning ways in the Blue Oval Saloons. Tom Robinson looking to continue his winning ways in the Jags. The red light is on the starter's gantry just above the marshal's post. When that goes out, we will be underway. Time to go racing here at the Snetterton circuit. Here we go. Thunder is unleashed, and a super start by Jason Davies in the Sierra Cosworth. Leads the way into the first corner ahead of Niall Bradley. Graham Crowhurst, good start by Adrian Bradley. He's got ahead of the Vectra of Jason Hughes. Everybody else round okay so far. We're on board with AJ Owen. He's made a decent start. That's Malcolm Harding and Jason Hughes up ahead of us. Around the outside, there's the big Jag of Tom Robinson. It's Jason Davies who leads the way. Niall Bradley second. Graham Crowhurst third. And Colin Boyce has made a good start in the Mark 1 Escort. The Castrol livery car up there in 4th place as they make their way around on this first lap here at the Snetterton 300 circuit. On board with Colin Boyce, 4th place in the Escorts, trying to chase down Graham Crowhurst in the BMW ahead of him. Has a look at the inside. Malcolm Harding having a look as well as Adrian Bradley. It's Hughes, AJ Owen, Martin Reynolds, Tom Robinson, and another of the Bradleys. I think that's Ronan Bradley in behind them. So all of the family have got away well. Andy Wilson already making up places. Colin Philpott's Jaguar spitting flames ahead of him there. The former Jaguar Series champion. Failed to finish yesterday's race. Jason Davies leads the way then. They head onto the back straight, the Bentley straight for the first time. The speed really mounting down here. They are sadly missing a couple of cars from the back. I noticed Nick Bourne the Prawn as he's known, his Audi A3 not out. That's had problems yesterday. Bourne with Colin Boyce chasing the BMWs. Malcolm Harding making a move further back to move into 5th position. He leads the Blue Oval Saloon split. He's got Adrian Bradley in behind him, and that's Chris Boone. The Jaguar XK, the former Jaguar champion, has come to grief in a cloud of smoke. Hope that car's not on fire. Out of the race goes Boone in the Cov Cats car. Round towards the end of the first lap then. Colin Boyce fighting his escort as he throws it through Murray's. Gets up towards the main straight, the Senna straights. There's Senna's first race wins in the UK. We're here at Snetterton in Formula Ford. There is Chris Boone, yeah, that's a blown engine. The XK sliding on its own oil there, but that's some Williams, but Chris thankfully able to get the car pulled over safely. Hopefully not too much oil down on the circuit. Had an oil slick which brought out a red flag yesterday in this championship's first race. Into the second lap then, Jason Davies leads by 1.5 seconds. Here's a battle between the Zack Speed escort and Malcolm Harding. Contender for this year's Blue Oval Saloon Series Championship, fighting with James Dunkley, and I think we've got a red flag. We have got a red flag. Smoke from Niall Bradley's car there. Reds are coming out. Is that because of oil again, I wonder? We saw this yesterday. It was Don Hughes' Peugeot 306 that deposited oil all over Coram. Is it oil again from Chris Boone's Jaguar, which has brought out the red this time? The race has been stopped. 12.5 minutes left, just under 12.5 minutes left on the clock. Jason Davies is heading towards the right at Oggies, then up to Williams. That's where we saw Chris Boone pull off the track. Yes, it looks like I can see oil down the outside there from Boone's car, so I would imagine that's the reason. We'll wait and see what's going to happen then, unless there is an incident somewhere else around the circuit. I can't tell from looking at the timing screen, because not everybody had crossed the timing line to complete the first lap when the red flag came out, so we can't tell if anybody else is missing just at the moment. Jason Davies slows the field down. He's looking a very good bet to win the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship this year in that Sierra Cosworth. Looking at the points, Class A for the biggest cars is led by Andy Wilson in the big Holden. James Janicki, we're on board with Wilson. He's a point ahead of James Janicki with the Nissan Skyline. He's not here this weekend, nor is Neil Hargrave with his ex-Piers Grange Sierra Thunder Saloon. Alex Sidwell had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch last time out there. We just catch a glimpse on the left of Chris Boone's car. Class B, that's Jason Davies. He's clear of Nick Vaughan in the Audi. And Ian Craig in his BMW. Sadly, Ian Craig had problems in qualifying yesterday, not able to race this weekend. It's been a bad weekend for the Craig family, actually. Ian's son Ross was taken out in an incident on the first lap of the Pre 03 touring cars yesterday. They had both their races Saturday this weekend. Class C, there's a chance here for AJ Owen to take the lead in Class C, because Ryan Steele, with his very modified Citroen Saxo, leads the points there, but he's not here. Ian Bauer third in that class. He had problems in the Pre-93 touring cars yesterday with his BMW. The other classes in Classic Thunder, as we see Chris Boone's car being recovered. Class H1 for the more historic cars, that's led by Paul Eaton in his Holden Commodore, the ex-Peter Brock car. He's not been out for a while though. Colin Boyce leads Class H3 with the Escort. Cars stopping on the grid then, ready for a restart. We'll wait and see how long that restart's going to be when we get advice from the timekeepers TSL. TSL-timing.com is the place to follow the live timing this weekend. In terms of the Jaguars, well, Tom Robinson is the champion-elect in car number 4, the supercharged XJR6. He's only been beaten once in his class this year by James Ram in his XJS. James not here this weekend. Stephen Dowell is third in that class. Second overall is Colin Philpott. He leads Class C. The Jaguar class is based on the level of modification to the cars. It's standard road cars in Class A up to full race modified cars in Class D. The Class C is led by Philpott, clear of Michael Holt and Tom Butterfield. They are not out this weekend. Class B is led by the reigning overall champion Mike Seaborn, who switched to an XJS this year. Mike has told us, sadly, we probably won't see him out for the rest of this year due to budget reasons. The railwayman from Swindon. I know he's watching our live stream this weekend, so good morning to you, Mike. Andrew Harper, therefore, could take Class B in his first season of racing with the diesel-powered car. Class A, meanwhile, I don't think we've got the entrance in Class A this weekend because Jack Robinson, who's second in the points in that class, has changed car. He's in Matthew Davis's car, which I think is a Class D car. Tim Morant in his Series 1 XJ6 leads Class A points, but no entries in Class A, sadly, this weekend. Now, we saw smoke from Niall Bradley's car. The team are down there with it. They've got the bonnets off. So we could lose one of our front runners here. The timing screen showing that there will be a 10-minute restart, same as yesterday's race, once Chris Boone's car is clear and that bit of oil's been cleared up. There is the Jaguar XK8. Chris was the first driver in the UK, I believe, to race one of those. He's won the Jaguar Championship a few years ago in that car. Very experienced racer is Chris. Coventry races for the Cov Cats team. Of course, Coventry, the home of Jaguar. The other XK8 we've seen out in the hands of Derek Pearce, another Jaguar veteran, the grey version. And now we've seen the XKR version, Stephen Dowell, newcomer to racing this year from Somerset. He's out in that car this weekend, the Martini livery XKR. Copy of the livery that Wyn Percy, touring car legend, used when he raced the Jaguar XJ220. What a car that was. As I mentioned yesterday in the commentary, I had a model of that car when I was younger. Maybe Stephen Dowell can sort me a model of his XKR. Well, there goes Boone back to the paddock. That's the end of his weekend, sadly. Lone engine in the XK8. Niall Bradley's team taking a look under the bonnet of the 47. Pace car is in position, so we'll shortly be ready for a restart. Looks like the bonnet's going back on, so they're going to send him back out there, see how the BMW goes. The Orange family at work. I thought that might be the reason for the red flag. We've got oil all over the section between Oggies and Williams. As we said, sadly, this happened on another part of the circuit in the first race for this group of cars yesterday. Don Hughes hauled the sump on his Peugeot 306. So cars we haven't got out there. Nick Vaughan's Audi, we've mentioned. I don't think Bradley Gelman's there with his black Sierra Cosworth. Ian Craig's BMW CSL we mentioned. Don Hughes, obviously, after the damage yesterday, likewise Ian Bauer. Clive Hainsford, we mentioned, get well soon to him, aggravating an injury yesterday, unfortunately, poor old Clive. The former special saloon racer of many years, raced hot rods on the short ovals for many years too, did Clive Hainsford. The Blue Oval Saloons, I didn't see Piers Grange's escort out there. He had trouble in yesterday's race. Nor did I see Tom Abbott's Capri. I'm not sure on that one, the Labatt's liveried Capri. Not sure about Tom Harvey either. He was having repeated problems with his half-speed Mark 1 escort yesterday. Mike Manning not there, the Welshman, sadly, with his beautiful Sierra Cosworth, the Steve Soper Eggenberger lookalike, the Texaco liveried car. Some of my earliest memories of motorsport were seeing that car battling with Andy Rouse in British touring cars in the days of the Sierras. I think all the Jaguars were out there. Andrew Maynard, newcomer this year in his Jaguar XJ40, the car that Mike Seaborn won the title in last year. We've lost Niall Bradley. He's left the grid. So there was a problem with the 47, maybe it was dropping oil. Say a quick good morning to Lynn Bates, who's just got in touch via social media. One of our Orange family, and also looking after the Jaguar Challenge this weekend. Thanks a lot, Lynn, as always, for your services. Just an update for those of you who were looking for the live chat on our YouTube channel. We have disabled it because of the amount of spam it was getting yesterday, unfortunately. So those of you who were using the YouTube live chat properly, thank you and well done to you yesterday. But unfortunately, it was just getting so much spam in it that we've decided to disable it. Some have suggested that I moderate that chat window when I get a chance, but unfortunately having to commentate at the same time, we just don't have the time. We would appoint a moderator if we could, but we haven't got the facility to do so, and I don't have the time to moderate while commentating on races and keeping on top of the timing and everything else. So apologies to those of you who were using the live chat function yesterday properly, but it was getting more spam than a Monty Python sketch, unfortunately, and we've decided to disable it for today. So sorry to those of you who normally leave your comments on there. 10-minute restart coming up then, just as soon as the clerk of the course is happy and the marshals have the circuit clear. I think while we await this restart, we can go down to the pits. Ewan Dunlop has managed to get hold of Niall Bradley. We can find out what's happened to his BMW.
Coming behind me, and then there was a red flag, so I lifted out, and then when we've regridded, I could see some smoke coming from the engine, and it's just the rocker cover gasket has just popped out, so it's weeping onto the manifold. But every time I go through any left-hand bends, it's going to keep doing it, and it's not worth it.
It's just not worth the risk, no?
No, definitely not. No. We've done one already this week. We don't want to make it two.
Yeah. We had a great day yesterday. It's a real shame, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because it felt like I had a better start there. I know it's hindsight now, but I felt like I could have really squeezed it maybe onto Jason, but look, it is what it is. It is what it is.
We see them going away now. We saw you giving some advice to Adrian, your cousin. What were you saying?
Full send.
It's the only way to race, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
We won't see you again this weekend, will we, unfortunately?
No. We're going to pack up now. That's us anyway.
I've no doubt we'll see you soon. We'll see you in the future. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
Thanks, mate. Unfortunately, Niall Bradley out of the race, but let's go racing. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. Finding out what's happened to Niall Bradley there. The rocker cover gasket coming loose on the BMW, meaning it was leaking oil. That's end of game for our second place man initially in that race. Said yesterday, these big saloons are fast but can be fragile. It's another BMW now in second place, Graham Crowhurst, ready for the restart. Then Jason Hughes, there's Adrian Bradley. Ronan Bradley, there he is, the white and green car further down the lineup, upholding family honour now. There's Craig Owen with the blue and yellow Sierra Cosworth. Great to see so many Sierra Cosworths here. There's Jake Swan with his new Mark II Escort, the silver car there. First time out for that car this weekend. His father Kevin racing his Ford Anglia in the 366 category. They've been sharing that car this year while they got the Mark II Escort ready. There's James Dunkley, the red Fiesta XR2. Getting close to winning the Blue Oval Saloon Series last year. There's Jake Swan, beautiful looking car. Brian Bransom towards the back in the orange BMW M3, had problems at the start of yesterday's race. Patrick Ribola towards the back in the Ford Puma. Andy Wilson yet to come through as well. Forward with Colin Boyce, can he challenge the bigger saloons ahead of him? Very potent car, his Mark I Escort. Very experienced racer is Colin. Adrian Bradley ahead of him. He knows he's got to uphold family honour now with Niall out of the race, the UK-based Irish family. See there the trail of oil. Might be a bit dusty there at Williams in the early laps. Tension begins to mount then, ready for this rolling restart. There's the ex-David and Lawrence Ball Jaguar XJS, the light blue car. That's Stephen Anderson at the wheel of that car. From Boston in Lincolnshire. Can anyone stop Jason Davies in the Sierra? Several overall wins this season. In the very potent little Fiesta. Seen him out in the 303 touring cars as well yesterday. They had both their races combined with the 393. Andy Wilson working at the back. Ready to launch his attack. Won't take him long to come through the field. Try and keep an eye on his progress on the timing screen, but it's ready to go racing once again. Jason Davies. Graham Crowhurst in the BMW lead them off. Jason Hughes up there in the Vectra. Here we go. Get ready to be thunderstruck once again. Thunder, Blue Oval and Jaguars. All combined together here at Snetterton. Waiting for that red light to go out. And here we go. Jason Davies launches the Sierra towards Richie's corner once again. We're on board with AJ Owen. Look at the speed of the Jaguar of Tom Robinson there up the outside. Screams down the outside into the right-hander out Richie's. On board with Colin Boyce. He's made a decent start. So is Adrian Bradley. Adrian Bradley up in the third place in his BMW. He's got ahead of Jason Hughes in the Super Touring spec Vauxhall Vectra. He's on the tail of the green BMW as they come out of Wilson's hairpin. Colin Boyce in behind them. The first two have got away slightly. It is Davies and Crowhurst up at the front of the field. It's the left-hander at Palmer's. Left-hander Dr. Jonathan Palmer. NSVR concern over Snetterton. It's Formula One driver and broadcaster, of course. Here they come, line astern. Extra defending from Colin Boyce in the Mark I Escort. Then Malcolm Harding leading the Blue Oval Saloons. The inside comes Voice. Oh, he's tagged. Adrian Bradley gets sideways, nearly spun it. And the Jaguars in behind them as well. A flying start by Tom Robinson. In behind him we've got Martin Reynolds, the yellow and blue Escort, a collector of classic Fords. So everything from a Mach 1 Mustang down to a classic Anglia in his collection. That's not smoke, that's dust from the oil slick from Chris Boone's car. It's affecting visibility a little bit, as we can see from AJ Owen as he chases Martin Reynolds in the Mark II Escort. Down the back straight we go. Now with Colin Boyce chasing Jason Hughes. The leader's starting to get fairly strung out already. We head down into the left-hander at Brundle. He's got Adrian Bradley's BMW on his tail. Colin Boyce recovering from a near spin at Agostini. It's Harding, Robinson, Reynolds, AJ Owen and the rest behind. Out in front is once again Jason Davies in the Sierra Cosm from Graham Crowhurst. First time we've seen his BMW this season. With AJ Owen through the long right-hander at Cora. He's having a go at Martin Reynolds. There might have been a little bit of rubbing there. Reynolds out the inside line for Murray's. AJ Owen trying to get the cut back in the Matt Neal early 2000s look-alike Honda Civic. Davies leads from Crowhurst by 2.6 seconds at the end of the first lap. Jason Hughes in the Vectra is in third place. Side by side, that's Ronan Bradley trying to have a go at AJ Owen in the Honda. Making their way through the right-hander at Riches. You don't want to go off there, else you'll end up in a farmer's field outside the circuit. I've seen a couple of cars end up in there in my time. Mark Webber, I remember in his days in Formula 3, lost a front wing and went flying through that field. Ended up hidden in a field of corn. Davies leads it from Crowhurst. Hughes, lights ablaze for Colin Boyce, looking determined in the Escort. And it's Adrian Bradley. There is Malcolm Harding. Here comes Martin Reynolds having a look at the big Jag of Tom Robinson. Listen for the supercharger on that number 4 Jaguar as he winds its way through. Side by side as they head up towards the left at Hamilton's, named after Sir Lewis. Martin Reynolds got the inside, but the Jaguar's got the power. Swallows Racing prepared machine was on the cover of Jaguar World magazine a few months ago. Brother Jack further back in the field with another XJR. Forward with Owen. 6.5 minutes of the race to go as he chases. Robinson runs a bit wide as they go into the Bentley straight. Martin Reynolds up alongside. Martin Reynolds second of the Blue Oval Saloon split at the moment, and AJ Owen loses out to Brian Branson, who's charging his way through from the back of the field. And look in the background, lights on for Andy Wilson in the Holden. Here comes Branson. Whoa, he cuts the corner there at Brundles onto the grass. Better not do that too many times or he'll get a penalty for exceeding track limits. Brian Branson, regular BMW racer over the years. He's up into 12th place from towards the back. Where's Andy Wilson? Well, Joey Binks out of the race. That's the beautiful Duckham's liveried Sierra Cosworth, unfortunately. I think that's on the inside at Williams. Replica of the car raced by Carl Jones, the Welshman in British touring cars in the late 80s. A car that Carl Jones might be racing again because it is now back in the UK after several years in a collection in Italy. Cosworth collector Paul Linford, I believe, I read in Motorsport News recently, has bought that car. More with Colin Boyce chasing Jason Hughes through Wilson's hairpin. Lead gap is up to 5.2 seconds. Jason Davies has just done a 2 minutes 1.434, one of the fastest race laps we've seen this weekend on this long circuit. Five minutes to go. Jason Hughes in his Vectra, an ex-BTCC driver himself. To race an MG ZS in the early 2000s. Still owns that car. Seen it out on track occasionally over the years in classic and historic touring car events. First to race his Vectra though. Haven't seen him for the first half of this year. First time he's raced it in 2022. On board with Colin Boyce giving chase in the Escort. There's Binks' car off to the right. Jason Davies continues to increase his lead. 33 cars still running. There's Craig Owen, Ricky Cann in the big Aston Martin, Will Hunt, David Claxton, and a couple of Jags. That is Jack Robinson in Matthew Davis's car. sadly retired in a cloud of smoke in yesterday's race, and he's got Colin Philpott, the former Jaguar champion, in that lovely Powerbell Services XJS behind him. Brian Branson is now up into the leading places. He's got ahead of Malcolm Harding, and here comes the cavalry charge from the back of the grid, that massive Holden of Andy Wilson. Looks evil, doesn't it? That massive Australian beast. It's past Martin Reynolds now. It's not a car you would want to see looming up in your mirrors, is it? See where he's up to as they come through this time. 3 laps completed by Davies. He leads now by nearly 8 seconds. AJ Owen throws the Honda up the inside of Tom Robinson in the Jaguar. Now he's dropped back a couple of spots. Don't tell me Tom Robinson's in trouble. We've seen a few Jaguars in trouble this weekend. Not least Chris Boone, who blew up earlier in this race. An issue with our onboard camera there on AJ Owen's car. Apologies for that. Jason Hughes is third, Boyce fourth, Adrian Bradley fifth. Now Tom Robinson has lost 3 places on that last lap, and Malcolm Harding's lost 4. Part of it is quicker cars moving forward. Andy Wilson gained 6 places on that last lap. He's now 7th behind Brian Branson. AJ Owen is 9th behind Martin Reynolds. And Martin Reynolds is now leading the Blue Oval Saloons. He's got ahead of Malcolm Harding. Now Harding's dropped back to 10th overall, and he lost 4 places on that last lap. And Tom Robinson, lapping in the 2 minutes 14. Just heard the whine of his supercharger in the background there on the Jag. There is Andy Wilson. He's had a couple of wins in the big Holden this year. As I've said in previous BARC TV broadcasts, it's not until you stand next to that car you realise just how massive it is. So the 2 minutes to go. Probably gets this and one more lap out of this. Malcolm Harding in trouble. Thought he'd slowed up. Yes, the escort in problems. He's pulling into the paddock. That's going to put a dent in his Blue Oval Saloon Series championship hopes. Now, let's just take a look at the points chart. How far behind was James Duncan, the Class D pace? Only 4 points. Now, Harding was beaten yesterday by Martin Reynolds, and they are in the same class. Here's James Dunkley leading his class. No, he's 2nd behind Chris Brown. So James Dunkley could well take the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon points here at Snetterton today. There is Tom Robinson leading the Jaguars. Admittedly, due to attrition for others, he hasn't got a massive amount of opposition in this race. He has dropped back a bit though. On board with Colin Boyce, he's in 4th. The lead gap is up to 9.6 seconds now. Into the last lap, I would think so. Jason Davies, we haven't forgotten about him, here he is. He's way ahead of Graham Crowhurst now, nearly 10 seconds up the road. It's going to be another win for the Blue Oval Saloons, for the Classic Thunder, I should say, championship leader. He is looking the clear favourite for this year's title. 4 doggies for the last time. Jack Robinson, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits in his Jaguar. 2 retirements for him, sadly, this weekend. I think I saw somebody else pulled over at the side of the road on the run toward doggies there as well. Pick that up if we can. Jason Davies has the lead as he heads down the Bentley Straight into Brundle, then into Nelson. Coming up on Andrew Maynard in the Jaguar XJ40, the ex-Mike Seaborn car. Checkered flag this time, yet another win in the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Series. For the man who is surely heading for this year's title. There are a couple of rounds to go yet. It's all looking good for Jason Davies. He laps Andrew Maynard out of Murray's. Coming through to take our first win of this Sunday morning. Graham Crowhurst well behind in 2nd place. There is the checkered flag is out. The win goes to Jason Davies. 2nd will go to Graham Crowhurst. Bradley's car we see there in the marshal's post. Failed to take the restart. 3rd place should be Jason Hughes in the Vectra. There he is. Colin Boyce will take 4th in his escorts. The battle for 5th headed over the line just by Adrian Bradley. Just beats Brian Bransom home by just over a tenth of a second. Good charge to the field by Brian Bransom. Andy Wilson makes it up to 7th from the back. 8th place, and the win in the Blue Oval Saloon Series is going to go to Martin Reynolds in the Escort. 2 wins for him this weekend in that championship. It'll be AJ Owens' Honda in 9th place, and Tom Robinson's Jaguar should take 10th and win at the Jaguar Challenge. Wait for Tom to come through. Clint the Chalmers BMW. No, over the line in 10th is James Everard from the back. He's got ahead of the Jaguar. Robinson still wins the Jag splits. Clint the Chalmers next. Then Chris Brown's Fiesta beats James Dunkley in Class D of the Blue Oval Saloon. So James won't like that so much because he's lost some points there, the XMG racer. The pack heads back into the paddock. Ricky Can made it through to 14th in the big Aston Martin from the back of the field. Take you through the full provisional results in a moment. Fair play to Andy Wilson. Fair play to James Everard as well. He was only in as a reserve in that race after the cars withdrew. Had a win in the pre-93 touring cars yesterday. That stunning E30 M3, the DTM replica. Provisional result then, Jason Davies the winner ahead of Graham Crowhurst by nearly 8.5 seconds. Jason Hughes a class win in 3rd and Colin Boyce a class win in 4th. Adrian Bradley took 5th ahead of Brian Bransom, who beats Andy Wilson to his class victory. Bradley and Bransom finishing just a tenth of a second apart. Then Martin Reynolds wins the Blue Oval Saloons in 8th place overall. AJ Owen and James Everard from the back completing the top 10. Then Tom Robinson, the Jaguar winner, ahead of Clinton Chalmers BMW. Chris Brown and Ricky Can both win their classes. James Dunkley completing the top 15 overall. Beyond them, we had Craig Owen's Sierra, Colin Philpott in his Jaguar, he won his class. Will Hunt's Fiesta was next, then James Alford in his Honda Civic. David Claxton's Triumph Dolomites. Behind them, Jake Swan's Escort, Stephen Dowell's Jaguar, Colin Claxton in his Escort, Vic Hope, Simon Mann, Tim Mizen's Fiesta. Andrew Harper won Class B for the Jags, then Stephen Anderson, Andrew Maynard. Stuart Place took a class win in the Blue Oval Saloons with the Mark 1 Escorts. And behind him was the Puma of Patrick DeBolla. He was the final finisher. We lost Malcolm Harding late on. Jack Robinson pulled into the pits. Ronan Bradley we saw out of the race as well. We lost Niall Bradley prior to the restarts. And of course we lost Joey Binks as well. We can head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Ferme, all being well, and hear from some of our drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a great way to start our second day of action at Snetterton, and it's a double trouble. Look at this. It's a double chicken dinner tonight for Jason Davies.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, lots of words.
And it's not often you get these. You got a double of them now.
No, I know, 2 laurels in one weekend. That's yeah, it was worth coming all this way.
I mean, is that going to be the spare room, the garage? Where are they going?
Oh, you'll have to talk to my girlfriend about that.
I mean, I'm sure you came here looking for 2 wins, top in the championship. Are you thinking about the title yet?
To be honest with you, with Nick Vaughan's misfortune yesterday, I think with that win then, I think we've just put it out of reach, so I think we may have clinched it. I think I need to go and bash the calculator, but I think we may have done it.
I'm not doing any maths quite yet, but it's looking fantastic. So at the moment, congratulations on a fantastic weekend, and you are well on your way to that title.
I hope so. Looking forward to Donington now.
Right, we'll see you at Donington. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Let's see if we can speak to. We was just here, Mark Reynolds. I'm going to jump in with Colin Voice really quickly whilst we're here. Colin, nearly 4th place.
Yeah, I had this man spun in front of me, but it's one of them things.
It is, yeah.
Knocked me around sideways, but I managed to collect it.
I mean,
and really push on.
Yeah.
I had the bit between my teeth then.
We could see that you did. I mean, is this a good weekend?
Oh, for me, it's fantastic. Yeah,
Brilliant.
The car's in one bit.
Yep.
I know we had it coming together. It's when you're pushing everything. We let off again from a second start,
Yep.
and he went
I don't know, he lost it a bit and he come across straight into me, but it's racing.
And did you feel the pressure of the onboard camera?
No, I blanked that out. If that's on, there's a lot of swearing in there.
I was going to say thank you for not swearing, actually.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of swearing. And look, I don't normally sweat, but I got out of that car.
Yeah,
wet.
and a big thank you from our director as well. So we will see you. When's your next round?
Well, it's Donington.
Okay, perfect.
It is, but
And we'll see you there, yeah?
the wife wants to go to Cornwall, but I've got to weigh it up.
I mean, they're several hundred miles apart, Colin.
Yeah, I know. But the cream teas and the Cornish pasties, they're quite...
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Colin.
but no, I think I will be there, yes.
Brilliant.
I will. But the old girl now, I've definitely got to buy some new tyres. That's the hearted thing.
My last question was going to be tyres. They look all right.
Yeah, they grip. People think because
Yeah.
they've gone through sort of 9 heat cycles, 10 heat cycles,
Yeah.
they're finished. But once you bury some heat into them, they start to be like bubble gum again.
Brilliant. Colin, great weekend. Well done.
Yeah, thank you ever
Cheers,
so much.
mate. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if we can. We couldn't find Mark. We're going to see if we can find Tom Robinson. A bit like Jason, a double win this weekend for him in the Jag. Where is Tom? Is his car here? The number 4. I'm looking for a number 2 cap. Oh, we might have to get him afterwards, but here is the car number 4. So this is a bit like Jason, well on the way to the championship. Again, mathematically, might actually be out of reach now for Tom, but we'll let Dave do the calculator and the sum. So coming up next, we do have the second race of the weekend in the Millie Challenge Trophy. We spoke to one of the drivers before the race, and as ever, Dave Gollard will talk you through it. And we'll be down here with more classic touring cars very shortly this afternoon. So Nicky, just had our presentations here. For viewers at home, that was an incredible race. What was it like to be a part of?
It was great for about the first 5 laps, and then after that it kind of all went to the plot. But yeah, it's team issues, so hopefully that can be resolved for the next one. And at the end of the day, we had a plan, and it worked for the first part, and then the second part obviously went out of people's heads.
We don't need to know the plan, but you look disappointed. It's another podium. It should be a great moment at the moment, but you look a bit disappointed with it.
I am. I can't lie. Tom's move on me was brilliant. I couldn't have defended that. I did as much as I could. I shouldn't have maybe been as defensive under the bridge as what I was, but yeah, he got through fair and square, and then there was a car behind that had a decision to push his teammate or push the accelerate car, and he decided the wrong option in my opinion. But it's how it goes. It's racing, so I can't do much about that. But should hopefully 2 wins tomorrow, and
I'm sure that'll be a private conversation. What can you take from today into tomorrow, though? Positives.
we're fast, really fast, and it's my home track, so I know where I can go, and I know get a good night's sleep tonight in my bed, and yeah, work on it tomorrow. But hopefully 2 wins tomorrow will be icing on the cake.
Nicky, it's a good result. Well done.
Cool, cheers.
Good night, well done. Right, let's go on to our second race now. We're going to jump forward 24 hours. Second race of the minis of this weekend at Snetterton.
Carl's already on their green flag lap then, the second of 3 races this weekend for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. See this class supporting the British Touring Car Championship on a few occasions. Yesterday was perhaps the race of the day. Some brilliant close racing from these identical BMW Mini Coopers, all 1600cc. We'll quickly run you through the first few rows of the grid. The grid based on the result of yesterday's race. So it's Tom Ovenden, yesterday's winner, number 24 on pole, alongside the championship leader, 95 Nelson King. Second row, number 17, we've just heard from Nicky Taylor, and 78 Matt Hammond. Row 3, 41 Joe Wiggin and 32 Frankie Taylor. Fourth row, number 12 Alex Solly, 486 the Rookie Cup leader Jack Byrne. He's got a 2-place grid penalty after a bit of contact in yesterday's race. Charlie Mann, number 20, has a time penalty from yesterday as well. He starts alongside number 10 Tyler Lidsey. Row 6, 38 Morgan Roots and 23 Lee Pierce, the short oval star. 7th row, 199 Louis Capozzoli and number 30 James Parker. Row 8, number 21 Nathan Edwards came through from the back in yesterday's race after problems in qualifying, alongside 27 of Alfie Glennie. Row 9, 34 John McGladrigan and 86 Ollie Meadows. The 10th row, 60 Brendan Fitzgerald and 711 Clark Wells, back after a big smash at Thruxton last time out. Row 11, 99 Ben Jenkins and 81 of Luca Marinoni Osborne. Row 12, number 7 Mick Fitzgerald and 44 Sam Baker. Row 13 is 88 Barry Holmes and 46 Paul Manning. Row 14, 98 Johnny Sargent and number 4 Mike Paul. Final row, number 3 Sophie Wright and 62 newcomer this weekend Alex Keynes. Well, Nelson King starts as the hot favourite. It was only his 3rd defeat of the season in yesterday's race to the former rallycross driver Tom Ovenden, based in Kent. A cracking race it was. Nicky Taylor led for much of the way. Apologies for a problem with our start-finish line camera on the outside of the track at the moment, so we'll try and get that back running for you as quickly as we can. This will be a 15-minute race. Various classes within this race. There's the Rookie Cup for first season newcomers. Jack Byrne has completely dominated that this year. There's the Graduates Cup for second year drivers. There's also the Directors Cup, which is for senior drivers aged 35 and over. So Tom Ovenden on pole, looking for win number 3 of his season. Nelson King is looking for win number 9, alongside him at number 95. Nicky Taylor looking for his first, as is Matt Hammond. Qualified on pole yesterday but dropped back a bit. Joe Wiggin has plenty of saloon car experience. He's on row 3 alongside Frankie Taylor. He and Alex Solly, 7th on the grid ex-junior saloon car championship racers. We're underway then. 15 minutes of racing, and it is Tom Ovenden making a good start from pole position. Leads the way into the first corner, chased by Nelson King. Frankie Taylor in the Dayglow yellow car tucks in behind. Good start by Joe Wiggin in the 41. This identical field of 30 BMW Minis heads down towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Tom Ovenden versus Nelson King at the front of the field. They're the top 2 in the championship as well. Matt Hammond there in the red car trying to go around the outside of Frankie Taylor. Bit of dust kicked up by Alex Solly in the number 12, chased by Jack Byrne, the runaway leader in the rookie category. I think he's only been beaten once in that class this year. Ovenden driving for Accelerate Motorsports, British touring car team, of course. A lot of these drivers with aspirations of getting into the British Touring Car Championship someday. A couple of times the series this year has raced on the BTCC support package. Frankie Taylor through on the inside there past Matt Hammond. Another slightly slow start for him. One car running out wide, that was Morgan Root, another ex-rallycrosser in the number 38 car. It's 24 of Ovenden, based down in Kent, who leads the way, chased by Nelson King, the dominant force in this year's championship. We saw him take a flawless hat-trick in front of our cameras at Pembrey earlier this year. Nicky Taylor tucked in there in 3rd place. He's got Joe Wiggin, number 41, all over him. Just battling further back there, the number 10 making his way down the inside. That's Tyler Lidsey, the ex-Renault Clio racer, up against Jack Byrne, and I think the 199 of Louis Capozzoli tucked in behind them in the turquoise livery car. Somebody going wide onto the grass there at the back. Couldn't quite see who it was. Under the bridge there. It is Tom Ovenden who leads the way. Nelson King up the inside. He's going to take the lead into Nelson's corner, appropriately enough. Nelson takes the lead at Nelson's. Nicely done by the championship leader, the champion-elect this year. Only 3 defeats for him so far. One coming at Thruxton to Tom Ovenden last time out. He was beaten also at Thruxton earlier this year. Louis Capozzoli took a win there. Joe Wiggin side by side with Frankie Taylor. That's for 4th place. Now, this has been certainly the liveliest class of racing so far this weekend, as they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. Great stuff so far. Nelson King leads, chased by Ovenden and Taylor. Towards the right-hander at Riches, Nicky Taylor. The apprentice alarm engineer driving number 17. He won't be alarmed with 3rd place so far. Nelson King trying his hardest to hold the lead here. In the Graves Motorsports car, based in London, and Tom Ovenden under fire. He's forced onto the grass there side by side with Nicky Taylor. Battle is joined for 2nd place. They're fighting for 2nd in the championship as well, behind Nelson King. Joe Wiggin in 4th place. An inexperienced saloon car racer, the Pantera Carpentry sponsored car. It's another Taylor, Frankie Taylor, the ex-junior saloon car race winner, up behind him. Side by side for 2nd into Agostini. Is Tom Ovenden going to be late on the brakes? No, I think he's just got it round in time there. Behind them, the number 20 of Charlie Mann forces his way past Alex Solly up into what I think is 6th place, I should say. 11.5 minutes of the race to go. Great close action from the Mini Challenge Trophy sponsored by Quaife Transmissions. There's Alex Solly ahead of Charlie Mann, Matt Hammond and Jack Byrne. They're almost on top of each other. Look at this, the four of them together. Next group headed up by Tyler Lidsey. Terrific battling all the way down the order, just as we saw at Pembrey in Wales earlier this season. Somebody's kicked up some dust in the background there coming through Hamilton's. Easy to run wide there. Jack Byrne not leading the rookie class at the moment. It's Frankie Taylor, the top rookie cup driver, in 5th position. So this could be only the second defeat possibly for Jack Byrne in that class so far this year. He's dropping back there. Tyler Lidsey in ahead of this group. Who have we got in here? There's the number 30 car. That is James Parker, competing in the Directors' Cup for drivers aged 35 and over. He's got Nathan Edwards on his tail. Nathan had to come through from the back in yesterday's race. He missed qualifying, got up to 15th place. Watch for him coming through here in the Accelerate Motorsport car. Big teams in this championship: Accelerate Motorsport, Graves Motorsports, LDR Performance Tuning as well. I believe that's Lawrence Davey, the ex-Legends champion, that owns that team. If I'm wrong, I apologise. They come through to complete their second lap then. Nelson King with a clear lead. Is Tom Ovenden slowing up there on the inside? Yes, Ovenden's dropped back. Now whether he's just lost the draft there down the straight or whether he's got an issue, we will wait and see. Yes, Tom Ovenden didn't come through there, he's slowing down. So yesterday's winner in problems, and that's going to affect his starting position for race 3 later on as well. So it's Nicky Taylor into second, throws the car through the hairpin. Alex Solly at the inside there takes the 78 of Matt Hammond. It's Joe Wiggin now in 3rd place with Frankie Taylor in the multicoloured number 32 car there on his tail. Bit of rubbing as they go into Palmer's. Side by side behind Matt Hammond, the former champion back in 2017, alongside Alex Solly, the ex-junior saloon car race winner. Behind them is Jack Byrne, then it's Charlie Mann, then a gap back to Tyler Lidsey in the red and black car. This is great stuff. When Tyler Lidsey, it looks like it's Morgan Root, then Alfie Glennie, the ex-Fiesta junior racer. There is Glennie, the green car. He's followed by Nathan Edwards. Line astern through the left at Hamilton's up to Oggy's. More dust being kicked up. So they don't want to take too many risks. They might be pinged for track limits as a bit of Morse code on the bumper there of Joe Wiggins' car from Frankie Taylor. They're all bottling up behind him here, and Alex Solly lunges down the inside. Contact there with the 78 of Matt Hammond. I thought they were going to go spearing off wide. Just about saves it there. This is frantic stuff for the lower reaches of the top 10. Nelson King doesn't mind. He's out in front ahead of Nicky Taylor. Everybody else trying to be 3rd. It's Joe Wiggin that has 3rd in the blue car at the moment. Then Frankie Taylor, I think, is up to 4th. Jack Byrne trying to go through the middle there, around the outside at Brundle. Can he get the car stopped in time for the right at Nelson's? Yes, he can. Ahead of Alex Solly, Matt Hammond, Charlie Mann, and the rest of them. This is great racing from the Quaife Mini Challenge, the trophy category. Of course, the main Mini Challenge Championship uses the John Cooper Works BMW Mini. These are the 1600cc Coopers. Still got just under 8 minutes of this race to go. These 130 horsepower 1600cc cars running on Goodyear tyres. Cars designed to be as equal as possible. Nelson King, though, has dominated this year's championship. He leads here by 1.4 seconds, but Nicky Taylor has just done the fastest lap of the race on 2:21.162. Is he closing up? Everybody else is fighting for 3rd. Joe Wiggin defending as though his life depends on it here. Look at Frankie Taylor down the outside, late on the brakes for the hairpin. Can he get the car stopped in time? Only just. He doesn't want to run wide. He has run wide onto the dirt. And the 41 is going to fight back. Jack Byrne's in there as well in the 486 car, the runaway rookie class leader. Now, I don't think Jack Byrne's had an overall podium yet this season. He's up there in 5th. Solly is 6th. Hammond 7th. Charlie Mann is 8th. Brilliant stuff here between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them for 3rd place. Great driving by Frankie Taylor. Alex Solly out the inside, defends from Matt Hammond. Taylor is a little bit wide coming out of Agostini. There's Tyler Lidsey and Morgan Root in behind them. I'd imagine Tom Ovenden has pulled off. Yes, he's disappeared somewhere. We've also lost Louis Capozzoli. He's pulled into the pits, so another of the race winners from earlier this season has gone. Wide there again, Frankie Taylor. I think the pressure might be getting to him slightly here. Made 1 or 2 mistakes. He's holding 3rd place. Watch for Jack Byrne, the 486, the O'Brien Cement sponsored car. In 5th position, trying for what I think is his first overall podium. Start to slipstream down the Bentley straight. Here comes Joe Wiggin on the inside. He pulls out to the inside for Brundle. He's going to go through on the brakes by the look of it for 3rd place. Up alongside is Byrne. He's going to go through into 4th. Nearly clips the back of Wiggin. They are millimetres away from each other. This really is like British touring car racing on a slightly smaller scale, isn't it? It's the ideal training ground for a BTCC driver. We have seen drivers come through the mini challenge into BTCC in the past. First 2 have gone clear as a result of all this scrapping. Nelson King and Nicky Taylor. The gap was 1.4 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through. Has Taylor been able to close in? He led most of yesterday's race until he got shuffled back in the closing stages. The gap has come down. It's 0.9 of a second now. Yes, Taylor's closed by about half a second. He's done a new fastest lap, 2:20.76. Here's the fight for 3rd place. It's now Wiggin, Byrne and Frankie Taylor. The rest of them bottled up behind. There's Nelson King. Can he hold off Nicky Taylor? He's got another 5 minutes to do so, so at least another couple of laps. Joe Wiggin has got the widest car in the race, holding that 3rd. Matt Hammond closing up as well, the former champion. Alex Solly's been shuffled to the back of this group in the number 12. Tom Ovenden, I can tell you, is in the pits. He's out of the race. Great shame for yesterday's winner. Leaders swing their way into Agostini. Jack Byrne has a look at Frankie Taylor for 4th place. Nelson King looking set for win number 9 if he can hold on here this season, and will continue in the clear lead of the championship. The grid for race 3, incidentally, is the finishing order of race 2, but with a partially reversed grid. There will be a draw made after the race. Anything from the top 4 to the top 6, I believe it is, will be reversed. We'll wait and see how that comes out later on. Fight for 3rd, heads down into Brundle's Frankie Taylor, moving to the inside. He's left it very late there to make that move on Joe Wiggin. Can he get the car stopped into Nelson? The tricky part of the circuit this is. He's gone wide. Taylor runs out over the curb. Joe Wiggin will fight back, but Frankie Taylor up into 3rd place once again. Jack Byrne sits behind them. Then it is Matt Hammond. Charlie Mann's dropped back a few lengths, so has Alex Solly. Back to the inside comes Joe Wiggin for the right-hander at Coram, but he'll be on the wrong side for the left flick at Murray's Corner. There goes Nicky Taylor in 2nd place. 0.9 of a second was the gap. We'll see what it is this time through. Frankie Taylor has been able to hold that 3rd. Over the line go the leaders. The lead gap up to 1.25 seconds. Nelson King's responded. He's done a fastest lap of 2:20.271 now. There's the 3rd place fight. Joe Wiggin sends it up the inside into Rich's Corner. Retakes 3rd place, kicks up the dust on the inside. Cracking racing. We haven't really had a chance to focus on everything further back from this battle. Morgan Roots has got ahead of Tyler Lindsay into 9th. Behind them is Nathan Edwards, 3 wide through Wilson's hairpin. That's never going to work. That was Jack Byrne up the inside, and he's got 3rd place. Now they're still 3 wide for 4th place. This is something's got to give here, surely, on the run into Palmer's. They're trying to go 4 wide. This is brilliant. Joe Wiggin squeezed in the middle. Frankie Taylor moves across him. Matt Hammond's there on the outside. Oh my goodness, somehow they've survived that. Joe Wiggin got shuffled back 2 places. That was Jack Byrne with a brave move into the hairpin. Frankie Taylor in there as well. The 2 young guns up to 3rd and 4th. Joe Wiggin somehow just about holding 5th. Now, who's leading the directors category? It's Matt Hammond, number 78, leads that class. Nelson King leads the graduates category. Rookies are led by Frankie Taylor and Jack Byrne. They're fighting for the lead in the rookies class. Swing their way out of Oggies up towards Williams. Charlie Mann chases Matt Hammond. Nelson King leads, just over 90 seconds to go, so we may get one more lap out of this. He's heading for win number 9 of the season unless Nicky Taylor can catch him. Everybody else trying to be 3rd in this Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category race 2 of 3 this weekend. There's another race to come for them with the partially reversed grid later on today. Through comes the third place battle at Nelson's. Again, Frankie Taylor runs wide, he always does that. Chasing Jack Byrne, who's now got the lead of the rookie category. Once again, he's only been beaten once in that category this year. Hammond leads the directors class for the senior racers. Charlie Mann is next to Alex Solly, then a gap back to looks like Morgan Root in 9th, ahead of might be Nathan Edwards now up into 10th position. Yes, it is, in the blue and white car with the front number plate hanging off. Behind him it's Alfie Glennie, the ex Ford Fiesta Junior race. 1.3 seconds in it as they cross the line. We're into the last lap now. And another new fastest lap for Nelson King, 2:20.098. He's 1.3 seconds up on Nicky Taylor. It's looking good for Nelson King here, the number 95, for another win to extend his championship lead. The champion-elect this season. What a magnificent season he has had. He's 10th in the championship with the best of 2nd place last season, so his first win came at Pembrey at the start of this year and he hasn't looked back since. Number 17 in 2nd place of Nicky Taylor. On his local circuit, comes from Norwich. He's 7th in the championship last year, did take a win. Jack Byrne, the rookie, in 3rd place. Frankie Taylor, Joe Wiggin, Matt Hammond. And the rest of them fighting it out, a brilliant 6-car battle for 3rd place. Confirm the full results after the flag, of course. Tom Ovenden has rejoined at the back of the field, but a couple of laps down. Might as well get some more racing laps in, I suppose. Just one retirement so far, Louis Capezzoli. He pulled in a couple of laps into the race. Fair play to newcomer number 62, Alex Keynes, as well, still going, just learning the ropes on his debut weekend. He's further back in the order. Byrne looking for, could be his best result so far, ahead of Frankie Taylor. There's Joe Wiggin. Things calming down just a little on this final lap. It's going to be a win for Nelson King, win number 9 of the season. He's got a hat-trick at Pembrey at the start of the season, had 2 wins at Thruxton at round 2, was beaten in race 2 by Louis Capezzoli. Race 3 at Thruxton on that occasion was half points due to the race being shortened. He then had 2 wins at Croft. 1 win at Thruxton, was beaten by Tom Ovenden in race 1 there. Coming up towards the flag then, Nelson King will take the win in race 2 of the weekend for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. Nicky Taylor comes over in 2nd. We'll wait to see who's going to complete the podium. It is Jack Byrne. Frankie Taylor showing as having got a penalty. 5 seconds. It must, that's I assume, must be for exceeding track limits. 5 seconds is a lot of time in a closely matched formula like this. So Jack Byrne will take 3rd. Joe Wiggin is 4th. Matt Hammond 5th. Yes, Frankie Taylor drops all the way down to 9th with that 5-second penalty, to the back of that group he was battling with. 5-second penalty. And I assume that's for exceeding track limits. Did see him run wide at Nelson a few times. Cars will be signalled back into the paddock. It's a win for Nelson King. Should be turning right here into the paddock. Yes, they've seen the flags. Came in a bit quickly there. We'll confirm the provisional result shortly. We'll see these cars back out for race 3 with the partially reversed grid later on. There'll be a grid draw among the top 6. Nelson King, the winner then, will confirm the results ahead of Nicky Taylor by 1.7 seconds at the flag. Jack Byrne gets what I think is his best result of the season in 3rd overall. He wins the rookie division. Joe Wiggin takes 4th ahead of Matt Hammond, who wins the Directors' Cup. Charlie Mann in 6th. He's not in any of these specific categories, takes 6th position. 7th for Alex Solly ahead of Tyler Lidsey. Frankie Taylor, a penalty, down to 9th place, and Nathan Edwards rounds out the top 10. And Alfie Glennie was next ahead of the 86 of Ollie Meadows. Morgan Root dropping to 13th at the end there ahead of Paul Manning. He came through well, and the number 30 of James Parker completed the top 15. Brendan Fitzgerald was next home ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne. Then we had Clark Wells in 7-11. back after that big smash at Thruxton. John McGladrigan in the number 34 was next home. Then the 99 of Ben Jenkins, number 4 of Mike Paul, 44 Sam Baker, number 7 Mick Fitzgerald, not of horse racing fame, 98 Johnny Sargent, another man who had a big smash last time out at Thruxton. Then the 88 of Barry Holmes, 23 Lee Pearce, we must congratulate him as well, recently won the 1300 stock car world title for the 3rd year in succession at Aldershot. Number 3 Sophie Wright, 62 Alex Keynes, and a couple of laps down for a pit visit Tom Ovenden, our pole sitter. Completing the finishers, Louis Capezzoli was the only retirement. We just had a little bit of breaking news come through from the paddock, but before we give you that, we can head down to Parc Fermé with Ewan Dunlop.
Second of 3 mini races this weekend. Nelson King back on top.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Get used to this. Yeah, what race? One step more.
I mean, after yesterday's race, there was a little bit of emotion here, but all smiles now.
Yeah, of course. I don't think I can't be smiling when I got into the lead and got that gap. I think I was lucky to get a gap, to be honest, them squabbling behind, but favour fell in my way and I was happy to get it.
He got quite close, Nicky, behind you, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I made quite a few mistakes. I'm normally quite good in the lead, but that time I was feeling the pressure. I know how quick Nicky is, and I was thinking he was going to catch me in the race.
We didn't see any mistakes. What do you consider a mistake out there?
I think everyone at the last corner saw my mistake. I accidentally put it into 4th into a second. As I went down, I went straight on, and honestly at that point I thought, oh, I've lost the lead here. But luckily Nicky made the exact same mistake at the back corner, and it levelled itself out, but it's lucky to get it.
When we spoke yesterday, we were talking about the confidence that you have and like being the champion-elect. There's still that pressure there, isn't there?
I think the pressure more comes before the race. I think during the race, when you get to the lead, there's more the pressure of the lead, and I'm thinking, I want to win, and I've got to keep this lead.
You've done so. One more race to come today.
Yeah, of course. Try go from a bit of a back reverse grid, have a bit of fun.
Perfect. All right, mate. See you later. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to Nicky Taylor. Oh, look, he got a big smile on his face, Nicky Taylor.
That's the first, isn't it?
Emotions yesterday again, but what happened overnight? You come into a completely different attitude almost this race.
Yeah, just come in. I knew exactly what I'd done wrong yesterday. Just defended too hard into Pommel. So, yeah, if I got into the lead, I didn't need to do that. But unfortunately, Nelson already made the gap. The slipstream was gaining a massive ton because I could see it down the straight. I was gaining. But then, yeah, he just had the legs on me and I had to fight with the other people. I don't actually know how I got in second in that race. So, yeah, no, quite good. And better off for me for reverse grid, so I'm kind of happy I finished behind Nelson.
Nelson, he said himself he made a tiny mistake. I think I overheard you saying you thought you made a little mistake too. Could you have caught him?
I don't think so. The gap was too big, and at the end of the day, we are teammates, so I wasn't going to send him and wasn't going to ruin it, because at the end of the day, it's better off for me for reverse grid, because I think reverse grid's from 4 to 6 anyway, so I get better off for that, and hopefully we can push forward and go from there.
Now, second half of that race, you two drove away from the rest of the field. There was this massive battle behind you. Does that give you sort of like a peace of mind when you know, well, they're all fighting between themselves, we're okay, it's just us two up the front?
Yeah, because I think yesterday I was too worried on my mirrors. Literally, the minute I got in front, when Joe was behind me, I was kind of like, right, okay, I can push and go forward. The minute Nelson got behind me yesterday, I was like, oh my God, no, I need to start defending. Whereas I think my attitude today has just been, no, whatever happens, just pay attention to in front, and we've done that, and it's worked out well, and hopefully in the second race today, got like 4-hour gap, so yeah.
You got third yesterday, second this morning, and one more podium spot to go this afternoon?
Hopefully. Nelson doesn't need any more wins, but I'm sure he'll have other ideas on that, but yeah, hopefully it's at home circuit, so we should do last race good.
Great weekend, look forward to seeing you later, well done.
Cool, cheers.
Cheers, buddy. Right, coming up next, it's our third race of the weekend of 5 in the British Truck Racing Championship, and Pointy, after yesterday's second race, spoke to the few of the drivers before our first race this afternoon.
Well, welcome to Parc Fermé. It's still actually Saturday here for us, but of course when you guys will be seeing this, it's Sunday morning. So today, of course, we'll talk about today, 'cause it's Saturday right now, is first of all, it's your wife's birthday, isn't it?
It is, yes. Her name's Jane, it's her birthday, and I love you.
21 again.
Again, yeah.
Again. And let's leave that one there. So, fantastic result for you there. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, we've been really quick from the start of the weekend. Like I say, we got a second, and now we've got a first, and this one is for Holly.
Yes, this one is for Holly. We mentioned this. Was it Donington? I remember you bringing this.
Donington. Yes, it was. Yeah,
it's definitely for Holly. Is Holly doing well?
She is. She's doing well. Doing really well. Really strong girl. And she's getting there.
That's fantastic news to hear. Obviously, you made her proud there. We noticed in your race earlier on Saturday some serious tyre wobble. Did you find out the reason for that?
No, we've not found out, but I've spoken to a few other drivers and they've got the same issue. So it's parts of the track. I don't know what it is, but you can drive out of it, so it ain't too bad.
Yeah, as I say, I noticed you're getting pretty close to the tarmac with your front. I was like, my goodness, it's a good job that's made of fiberglass.
Yeah, it does. It does touch the tarmac, but that's it.
So, of course, today for the viewers, but tomorrow for you, plans for the race. Obviously, you want to win, but where are we going to start on the grid, you know?
I think we'll be at the back of the grid, first race on Sunday, today.
Today for you.
So it's just make us way through the grid and hope we get a good result.
Well, I think as long as you get that good start that you had earlier on, you'll be able to weave your way through. One question we've been asking the drivers before we leave you, of course, is very quickly, what's your favourite holiday destination, country go?
Cornwall.
Oh, how nice. Okay. So there's so many different ones. You've got to say that. That's where you go.
Where the missus goes.
Oh, right. So you stay in the Midlands and she goes to Cornwall. That's why you love it so much.
Yeah, that's it.
Brad, thanks very much for joining us, buddy. Cheers. Congratulations on the win, and we'll speak to you very soon. Let's go and have a look now if we can find some more drivers to talk to before the first race on Sunday here at Snetterton.
Well, unfortunately, Pointy, I don't think we're going to have time because the trucks are already on their way out for race number 3 of the weekend. It's a partially reversed grid based on the results of race 1 of yesterday's action, with the top 8 in each division reversed. So pole position will be number 12, Michael Oliver, in his MAN. He finished 8th in race 1 yesterday. Will start alongside Ricky Collett with his MAN number 95. Second row, number 68, the reigning Division 2 champion. That's Craig Reed with his Iveco, alongside the MAN of number 81, Mark Taylor. Row 3, 89, Simon Reed, Craig's brother, and number 18, John Newell with an MAN. Row 4, 69, David Jenkins in yet another MAN, and yesterday's double winner, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL, rebuilt after its Donington shunts, as is Simon Reed's Iveco. Row 5, number 3, Stephen Powell. Pointy told us earlier he was having a water issue yesterday. We assume he means the truck, not to Steve himself, leaving him with a few braking issues. That's been fixed now. And alongside him, the new truck of number 1, Ryan Smith. Now, his Daimler Freightliner that he's been racing so far this year, that's gone to Australia, we're told. And in just a few days, Ryan Smith has built up a new truck to race here this weekend. He had problems yesterday. He blew the turbo in qualifying and was stuck down the order for the first 2 races. He's got to come through from 10th here. Final row of Division 1, Simon Faulkner, number 92 with his Iveco, and number 86, Tom O'Rourke. Then there's a gap, and we've got Division 2, headed up by Jock Borthwick in number 32. He's replaced his gearbox overnight. The team were working on that for most of the night. Craig Evans, number 10, alongside him. Yes, he's there. Missed race 2 yesterday. Then number 14, John Bowler, alongside 6 of John Powell. Double winner from yesterday, number 16, Brad Smith. And 42, Luke Garrett, the championship leader, with Adam Bintz, number 5, starting at the back. He failed to finish race 1 yesterday in his Volvo. We're told that, trying to decipher this message Pointy sent me, Jock and Ryan's teams up until 2:30 swapping gearboxes with each other. Trying to get the gear ratios right. We'll see if it's worked here then. This will be a 15-minute race for the big rigs. Third race of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. The red light is on alongside the start line. It's Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, on pole position. Ricky Collett in his MAN alongside. Here we go. The pack is unleashed. These 5-ton beasts rumble their way down towards Richards. It's Ricky Collett who takes the lead. I think that's the first time that he has led a race this season. Watch the Flying Ryan have the repairs work. The white and blue truck there, starting from 10th on the grid. It's not been a happy weekend for the 6 times consecutive Division 1 champion. Ricky Collett it is, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire, who leads in his MAN. Michael Oliver, a couple of wins already for him this year in second. Then it's the Reed brothers in their Ivecos. David Jenkins under fire from Stuart Oliver. Bit of contact there coming out of Wilson's hairpin. Stephen Powell runs wide onto the grass in the number 3 as well. Stuart Oliver's made a lightning start. His Volvo, and Ricky Collett's going wide onto the grass. He's lost it. Trying to hold it together there, Ricky Collett. He's lost the lead. He'll lose at least 4 places. John Newell goes through. Ricky Collett lucky not to spear wide into the barriers there. Michael Oliver therefore leads the way in the number 12 MAN. The Ivicos of the Reed brothers in behind him. Then John Newell, and there's contact there. Ricky Collett this time spins around in contact with Stuart Oliver. Oh goodness me, we've got a pile up at Agostini. Mark Taylor's involved. Stephen Powell. Who's that? Is that Ryan Smith on the inside? Just trying to see there. No, it's Tom O'Rourke, number 86. That might be a red flag with 2 trucks stranded in the middle of the track there. Division 2 make their way through the middle. Stephen Powell out of his truck. What was that all about, he says. Watch the middle of the pack. Ricky Collett got collected by Stuart Oliver as they slowed for Agostini. Spins Collett around. Then Oliver hits David Jenkins. And behind them, Stephen Powell rides up over the spinning Mark Taylor. Too many trucks in too small a space there. Stephen Powell stalks away angrily. As the red flag is out, no surprise there. What was that all about, says Stephen Powell. His truck lucky not to roll over there, rode right up onto the back of the 81 of Mark Taylor. David Jenkins got hit there by the now bonnetless truck of Stuart Oliver. There's a lot of damage there. Stuart Oliver, a truck that's only just been rebuilt after he smashed it up at Donington in a shunt at the Craner Curves. More work for the Oliver team. 2 wins for him yesterday. Now, we'll see how many trucks are going to come back out for the restart here. Water or something spraying out of the back of Stuart Oliver's truck there. There's Ricky Collett. He got collected, which was really the catalyst for all that pile-up. Well, as they came into Agostini, watch Stuart Oliver in the 7 and the 95 of Ricky Collett. Oliver goes into the back of Collett. That collects David Jenkins. Did Stuart Oliver lose his brakes? Because he didn't seem to slow there. We'll get the word from Stuart, I'm sure. And Mark Taylor had nowhere to go as he tried to pull up, and Stephen Powell smashed into him. Big impact for Steve Powell. Good to see he's okay. Tom O'Rourke then crashed in as well. Luckily, I think Ryan Smith got through, as did Simon Faulkner there in his Iveco, and then Division 2 were able to get through the middle. A lot of damage among the Division 1 trucks there. There's Stephen Powell's truck, and he's only just rebuilt that after being involved in Simon Reed's crash at Donington. He's on the phone to his team there, telling them what the damage is. Or maybe he's just phoning back to his pub near Brands Hatch to tell him he'll be home earlier, who knows. Okay, trucks being pulled up on the grid then. Michael Oliver was leading at the time of the stoppage. We'll wait to see what's going to happen with the restart. We're going to need the heavy artillery, I think, up there to clear the wreckage away. Yeah, apologies for the few problems with our start line camera there. Said Stephen Powell had an issue with his water-cooled brakes yesterday. He's got a lot more problems with that truck now, sadly. Great shame for Steve, the 2020 Division 2 champion. Scored his first Division 1 win at Thruxton earlier this year, and the celebrations were as if he'd just won the championship. Ricky Collett's still going in the 95. The Reed brothers escaped that in their Ivicos. David Jenkins is back on the grid. John Newell was okay. He escaped that in the number 18, the Yorkshireman. So down at Agostini, quite a lot of clearing up to do. It looks like only Stephen Powell's truck is stranded there, though. I think Tom O'Rourke, the MV Commercials MAN, was able to drive away. We'll wait and see on that. There's the heavy recovery vehicle. It's going to have to tow Stephen Powell back to the paddock. The Manchit's recovery truck there looks very impressive, doesn't it? Manchit's big sponsors of motorsport. They were sponsors of the Mildenhall Fen Tigers Speedway team, I remember, a few years ago down in Suffolk. So we are under the red flags here at Snetterton, following a pile-up in Division 1 for the British Truck Racing Championship at Agostini Corner. Stuart Oliver tangling with Ricky Collitz and a couple of others, and a few other trucks just piled in behind. Worst of them, Stephen Powell, who rode over the top almost of Mark Taylor. Lucky he didn't collect Mark's cab. But recovery needed then. We're back underway as soon as we can. Thanks to all who have tuned in so far. Again, those of you looking for our YouTube live chat, apologies that it's not running today. The amount of spam that we got in the chat yesterday, we decided not to run with it, so apologies there to those who were using the chat properly yesterday. But as I said earlier, it got more spam than a Monty Python sketch, so we decided to shut it down for today. Let's say a quick hello to Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, who is watching on. Was at Snetterton yesterday. Not racing his Ford Capri this weekend. So hello to you, Mr. Chairman. Great to have you with us. And there is the remains of Stephen Powell's MAN, sadly. Such a shame. Powell family put a lot of work into their truck racing. We said that most of the drivers and officials and teams involved in truck racing are connected to the road haulage industry, but Stephen Powell a bit different. As we said, he runs a pub down the road from Brands Hatch Circuit, the Portobello Inn. '71 plate recovery vehicle for Manchit's. That's almost new, only about a year old, I would say. Taking Stephen Powell's truck back to the paddock. Now the timing screen is still showing 15 minutes, so we may well get a full restart here. Mark Taylor's back on the grid, so his MAN hasn't suffered too much damage. I'm not sure we'll see Stuart Oliver back out there. I'm wondering if he had a braking issue as they came into Agostini there, because he seemed to slide into the back of the two trucks ahead of him. We said we had a bit of breaking news as well, just before we cut to the interviews with the Minis. And that breaking news, thanks to Lynn Bates for confirming this, Tom Robinson has won the Jaguar Challenge. He is the champion. That victory was enough. So congratulations to Tom Robinson and the Swallows racing team, taking his first title in Jaguar racing. It's coming to late summer, early autumn now. Championships are starting to be won. We saw Stephen Primetz provisionally crowned as the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Champion for the incredible 10th time in his career yesterday. He'll aim for another win later on today. Time of the Pre-83 is off. After this race, in fact. Just been told down in the paddock that it will be around 10 minutes before we get the race back underway. So there'll be a few minutes delay here just while the circuit is made ready and the trucks get a few minutes just to be checked over. Stuart Oliver, I can see, is on the grid behind John Newell. I think that truck's still missing its bonnet. Hopefully he'll be able to run once again. Looking at a replay on the British Truck Racing Championship social media page, and yes, it was a bit of a Skittles moment there into Agostini. The clock has gone to 10 minutes, so we are going to have a reduced distance on the restarts. Just awaiting the all clear from the clerk of the course and the marshals to get this back on. Right, nice quick clear up there. Well done, marshals. Well done to Manchit's recovery as well. And we're ready for our 10 minutes restart. Some rather battered and bruised looking trucks out there for that pile-up. Looks like Stephen Powell, though, is the only casualty. Hopefully we will see his team able to repair and be back out later on today, possibly for race 5 at 20 past 4. Next race is at 20 past 1. Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, on pole. Alongside him, Ricky Collins. Looks like only superficial damage to some of these trucks, bit of bodywork damage. Quite surprised Mark Taylor got away lightly there, the 81. Stuart Oliver, bonnetless, still going. There's Ryan Smith with his new number 1. Running a Mercedes this weekend instead of the Daimler Freightliner, as we say, that's gone around the world to Australia, having been sold. The bonneted truck that he started the season with. There's the other bonneted truck, the Volvo White of Adam Bintz. A couple of wins in Division 2 this year, the popular Oxfordshire driver. TRP Truck and Trailer Parts, DAF, leading them round. Keep an eye on Division 2 as well. Jock Borthwick having changed his gearbox. Maybe that'll get the MAN back on the pace. It's Luke Garrett who leads the points in Division 2 ahead of Brad Smith, double winner yesterday. He's lost the front bumper valance off the orange MAN there. He had an off at the start of race 2 yesterday. Brad Smith we heard from earlier in the cream number 16. Adam Bint at the back, running on HVO fuel, as are his team's transporters as well. "10 minutes for our third 5 truck races this weekend. Bit of bodywork damage to David Jenkins after that collision as well. What is Jock Borthwick doing? An orthodox way of warming his tyres there. Must thank GT Tyres. See on a few of these trucks, the tyre partners of the championship. There's Craig Evans, number 10, with his MAN. He failed to start race 2 yesterday with a problem. Everyone will keep an eye on Ryan Smith here from 10th on the grid. He was stuck behind Stephen Powell in race 1 yesterday to set the grid for this one. Stephen Powell, a non-starter. Pace truck leads them into Brundle. Fine sight they make, the 5-ton big rigs. 12, 13, 14 litre turbocharged diesel engines, limited electronically to 100 miles an hour. If you do exceed that 100 miles an hour limit at any point, you will be penalised. Also penalties for emitting too much smoke in truck racing, no black smoke allowed. The judges of fact will be looking on. Trucks all used to be monitored by tachograph as well, similar to a road-going lorry. For all the telemetry purposes, all done by electronic tracking now. Time to go racing then once again with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. Race 3 of the weekend over the slightly reduced distance of 10 minutes. Michael Oliver and Ricky Collins lead them off. Watch for flying Ryan Smith in the new number 1 truck. Here they come up towards the start line. The red light is on. Red light goes out now and we're underway. Can Ricky Collett make another good start here? Well, it's a better start by Michael Oliver on the inside in the number 12. Watch for Craig Reed in the 68 having a look as well. Collett will just about, I think, get the lead in the 95 into Riches for the first time. Division 1 surge their way through. Ryan Smith trying to make his way up the outside of the number 1, but it is Ricky Collett once again who leads the way in the number 95 Collett Heavy Haulage HGV Direct MAN. Leads Michael Oliver's GT Tyres version. The Reed brothers 3rd and 4th. Very similar start to in the first race, although Stuart Oliver hanging back this time. They've all made it round. John Newell running wide onto the grass there. Loses out to Stuart Oliver. He's on the tail of Ryan Smith, but it's Collett who leads. Doesn't run wide at Palmer's this time. The Reed brothers 3rd and 4th. David Jenkins 5th. Mark Taylor in 6th. They'll pick up Division 2 in a moment. There's Simon Faulkner. First full season for him in the championship with his ex-Reed team Iveco. They make their way into Agostini. Ryan Smith making a move up the inside there on Mark Taylor, the number 81. That's put him up into about 6th position. Good start by the 6-time champion. Ricky Collett leads the way through Hamilton's up towards Oggies. Michael Oliver looking for his third win of the season. Here's the battle in Division 2. A good start by John Bowler. Now he's yet to win this year, the Union flag liveried DAF. And John has got the lead ahead of Jock Borthwick and Brad Smith. Luke Garrett stuck down there in 5th place. A poor start by John Powell, number 6. He's dropped to the back of the field as Stuart Oliver. Did he give Mark Taylor a bit of a nudge there, coming through Williams? Stuart Oliver will be fired up after that collision early on. Always a very fiery driver, as is Ryan Smith. They've had a rivalry for several years. Here comes David Jenkins. He's been a big rival of Ryan Smith as well over the last few seasons. Having a look at Simon Reed. No, you don't, says Simon. Oh, no, you certainly don't. He leans on David Jenkins. Bit of a needle match, this race, isn't it? We're only on the first lap of the restart. Jenkins tries again as they come out of Nelson's towards the bomb hole. Got through a little depression in the tarmac there. This is the fight for 4th. Craig Reed's got away into 3rd, chasing Michael Oliver as Ricky Collett leads. Can he take his first win in a few years in the championship here? There's Ryan Smith ahead of Stuart Oliver. John Newell further back. He ran wide in the first couple of corners. Main fight is for 4th. Reed, Simon Reed that is, heads in at the moment. Over the lines, Ricky Collett from Michael Oliver. Craig Reed in 3rd, then Simon Reed, David Jenkins, Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver next through. Then we've got John Newell, Mark Taylor, Tom O'Rourke. Simon Faulkner will be next through behind them in 11th. And then we've got the Division 2 Brigade. They're headed by John Bowler. He's a second ahead of Jock Borthwick. Through the Wilson's hairpin come the Division 1 leaders. There's Ryan Smith in the white and blue. Seems a little unfamiliar this season, not having the bonneted Daimler Freightliner. Raced the Mercedes Actros, of course, last season, the Hungarian-built truck, but had quite a few technical problems with it. It was still enough to win him his 6th title in succession, though. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 British titles. He'd love to do the European Championship as well, but you need big budgets to race on the continent. Saw Luke Garrett have a go at the European Championship last year. Stuart Oliver, that Volvo does look bizarre without the bonnet. It looks like something out of Mad Max, doesn't it? Or maybe Duel or Convoy or any other film featuring classic trucks and cars. Swing their way towards Williams and into the back straight. Still Ricky Collett with the lead. Here comes Ryan Smith. He's on the tail of a man who's been a deadly rival to him over the last few years, David Jenkins. David Jenkins, Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver very much have been the big 3 of British truck racing over the years. Here's a battle in Division 2. John Powell being hounded by Luke Garrett. This is towards the back of the field. It's not been a successful weekend for Luke Garrett so far. They're battling for what I think is 4th or possibly even 5th in Division 2. Here's the Division 1 fight. David Jenkins has caught Simon Reed once again for 4th place. They kick up the dust out of Nelson's. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Wonderful sight these trucks make wherever they race. A couple of the teams, including the Reed family, were over in Belgium recently, competing at Zolder in a round of the Dutch Truck Championship. Adam Bint was over there as well, getting a few more racing laps in. Here's the battle in Division 2, headed by John Bowler in the hand-painted Union flag DAF, passing Simon Faulkner. He's got a problem with his Iveco. That Iveco hasn't really run properly all weekend, sadly for Simon. John Bowler looking for his maiden Division 2 win of the season. Here comes Ryan Smith up on the tail of David Jenkins. I don't think he'll get round the outside at Riches. Stuart Oliver, he's got to be mindful he's tucked in behind him as well in the bonnetless Volvo. 3 of the biggest hitters in British truck racing, line astern, and they've got John Newell closing up on them as well now. David Jenkins locked up a bit there, he's run wide. So has Ryan Smith. Here comes Stuart Oliver on the inside trying to capitalise, and he goes through. Snetterton, not a very easy circuit to overtake on in a truck. Ryan Smith fights back, he's not giving way, he leans on Stuart Oliver, there's big rubbing there. And Stuart Oliver given the hip and shoulder, as Charlie Cox would say, by Ryan Smith. We said there's a rivalry between those two. John Newell getting into the mix now as well. He's up ahead of Oliver and having a go at Smith as well. Smith losing a bit of momentum there with that bit of rubbing. You can see the damage to the bodywork of Ryan Smith's truck. But still your leader is Ricky Collett ahead of Michael Oliver. It's been a few years since we've seen Ricky Collett take a win. He got an award at the British Truck Racing Awards evening a couple of years ago for Best Tow Truck. That was when Stuart Oliver got stuck on his back bumper and was dragged round Brands Hatch for a lap or two by Ricky Collett. Used to towing bigger loads than that. Usually the Collett family, with their heavy haulage business, they handle some of the largest loads seen on Britain's roads. And there is Collett leading the way. Michael Oliver shadowing his every move, though, in the MAN. Upholding honour for the family at the front of the field, with Stuart busy battling further back. There's Craig Reed, the reigning Division 2 champion, in third. Simon Reed still fourth. David Jenkins chasing him. It's just over 3 minutes of this race to go, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this. Fastest lap of the race has been done by John Newell, 2:26.073. John Bowler still leads Division 2. Simon Faulkner has dropped back down the order, as has Craig Evans as well. He's at the back. Here's the leaders in Division 2, and Jock Borthwick has caught John Bowler now. The two JBs battling it out. John Bowler in the hand-painted Rochdale LGV DAF. Lovely to look at, isn't it? Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, chasing in the MV Commercial MAN. Brad Smith is third, then Adam Bintz. John Powell fifth, and Luke Garrett dropping back into sixth. Luke Garrett just not on the pace at all this weekend. There is the orange MAN. And his championship lead could be under threat here from Brad Smith, second in the points. Brad took 2 wins yesterday. The smoke there, it might be just a bit of steam from the water-cooled brakes for John Powell. Here is Ryan Smith. David Jenkins has got ahead of Simon Reed. That's a change for fourth place. While we were watching Division 2 there, David Jenkins is up into fourth in Division 1. Meanwhile, Michael Oliver putting the pressure on Ricky Collett for the lead. John Newell putting Ryan Smith under pressure. It's not been a happy weekend for Ryan. He blew the turbo on that truck in qualifying. Started at the back for both races yesterday and was mired in the midfield, well down on boost. Swap gearboxes with Jock Borthwick's MAN, we're told by Pointy in the paddock overnight. Michael Oliver determined here, looking for his third win of the season. Ricky Collett looking for his first. This is going to be close between the two MANs. Here's the battle in Division 2. This is close as well. John Bowler, has he lost the lead there? Yes, Jock Borthwick has taken over. So Jock Borthwick now leads Division 2. He's got ahead of John Bowler. And now Brad Smith going for second. Brad Smith can sense a chance to take the championship lead from Luke Garrett. Dust being kicked up everywhere. Dry and windy day here at Snetterton. Here's Borthwick. He's having a go at Tom O'Rourke. Look out! Wallop! Oh dear. There wasn't room there, and that's going to lose Jock Borthwick. All the Division 2 field's going to be completely split there. We've got Tom O'Rourke facing the wrong way, but Jock Borthwick, having slowed there, scattered his Division 2 rivals around him. So who's going to come out of that with the Division 2 lead? We'll have to wait and see. It's Bowler back in front, and Brad Smith's come through as well. Where's Borthwick? He's down to fifth. My goodness me. So John Bowler back into the lead. Jock Borthwick had just taken the lead of Division 2 and then tried a move that was never on, really. Meanwhile, last lap board, I think, is out for our Division 1 leaders. There's only 0.4 of a second in it between Ricky Collett and Michael Oliver. It's impossible to know which division to watch in this race. It's so close. Best truck race we've had so far this weekend. Ricky Collett from Michael Oliver up to the hairpin. Can Ricky Collett hang on for his first win in several seasons? There's Craig Reed in third. Michael Oliver is on the attack. He'll know it's the last lap. The clock has counted down to 0. He has a look on the inside at Palmer's. He won't get through there. Can he get him on the brakes into Agostini? So difficult to overtake here at Snetterton. Not one of the widest circuits. He won't get him with Agostini either. Ricky Collett, very experienced truck racer. Raced in the European Championship in the past. Michael Oliver is determined here. Pick up Division 2 in a moment as Tom O'Rourke in the foreground there gets going again. Towards Oggies, then to Williams. Could be down the Bentley Straight where the decisive move could be made by Michael Oliver. Can Ricky Collett hang on? They're absolutely nose to tail, heading out of Williams' corner. Now, which MAN has got the better acceleration? Down the straight they come. Is Ricky Collick going to be able to hang on? Will we suddenly see Michael Oliver swing out from behind the yellow truck? Somebody running wide there in the background onto the grass. Might have been Simon Reed. He's right on the bumper now as they come into Brundle and Nelson. Ricky Collick, can he hang on? He's desperate to take a win here. Michael Oliver moving to the inside as they go towards the bomb hole. No, you don't, says Ricky Collick. It's going to be a cracking finish here in Division 1, a great finish in Division 2 as well. We'll see if John Bowler can hang on. We'll pick that up in a moment, because the Division 1 trucks are heading for the checkered flag in this third race of the weekend, being by far the best race of the weekend. Craig Reed still third ahead of David Jenkins. Looks like John Newell is next in the order, and Ryan Smith. Here they come up towards the line. Is Ricky Collick going to hang on? The checkered flag is in sight. I think Ricky Collick's done it. A first win for several seasons. Ricky Collick wins it. Brilliant. Second for Michael Oliver. Third is Craig Reed. It's David Jenkins in fourth. I think Ryan Smith will take fifth ahead of John Newell. Seventh place will be Stuart Oliver, just ahead of Simon Reed. He just nabbed it from Simon Reed on the line. It must have been Reed who ran wide coming out of Williams there. Now, what about Division 2? Here they come. It is still John Bowler. Is he going to take a first win of the season? Brad Smith behind him. Jock Borthwick still there in fifth position. Luke Garrett, the points leader's nowhere. He's well down in sixth place. Brad Smith is going to try and drag up alongside John Bowler on the run to the line. But I think the DAF in the Union flag livery has just about done enough. Here he comes. It's a first win of the season for John Bowler ahead of Brad Smith. And side by side for third over the line, I think John Powell just possibly beat Adam Bintome. We'll check that in a moment with the timing. Timing screen has Adam Bint third by a 100th of a second. What a sensational race that was. We'll do the results when we've been down to Parc Fermé, because I think Pointy's down there already. What a cracking race that was. Ricky Collick and John Bowler, two first-time winners this year. Try and find out. So it's got to be several seasons but since we've seen Ricky Collick in the winner's circle. Okay, I think Pointy is down there. We can hand over to him in a second to talk to some of our drivers. What a fantastic truck race that was.
Well, what an action-packed race we've just witnessed. A restart of 10 minutes saw our friend Ricky Collick making it stick the whole way. What a battle between Michael Oliver and Ricky. You can see his team here now absolutely thrilled with that incredible result. Let's get over to the cab and get in there before the circuit commentator steals away our driver. Let's head down now, see if we can get a quick word. We're in. Gotta hold the door so I don't hit the cameraman with it this time. Ricky, congratulations, sir. Absolutely fantastic ever. How's that make you feel? How long's it been?
It's been a while. I think it was here 2 years ago.
I mean, you got that jump start again. Fantastic start on the first start of the race. Second start of the race, you made it stick again. Michael Oliver, just getting on your tail every corner, and then you managing to pull it away.
Yeah. It's just a bit quicker through corners, is Michael. I don't know why, but I just thought, so keep it on the track, keep it on the black stuff. We're there.
I mean, you've done a lot of work to this truck this weekend, as most weekends. You've got to be happy with your team for this win.
Oh yeah, the team's done a brilliant job. Last minute bumped you up there just to get out to race.
You broke your gear stick yesterday, is that right?
Yeah, well, this morning we were just getting ready to go out. The gear lever fell in bits. So yeah, the team did a great job. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. Well done. Congratulations. I'm sure Alan from the circuit will be over to take you for a little walk very shortly. And yeah, well done to Ricky Collick and of course the Collick team. Let's have a word with Michael Oliver now, as he had that was a battle. That was it. We were so hoping you'd be able to replay that start from the previous start of the race, but you were on him every corner, but he just had that little pull away, didn't he?
I don't remember. No,
It was just
he pedalled his little socks off, to be fair. And I thought Craig would be closer, but me and Ricky just seemed to have left him, left him all. So no, he worked hard for that, and I could have been really mean, but I thought no, I'll not be mean at all. It was a brilliant race.
It was a great race.
I'm in a novel position where I'm disappointed to get second, so
yeah,
we'll get there.
But you got to trust. It's still a very nice trophy, second.
Is it?
Yes, but it's not as nice as first, obviously. But I'm trying to jazz it up for you a bit.
I've got a Ricky Bobby mentality. If it ain't
You're not
first,
first,
it's
you're
the
last. Thanks very much, buddy. Oh, right, let's have a quick walk down the Parc Fermé now. And obviously all the drivers happy to just get a race in, really, because with the incident we saw at the beginning of the last start, it could have gone either way. Let's have a quick chat to John Newell. John, how are we doing, buddy?
Not too bad.
How do you feel that race? Whether you're the second restart, obviously.
Yeah, disappointing. How they restart the people who caused the accident at the front, I ain't got a clue.
Yeah, it re-gridded, wasn't it? Because it was in the first lap.
And they let a guy out in front of me who's got a flat rear left.
Oh.
So on the start, I'm boxed in. So we're short 5-6 laps anyway. And then we've got a massive gap because we've got somebody who's got a flat tyre. What we've let allow start again. It's crazy.
Wow, but this is why we're not the ones that make the decisions. Well above our pay grade. Hopefully you'll get another chance in the next 2 races this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully.
You're going to make it stick. Very famous for his socks and sliders look that he was very proud of yesterday. All about the comfort in between races, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Smith doing quite well in that race. He'll be happy. But look at the damage we've got now as a close-up at the front of Stuart Oliver. Not much left at the front end of that. Nothing wrong with it at all. Yeah, very interesting start we had. Stuart, now we've got a chance to talk to you. Tell us what you saw through your window when that crash was unfolding.
There was just trucks going all direction in front of us, and it was, what can you do? You know what I mean? It's I don't know.
It was carnage, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. When you're on the power and you're going for it, and then people's going off the track and coming back on in front of you, and you've just got to. You cannot just stop. You know, you've got.
I stood on the top of the GT trailer watching it. I was literally about 15 feet away from the incident, and it happened. And I was like, what happened first? And you just don't notice. You see it happen, but it doesn't go in, does it?
Yeah, but it happened on the turn 1, it happened on turn 2, and then finally it all came to a head down here. And yeah, I'm not going to name names, but like when you're going into a corner sideways, you're not going to come out of it. You know what I mean?
Work.
Not going to work.
No. Well, lucky that you got a race in. Shame it wasn't a result. Yeah. Still must be happy for son Michael with his second place.
Yeah, absolutely, over the moon. That's really great. It's great for the team, and there's still 2 more races to go, so we'll see what happens next.
Indeed, lots to play for. Right, thanks, Stuart. Let's head a bit further down now, see if we can't find some Division 2 drivers. Of course, the lucky thing with the Div 2s is they came off relatively unscathed, and actually massive brownie points to Division 2 for weaving through, here he is, weaving through that incident and not, of course, getting in an incident themselves. Here we go. John Bowler, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you finished in the front of all the other Division 2 trucks then?
Yeah, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah, and a first it was too. Well done, sir. Obviously you've got your team behind you here. Say hello, everybody. Hello. There we go. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, great result.
Great result. And so have you done anything to the truck previous, or have you just got better at racing?
No, I think we've just improved as a whole.
There's a magic potion. I thought he had the magic potion last night.
That was off college, so different.
I see.
They were sharing the love.
It makes sense. I mean, is that what it is? Is there a secret potion in the paddock? Can this be proven? Can it be reproduced? I think we'll have to find out. But no, massive congratulations, John. Very happy for you. We've actually got driver signings to do now, so hopefully that's still going ahead. So if you're here, go get an autograph. Back to you in the studio.
And I bet you'll be signing autographs as well, won't you, Pointy? Thanks very much for all the info down there. A very lively truck race indeed. First win for some time for Ricky Collett. Will confirm the provisional result of that one. Then Collett the winner by just under a second ahead of Michael Oliver. Further back in third, Craig Reed. Then the big battle headed up by David Jenkins in fourth. Simon Reed dropping back to 8th place behind Ryan Smith, John Newell and Stuart Oliver. And Mark Taylor in 9th place, completing the main pack in Division 1. John Bowler, first Division 2 win of the season in his DAF in 10th place ahead of Brad Smith, John Powell, Adam Bintz, Jock Borthwick and Luke Garrett's completing the top 15 overall. Well, that concludes our third truck race of the weekend. There's another 2 coming up later on. Our next race is for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Cars. Ford Escorts will be the dominant mark in this series, and provisionally the champion was crowned yesterday with a win for Stephen Primet as he won the title, the Bedfordshire driver, for an incredible 10th time in his career in his Mark 1 Escort. The results of the race yesterday determining the grid for today's race, so Stephen will start on pole in the number 1 Escort. It was Escorts against Triumph Dolomites towards the front of the field. Unfortunately, Mark Osborne, number 49 in the quickest Dolomite, led early on but then hit problems and had to retire. Hopefully we will see him back out today from towards the back of the grid. We should hopefully see 20 cars in this next race. There were a couple we didn't see get past qualifying yesterday. Richard Woodford with his Opel Cadets, and number 27 Martin Reynolds in another of his classic Fords, the Ford Taunus P7, the latest addition to his very impressive collection of classic Fords. I was privileged enough to go and have a look at his collection at the start of last season. Everything from a Mach 1 Mustang to the Taunus, a couple of drag racing Fords as well, his various Escorts and Anglias, all in a very impressive garage facility, not all that far from Snetterton actually. He races in one series or another every weekend, Martin Reynolds. A freelance club racer. Well, the grid forming up then, and it's an all-Escort front row. Stephen Primet, number 1 on pole, alongside the number 81 of Mark Chollerton with his Mark 2 Escort. The second row, 10 Jason Christie. He's in, in the Mark 1, alongside number 14 Carl Shreve. He's in a Triumph Dolomites. Row 3, another Mark 1 Escort, 197 Graham Smith, and Duncan Leffley. He's in a Volkswagen Golf GTI, number 42, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer. Row 4, number 43 Malk Best. He's in a Capri, and 62 Lewis Judd in another Escort. Fifth row, number 6 Anton Martin. He's in a Mark 3 Escort RS 1600, alongside Peter Millington in his very smart Hillman Avenger. Row 6, Keith Evans, number 64, in an Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud, alongside number 80, Gary Fletcher, in a Vauxhall Firenze. Row 7, number 86, Colin Claxton, and he's in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He's got his Escort here this weekend as well, racing the Dolomite in this series, alongside, hopefully, David Margulies is there in his Alfa Romeo GTV6. Then on row 8, it should be number 3, Tom Harvey, with his Escort. I don't think we saw him out earlier though. I'm just taking a quick check to see if he's there. No, the Escort is not there. Nor is Mark Osborne. I didn't see the black Triumph Dolomite move off the grid, so Mark Osborne may not be there. Malcolm Jeffs is there though, number 16, the second of the Golf GTIs. He lost a wheel in yesterday's race. Number 84 of David Claxton should be there in his Dolomite Sprint, and the final 2 cars on the grid should have been Martin Reynolds in the Taunus, number 27, and Richard Woodford's Opel Cadet, number 7, but I don't think they're there. So it's a slightly reduced grid, a few cars having problems yesterday. But we will still see a good race between the Escorts up front. Carl Shreve in his Dolomite giving chase. On board with, looks like Jason Christie, the number 10. We were on board with Mark Chollerton yesterday, who was being chased by Jason all the way. Just heading into Agostini. We're also going to be on board with the number 6, I'm told, Anton Martin, with his Escort, running in Class D, a bit further down the order. There's Anton Martin He will start from the 5th row of the grid. That's Lewis Judd's Mark 1 Escort in front. Anton has a few classic Fords and a BMW in his collection. Anton Martin started his career in Bangor racing before moving on to the circuits in quite a few different classic saloons. But there is the champion, Stephen Primet. 10 titles in this category. That is quite remarkable. Mark Chollerton on his local circuit, the man from Kings Lynn, second on the grid. There's Jason Christie, one of our camera cars. Carl Shreve. It's Graham Smith in the yellow Escort, the lovely red Golf of Duncan Lefley. There's Anton Martin, the black Mark III Escort RS 1600i, our other camera car. Ah, is that Mark Osborne? Yes, he is there. My mistake, I didn't think Mark was on the grid, but the number 49 Dolomite is there. Apologies there. So we'll see him come through, certainly to challenge the leaders in a few laps. Malcolm Best is there, the number 43, his familiar Ford Capri. He's top of the points in Class B of the championship at the moment. Stephen Primet is Class C, Anton Martin on top in Class D, ahead of Keith Evans. We've only had one entry in Class A all season. That was at the season opener at Silverstone, David Howard with his Jaguar XJ12. Majority of the cars in Class C. Stephen Primet, Mark Osborne, Mark Chollerton, Jason Christie. We normally see Jonathan Corker out there as well in his Datsun 510, but that's broken at the moment, unfortunately. So Jonathan Corker scheduled to race in the pre-66s with an Alfa Romeo shared with James Everard. We'll see if we'll see which driver comes out in their race a little later on. Up to the grid they come then. This will be a 15-minute race. Can anyone stop Stephen Primet? Driver who might be able to is Mark Osborne if he can come through the field quickly enough in the black Dolomite. He led briefly at the start of yesterday's race, but then coming down to Brundle after a couple of laps we saw him wave the leader through and then he pulled over into the pits. Primet in the cream coloured Escorts, Mark Chollerton, the builder from Kings Lynn in blue and white, alongside him. Then Jason Christie, number 10, formerly a regular at Brands Hatch before joining the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Carl Shreve in the first of the Triumphs. Two yellow Escorts, Graham Smith and Lewis Judd, the Golf of Duncan Lefley. Simon Jeff's Golf further back on the grid, number 16. Malcolm Jeff's, I should say, number 16. He's reattached his rear wheel after yesterday. Green flag waves at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on the gantry and above the marshal's posts. They do so now. Revs are up and away we go. Shell Oil's pre-83 touring cars down towards Riches. Gary Fletcher running wide onto the grass there in the Vauxhall. It is Stephen Primet who leads the way down towards Riches for the first time. Second place Mark Chollerton. Third for Jason Christie. There's Mark Osborne has blitzed through the middle of the field already. He's up into about 5th or 6th place in the Dolomite. We're on board with Jason Christie heading down towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. And there's Osborne, he's already up with the other Dolomite of Carl Shreve, leaning on it there as he comes through the hairpin. We said he'd be up challenging the leaders. I didn't think it'd be this soon though. What a start by Mark Osborne, the Welshman, already up into 4th place. And the 3 Escorts ahead of him. Primet, Chollerton and Christie up towards Agostini for the first time. Then it's Shreve, then Smith and Judd, the other 2 Escorts. Not the best of starts by Malk Best. He's battling with the Golf as Mark Chollerton has a look for the lead coming out of Agostini. Gets a bit sideways. Osborne up the inside as well. You see him on the left there as we ride with Jason Christie, and through goes Mark Osborne, almost shaking his head there to say how quick is that Triumph Dolomite. He has been champion on one occasion in the past, Mark Osborne. Stephen Primet has held the lead ahead of the 81 of Mark Chollerton. Well, I said in a couple of laps Mark Osborne might be challenging the leaders. It's taken him less than half a lap to get into the lead battle. Down the Bentley straight we come then, which is the quicker on acceleration. Mark 1 Escort, Mark 2 Escort RS 2000, or Triumph Dolomite. Look at this from Mark Osborne. Primet's having to move to defend already. as they come down towards Brundle. They've left Jason Christie behind. He locks up on the way into Brundle. Chollerton has just about held that second place. There's Christie in fourth, then a gap back to Carl Shreve. Graham Smith. It's another of the Dolomites up into 7th place. I think that's one of the Claxtons. This is magnificent from Mark Osborne. Up there among the escort hordes at the front of the field. On board with Jason Christie in 4th place. Can Mark Osborne win this after his problems yesterday? It's the left-hander at Murray's, just clipped the curb on the inside. On the centre straight to complete the opening lap then. Stephen Plymouth leads by 1.3 seconds over Mark Chollerton. Osborne has gained 11 places up to 3rd place. Christie is 4th, then Carl Shreve. Out of Richards. Mark Chollerton took a few years out of racing this escort to build up his business. He's back with a vengeance, a regular podium finisher. Continues to be frustrated in his quest for wins by Osborne and Primet. Stephen Primet already pulling away. Christie in 4th place. Here's the fight for 5th. Graham Smith in the escort number 197 has got ahead of Carl Shreve in the number 14, the Triumph Dolomites, and from Halstead in Essex. I think that might be possibly the Dolomite that Shirley Hennessy of 2CV fame used to race. It could be wrong though. Or it could be the ex-Crudgington family car. Drop me a tweet if you know the definite answer. David Claxton, number 84, is next in the order. He's got a couple of Dolomites here this weekend. We saw his yellow Dolomites in the Classic Thunder in the historic category. Stephen Primet continues to set the pace. Charlotte, Osborne, Christie. The fight between Smith and Shreve. Behind them, David Claxton. Then there's a gap, and we've got Lewis Judd in his Mark 1 escort ahead of the lovely Golf of Duncan Leftley. I've seen Simon Jeffs take a few overall wins in a Golf in this championship in the past. Is that smoke from Mark Chollerton? It looked like he was struggling for grip there going into Brundle. I hope he's not dropping fluid. Mark Osborne closing up on him. Keep an eye on that escort. Yes, he seems a little bit off the pace through there. Whether he's starting to develop a problem, I hope he's not. Last thing we want is for more cars to retire, especially as we had a couple of non-starters in this race. We mentioned the two cars didn't get past qualifying, the Opal of Richard Woodford and Martin Reynolds in the Ford Taunus. Jason Christie's got back through for 30. Is Osborne in trouble again? Jason Christie's got back ahead of the Triumph. Don't tell me Mark Osborne's problems from yesterday are returning. Yes, he's dropping back them. Oh, not again. Such a shame for Mark Osborne. There's the Triumph. I've got a feeling his issues from yesterday have started to return. Is that bit of fluid I see leaking out of the back? Feels like I'm starting to see problems with every car in this race, sadly. No problem for Jason Christie though, he's back up into 3rd. Malcolm Jeff's Golf has dropped to the back of the field. He hasn't come through on the last lap either, the green number 16 Golf. I hope he hasn't shed a wheel again. Today we saw him come out of Agostini in a rear wheel parting company. On board with Jason Christie in bottom right of your screen there as he chases Mark Chollerton. The lead gap at the end of the last lap was just over 3 seconds for Stephen Primet. He will be crowned champion for definite if he finishes in the points in this one. Just needs to get to the finish, he doesn't need to win. Here's a battle further back and it's Triumphs all the way. Whoa, sideways there, Jason Shreve Carl Shreve rather nearly loses it, and he loses out to David Claxton. Is there fluid down there, I wonder? There's Mark Osborne, his race is going to be over next time around. I think he's heading for the pits. 3 Triumph Dolomites together there. Just how Jerry Marshall would have driven one sideways like that. He drove everything sideways. So up to 4th now is Graham Smith. In his escort, it's certainly the Fords prevailing over the Triumphs here. Charlton, that beautiful Mark II Escort, in a safe second place. There goes Primet. He's just out for a Sunday afternoon drive out in front. His last lap was a 2:18.376. That's nearly 2 seconds quicker than anything anybody else has managed. What's happened to Anton Martin? His bonnet's come loose. There's a slippery surface flag out as well. I thought there might be some fluid being dropped. Anton Martin chasing one of the Dolomites there. That's Colin Claxton, the number 86. He's got his Escort RS 1800 here this weekend as well. We've seen in the Blue Oval saloons. Gary Fletcher in behind there in the colours of dealer team Vauxhall with the Droop Snoot Firenze. And behind Fletcher, that's Keith Evans with the, possibly Keith Evans with the Alpha Sun. No, it's the Hillman Avenger, of Peter Millington. There goes Malk Best in his Capri. He's leading Class B, 9th place. Here are the Dolomites. Carl Shreve, he must have had a moment somewhere. Yes, we saw him at Hamilton get sideways, battling with David Claxton in the 84. This is for 5th overall now. All the leading runners are in Class C, the top 8. Best leads Class B, Martin leads Class D. We haven't got any entries, as we said, in Class A for the bigger cars. The Golf is down behind the Dolomites as well. Thought we'd see Duncan Leffley a bit further up towards the front of the field in this one. Not been a great weekend for the VW Golfs. As we've lost Malcolm Jeffs somewhere, as Carl Shreve tries to make a move on David Claxton coming into Hamilton's. Triumphs side by side. Don't get sideways again, Carl Shreve. He doesn't. I don't think he's going to take the place either, because David Claxton's on the inside line for the right-hander at Oggies. Holds the place. 6.5 minutes just under to go. Carl Shreve thought about a move there, but there wasn't room on the inside. This fight for 5th position. There's our leader. Lead gap up to nearly 5 seconds now for Stephen Primet, probably even more as they come round to the timing line this time. We're on board with Jason Christie, still in 3rd place. All over the back of Mark Chollerton for most of yesterday's race. You can see there's a bit of fluid down there coming through the bomb hole. You can see Jason Christie having to slide and work the wheel a little. And again, that's the only way to drive an Escort, isn't it? Throwing it sideways. Here's that scrap further back. Colin Claxton in 11th place, Anton Martin in 12th. Now if that bonnet lifts up any higher, he might get the black and orange flag and have to pull into the pits to tape it down. Colin Claxton, the Leyland cars, liveried Dolomite. Beautiful looking car. Now Mark Osborne is still going. He hasn't pulled into the pits. He's in 10th place. He's ahead of Colin Claxton by about 1.5 seconds. So I don't know what his problem was. He's to be able to rectify it, whatever it was. He's still running. As this battle between the two Dolomites still goes on for 5th place, 5th in class as well. David Claxton still holding on. The Golf's catching them as well, of Duncan Leffley, the ex-Alfa Romeo man. Bit of smoke coming from David Claxton's car there, and Carl Shreve has a look at Palmer's, doesn't manage to get through. 4.5 minutes to go. This Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring car race. Stephen Primet over 6 seconds ahead now of Mark Chollerton, who's in turn 2 seconds ahead of Jason Christie, and a long gap of 12 seconds back to Graham Smith. There's the yellow Escort in 4th place in the background. Still Carl Shreve unable to get past David Claxton for 5th. Leffley is 7th. Lewis Judd in his Escort is 8th. Malk Best in the Capri leading his class in 9th. Colin Claxton is now up to 10th because Mark Osborne hasn't come through on that last lap, so I think we have lost the number 49 car now. There's definitely smoke from David Claxton's car there too. I hope that doesn't get worse. We don't want to lose another car from this race. Duncan Leffley is right on Shreve now. Try and take 6th place away. So Colin Claxton up to 10th, then it's Anton Martin, Gary Fletcher, Peter Millington, Keith Evans, and yes, Mark Osborne has pulled into the pits. Up the inside, whoa, where's the Golf going? What on earth was that from Duncan Leffley? Did he lose his brakes there? He cut to the inside so tight there, I thought he was going to hit the barrier. Ah, look at that right front. I think his suspension might have collapsed there on the way into Brundle. That would have been a scary moment if that's the case. Duncan Leffley is out of the race, surely. He was about to try and move on Carl Shreve. Whether his brakes failed or whether his suspension went there, I'm not sure. It looks as though something broke. Let's have a look again. Watch the red Golf. He goes for the inside. Locks up onto the grass. Just slides across. Carl Shreve did well to miss him there. The car digs in. That might be what has damaged the front wheel. It looked to me as though either that was a very over-optimistic move by Duncan Leffley or something broke. Maybe he lost brakes. Another car bites the dust, quite literally. So this fight's still going on for 5th. That's going to put Lewis Judd up into 7th place. Malcolm Best 8th. Still out in front is Stephen Primet by over 7.5 seconds. Oh, 84 slowing. Or did he just make a mistake there? I thought he slowed on the exit of the hairpin. He must have missed a gear there, David Claxton. And Carl Shreve goes through and up into 5th position. Was that just a missed gear, or has David Claxton got a problem now? Meanwhile, Jason Christie has closed in a bit on Mark Chollerton, just over 1.1 seconds behind the Escort. Soaring at the wheel there as they come through out of Williams. There's our leader. 1 minute 50 to go, so we may well get one more lap out of this one. Stephen Primet's about to confirm his championship. Championship number 10 for the Bedfordshire driver. Just reward for what's been a difficult season for Stephen. He was sadly the victim of a theft earlier this year. His race van stolen along with a lot of his spares and personal possessions. That's a big thank you to everyone who helped out Stephen and his team in the aftermath, enabling him to head towards this 10th title. Putting through to start his last lap. Colin Claxton's pulled into the pits as well, another car out of the race, so both the Claxton family look to be in trouble. On board with Jason Christie, he's dropped back from Mark Chollerton as well. Is Jason in trouble as well? His last lap was a couple of seconds off his pace. Yeah, he's dropped nearly 2.3 seconds back from Mark Chollerton now. So don't tell me Jason Christie's in trouble too. Here comes Stephen Primet. On his final lap now. Over 8.5 seconds ahead of Chollerton. It's certainly been a race of attrition here. David Claxton rather is also dropping down the timing screen, so I think that was a bit more than just a missed gear. So that's Carl Shreve up to 5th, Lewis Judd in 6th place with his Mark 1 Escort. Malk Best will move into 7th. It's been a bit of a race of attrition this one, it has to be said, with the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. Not for Stephen Primet though. The undisputed master. Mark Chollerton almost out of sight. We ride with Jason Christie, still there in 3rd place, was dropped away a little. Anton Martin is now up into 8th overall, and Stephen Primet says he's had a bit of showboating there as he comes through Nelson, just flings the Escort sideways. Through the bomb hole, and it's up to Corham and through Murray's for his 2nd win of the weekend. I've lost count of the number of wins he's taken in this Mark 1 Escort over the years, the man from Bedfordshire. Here he comes. Nobody within sight of him as he comes into Murray's for the final time. A dominant display in race 2 for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Classic Touring Car Championship for champion Stephen Primet. Takes the flag. What a drive. What a driver. 2nd place will go to Mark Chollerton, and Christie did close up on him again towards the end, only half a second between the two of them at the line. It's an all-Ford Escort podium. Good effort by Jason Christie. And 4th place, we should see another escort of Graham Smith, the yellow escort. Here he comes. There's Carl Shreve, the survivor of the Triumph Dolomites. Yes, I think he's the only Dolomite left running out of the 4 that started, sadly. Ford 4, Triumph 1. A couple of other Fords behind Carl Shreve because Lewis Judd's going to take 6th. There's the Capri of Mount Best. He will come in 7th and he'll win Class B. He's heading for the Class Championship this year, as is Anton Martin in Class D in our Mark III escort. There's Lewis Judd over the line in 6th place. Anton Martin will be 8th and he'll win Class D. Should be Gary Fletcher's Vauxhall in 9th place. Peter Millington in the Hillman Avenger, Keith Evans in the Alpha Sud. I think they're going to be the only finishers, unfortunately. There's Fletcher. Best takes the flag in 7th place. Here comes Anton Martin, flapping bonnet and all, wins his class. And Gary Fletcher. And we should see Peter Millington in the Hillman. Here he comes, 2nd in Class D. That is organised by engine size, of course. Quite a race of attrition, that one. A total of 5 retirements. Stephen Primet the winner by almost 11 seconds. There's Keith Evans, the little Alpha Sud over the line as the pack heads back into the paddock. Will confirm the provisional results. Primet the winner ahead of Mark Chollerton by nearly 11 seconds, and Jason Christie almost catching Mark Chollerton there for 2nd on the final lap. Graham Smith a good 4th with his escort. Breaking the Ford domination was Carl Shreve in the surviving Triumph Dolomite in 5th place. And Lewis Judd with his escort. Mount Best a class winner in 7th, Anton Martin a class winner in 8th. Then was Gary Fletcher in the Firenze. Peter Millington and Keith Evans the final finishers. We lost David Claxton. Duncan Leffley went spinning off at Brundle. Colin Claxton pulled into the pits, as did Mark Osborne. Sadly, no finishing for him this weekend. And we also lost the golf of Malcolm James. Oh, Mark Chollerton stopped on the slowdown lap. Another car in trouble, sadly, but he made it to the end of the race, so that's why Jason Christie caught him in the final stages there. So Mark Chollerton's had a problem as well. Marshall's radioing for recovery. Thanks again to the Orange family. They've been kept busy so far here today. We're going to have a very short break next up for about 15 minutes or so before our next race, the Pre-66 touring cars, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. They had a classic race yesterday as well, won by James Ibbetson's Hillman Imp. More on that shortly, because first of all, hear from our race winners down in Parc Ferme. Our new champion, Stephen Primet. That win confirms officially that he is the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion.
Thank you, Dave. And it's really a story of doubles today, isn't it, across the weekend? Plenty of double winners. But not just a double, a 10-time championship winner. I'm going to jump in here with Stephen Promet.
Hello.
Let's get you in. Just contemplating that win, weren't you, for a moment?
I know. I mean, pretty special. That's my 70th win, I think, actually.
Is it? Excellent.
So it's quite a nice landmark today.
I mean, yesterday we were talking about your 10th championship win, and we thought you'd done it, but I mean, it's absolutely guaranteed now, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly settled now. No problem. I mean, I really enjoyed that, actually, even though the first few laps we had a bit of pressure, and then it's just really enjoyable, really attacking the circuit.
I mean, anybody out on a Sunday drive like that finds it quite enjoyable, I think, don't they?
That's right. I mean, I always try and push to the end if I can. I just think it keeps your concentration. But obviously, you paid a lot of money to drive fast, so let's do it.
And we'll see you again next season, same class.
Yeah, I assume so. I don't know. Yeah. Probably.
I mean, have you got any other vehicles? Is this your only racing car?
Race car, yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, so.
Well, wonderful weekend, wonderful championship. Plenty more rounds to go, but you've done fantastically well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Cheers. Let's get in with our third place finisher, Jason. Jason.
Yes.
2 podiums in one weekend. Good weekend, yeah?
Yeah, brilliant, yeah.
Fantastic. We didn't get to speak to you yesterday, but so I'm glad we've grabbed you today. How's the weekend been for you, the 2 different races?
Yeah, really good. I qualified second and then finished third in yesterday, and the third again today, and almost had Mark. He obviously had a bit of an issue, was slowing down on the last lap.
Yeah,
and
we noticed.
And I was going, yes, I'm going to get it second. It's coming, but just another maybe 100 yards and all that in, but no, but yeah, the weekend's been brilliant. The cars come back all in one piece, no damage. We live to fight again.
Nice little crowd here too.
Yeah. It's been good. It was.
Mr. Osborne over there made it pretty tasty for a few laps, didn't he?
Yes. So when you're on the grid at the start, it's like I was just waiting for him to come through.
Yeah. And he did like a rocket.
And I was a bit surprised how quick he came through. And it was like, oh, right. So at that point in my head, I was thinking, I'm really going to be battling for third or fourth because he's super quick down the straight. So I wouldn't keep up with him in the straight, and I had trouble keeping up with Mark Chollerton down the straight as well. So they've got just a bit more horsepower. So I thought in my head I'm battling for third or fourth, and but misfortune for him, and lucky for me, he had a misfire or pulled off. So that was one less battle I had to face.
And, next round, Donington.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to family commitments, I won't be at Donington. Okay, which is a shame. So this is my last race this year. So
well, it's a great way to end it with 2 podiums.
Yes, brilliant. Yeah,
well done.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Right, we've still got plenty more classic touring cars coming up, but coming up next it is after a short break, the pre-66s. Still got pickup trucks, still got truck racing to come this afternoon, but for the time being, back to your commentator Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. The breeze getting up a bit here at Snetterton. We are going to have a few minutes break now before our next race, the Pultec Pre-66 touring car. It's a rather jumbled grid for that one, which should be pretty interesting. That's followed by our first race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. After that, we'll have our next race for the British Truck Racing Championship, but I've just been told we can go down to Pointy in the paddock, who's got a few updates for us.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. You can hear in the background there's still plenty of racing action going on here at Snetterton, but behind me you can see the British Truck Racing Championship drivers doing an autograph signing session. This is something we've put in place over the last couple of meetings because we like to give some back to the fans, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Let's have a little look. Look at this unicorn hat. This is incredible. Whose autographs have you got here, little girl? Everybody, she said. That was little girl language for everybody's. Dad, what are we looking at here?
Oh, it's just that she loves the big truck race and the power sliding, so she's just come to get the signatures.
Power sliding. You know they're not actually supposed to go sideways. It's a fun known fact that is that they all just like driving sideways anyway. Which just point out which one your favourite truck is on there. Oh, she's thinking about it, ladies and gentlemen. Live TV, you can't beat it, can you? Right, I tell you what, we'll just go for the yellow one. Yellow one, there we go. Ricky Collett's still smiling from his first place finish. Next to it's strange how tables turn, isn't it, ladies and gents? But it's nice sportsmanship that they all still show up and rub shoulders with each other in between races, you know. Let's go a little bit further up the line here. Dave Jenkins, Simon Faulkner, everybody's come down. Michael Oliver, John Newell, Luke Garrett. Three of the first drivers to actually arrive for the driver's signing.
The first driver to arrive.
I
might not win on track, but I'll win here.
You win first one to the driver's signing. John Newell. Who came second? Was it Luke or John?
Oh, it was Luke.
It was Luke. Luke, well done for coming second to the table. Luke, was trophies to follow, ladies and gentlemen. Who have we got here? Let's go a bit further back into the queue and speak to some really excitable looking people. I've got you. It's live on TV. Hey. How are we doing? Say hi.
Really good.
Say hi, Mom.
Hi.
Who we here to get autographs from?
We're here to get them from Ryan.
Of course.
And
Stuart Oliver.
Stuart Oliver, 100%.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, really good.
And which truck's your favourite? Don't worry about the drivers.
Ryan Smith.
Oh, it's Ryan Smith. Yeah. What do you think of his new truck?
I prefer his old one.
Yeah, so does he.
Right.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Yeah, well, he's just down there. Be happy to have your autograph. Get your autograph on there as well. Okay.
Right,
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. So, as you can see here, everybody's really happy to get involved and get up close with the drivers. And I think that's something that's quite nice about the British Truck Racing is that it really is a family event. Loads of kids here, loads of parents here, and everybody's just as excited to get those autographs on these fantastic sheets. Can I have a look at your sheet for a second, please?
I haven't got any.
It's fine, it's cool. It's better because we can see it like that, you see. Now, you seem like a talkative chap. Hold that like that. And, right, which one's your favourite on here then, dude?
Stuart Oliver.
Really? And which one's that? Point him out to me then.
This one. He's the one who lost his bonnet in the race.
He passed the test, ladies and gentlemen. You could be a commentator with that. What can you remember how it actually happened? Or?
So... no.
Just make it up as you go along, it's fine.
I really don't.
He's lost it. No, never mind. We will find the next Bernie Eccleston here. I'm telling you, we will find one. Right, look at the queue. Oh my goodness, it's incredible. Wow, a huge queue. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, all together on three. Can we get a cheer for the BTRC drivers? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's fantastic. Right, well, I think you've got the idea of how everybody's feeling down here at Snetterton Circuit. I think it's time we go back to the studio now for some more racing action and some highlights, hopefully, of what we've been seeing this weekend at Snetterton.
Thanks, Pointy. Great fun down in the paddock. Truck racing always full of family fun. A chance to meet the drivers down there. As for making it up as you go along, that's what I do in every race. What else have we got coming up later on for you then? Pre-66 touring cars next, followed by the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored as always by Lancaster Insurance. Then our next truck race, so that's followed by our first of 2 races today for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. That will be a 9-lap race. 20 minutes says on the timetable, but that's over the number of laps, not on time. There'll be a short lunch break. That's followed by the mini challenge, their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Some cracking racing from them so far. Nelson King looking to take his win tally into double figures for the season. The MGs are then out again, and then the British Truck Racing Championship and the Pickup Truck Racing Championship as well. We are running a few minutes behind time because of the stoppages we had earlier on, but hopefully we'll get back on schedule as the day progresses. Back underway in a few minutes' time then with our next race for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Okay, not long now till our next race, the Pultec Pre-66 Classic Touring Cars. I think Ewan is down in the assembly area to see who we've got lining up. Cars coming up to the grid then, ready for the second race of the weekend for the Pre-66 Classic Touring Cars, sponsored by Pultec Race Engines. Grid based on yesterday's results, with some slight changes. There is one slight change, which will bring you in a moment. It's yesterday's winner, James Ibbotson, fresh from his first ever overall victory at the wheel of his Hillman Imp, who takes pole alongside Billy Keneally in his Ford Anglia. Now, if you're wondering where the car that finished second yesterday is, James Everard's Alfa Romeo, that's changed drivers. Jonathan Corker has taken it over. That's scheduled to start from the back. Second row of the grid, Kevin Swan with his Ford Anglia alongside Nigel Cox in the first of the Lotus Cortinas, number 47. Third row, number 6, Michael Foley, Lotus Cortina. 102, Ed Gibbs, Ford Anglia. The fourth row, number 7, Kevin Bottomley in a Mini, and championship leader Luke Wilson, number 69, he's in an Austin A40. Row 5, number 26, that's the Brian Bedford, Steve Evans Austin A40. I think it's Steve Evans driving in today's race from row 5, unless it's Brian Bedford doing both races. Because yes, if they change driver, that car will be at the back as well, so it looks like it's Brian doing both races. He starts alongside Paul Cooper in a Ford Cortina GT. Row 6, 188, David Ellis, he's in a Hillman Imp alongside 68, Keith Wright in his very smart Lotus Cortina. 66, Anthony Warnes in an A40 is on row 7 alongside Rob Kirkhoven in a Lotus Cortina. Then we got some of the cars that hit problems yesterday. Pat Keneally in the number 201 Lotus Cortina will be on row 8. He had an oil leak in yesterday's race. And then we've got some cars that didn't start yesterday's race. Piers Grange, he qualified on pole yesterday. We'll wait to see if the Ford Mustang is there. It's the only big V8 engine class car in this race. I'm just going to have a look as the grid goes off on the green flag lap. Is the Mustang there? No, it's not. Robin Slater's Lotus Cortina, number 73, should be next. I don't think that's there. The Mini, number 21, it's not Mike Davis, it's Tony Davies that has taken over at the wheel of the family Mini for this race, so that gets moved to the back. And right at the back will be Jonathan Corker in the Alfa Romeo Sprint GT, raced yesterday by its owner, James Everard. Jonathan Corker, we normally see him in the pre-83s in his Datsun, but that car currently out of action, so he's taken over sharing the Alfa Romeo this weekend. Two on-board cameras in this race. One is with Luke Wilson in his Austin A40, the championship leader. The other one should be with Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina. On board with Luke Wilson, the maroon Austin A40, looking for his second championship. It's a class-based championship, just like all the other series run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Class A is for the big V8s, but unless Piers Grange has made it out in his Mustang, we haven't got any of them because Alan Greenall, the Ford Falcon racer, not here this weekend. No entries in Class B. Class C, that's led in the points by Barry Syme with his Mini, but the Scotsman not here this weekend. Kevin Swan is second in their points. Class D is for the smaller cars, the A40s and the Morris Minors. That's led by Luke Wilson, the overall championship leader. He's 9 points clear in the overall standings coming into this weekend of the Class E leader, James Ibbotson, our overall winner from yesterday. A chance here for the smaller cars to shine. There's another imp, that's David Ellis. There's Keith Wright in his beautiful blue Cortina. And there's the Alfa Romeo. Let's see what Jonathan Corker can do at the wheel of that car. Normally he races that the lovely little Datsun 510. Corker runs a boat building business based up in the north of England. Board with Luke Wilson, he'll start from the fourth row of the grid. That's the Anglia of Ed Gibbs ahead of us. Is Kevin Bottomley's Mini not there? That should be in between those two. Class F is for the Lotus Cortina. It's Pat Keneally who leads the points in there. We've also got Billy Keneally out on the grid in the Ford Anglia, who I believe is Pat's son. He's in Robin Slater's old Ford Anglia. We should have seen Robin in his Lotus Cortina, but I think that broke down in qualifying yesterday. There's the Anglia, the blue car of Billy Keneally. Another Anglia for Kevin Swan, looking for his first win here. 6, Michael Foley, used to race a Morris Minor. He's out there with his Cortina. I can't see Kevin Bottomley's Mini, so we're missing another car. Should be in front of Luke Wilson. Brian Bedford's there with his Austin A40. A couple of cars had problems yesterday that might be missing from the back. We know Piers Grange in the big Ford Mustang is not there. This will be a 15-minute race, the Pultec Classic Race Engines pre-66 touring cars. James Ibbotson will start as the favourite from pole position. First overall win yesterday coming by nearly 6 seconds over James Everard at the wheel of the Alfa Romeo on that occasion. He went from last to second. Can Jonathan Corker do the same thing? Slightly reduced grid. Billy Keneally in the blue Anglia on the front row, then Kevin Swan alongside Nigel Cox, the first of the Lotus Cortinas. He'll probably get a good run down the outside here. The red lights are on. It's time to go. Classic racing with the pre-66s. Well, I said Nigel Cox might get a good start. He doesn't. Away they go, and it's a good start by James Ibbotson, the Hillman Imp, and Billy Keneally in the Anglia lead them off. It's 3 wide for third place. Cortinas either side of Kevin Swan in his Ford Anglia. Looks like Swan has held that third place. Here they come out of Riches up towards the Wilson's hairpin. We're on board with Keith Wrights, the Bedfordshire plumber, at the wheel of his Lotus Cortina. There goes the Alfa Romeo, and there goes Tony Davies in the Mini, the only Mini in the field, with Kevin Bottomley having not started. There are the leaders coming out of the hairpins. James Ibbotson with Billy Keneally. See, he's got the black cross on the yellow background. That means he's a novice. Only about his second race meeting, young Billy, I think, chasing in the Ford Anglia. It's Kevin Swan in his Anglia in third place. Then we've got the charge of the Cortina Brigade, and also Ed Gibbs with the grey Anglia in there as well. David Ellis running wide in the yellow Hillman Imp onto the grass. Into Agostini for the first time. Billy Keneally's having a look for the lead. He won't get alongside there. It's the rear-engined Hillman Imp who leads the way. We heard the story of that car from its owner, James Ibbotson, yesterday. It was his first ever car. Bought it when he was 15 years old. On board with Luke Wilson. He's behind the other A40 of Brian Bedford there, the sort of pistachio green car. They swing their way out through Oggies towards Williams and onto the back straights. Tony Davies makes up a place in the family Mini past Michael Foley in his Lotus Cortina, so the Mini is on the move early here. But it's Ibbotson who leads down the Bentley Straight for the first time. Kevin Swan going through into second place in his Ford Anglia, looking for his maiden race win. The former Bangor racer saw his son Jake out earlier on in the Mark II Escort in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Got more with Luke Wilson. The battle of the Austin A40s. It was back in 1960, if I remember rightly, that Doc Shepherd won the British Saloon Car Championship in an A40. It was a 1 litre A40, a very modified one, though a special saloon, effectively. Doc Shepherd so called because he was a doctor and an amateur racer. That car does still exist, it's being restored at the moment. James Ibbotson leads in the Imp. It's Bill McGovern, who was the master of Imps in their heyday. There's the Alfa Romeo, that's come through well in the hands of Jonathan Corker. First time racing that car, it's turning out beautifully for him. Now, Luke Wilson is not where he needs to be. He needs to be ahead of Brian Bedford and leading his class in maximum points for the championship. James Ibbotson looking to retain the overall championship this year and get his second overall win of the weekend. This is his chance. The quick Minis are not here. The big V8 engine American beasts are not out because Piers Grange had problems after qualifying. Ibbotson leads, Swan second, Billy Keneally's Anglia in third. I don't think Pat Keneally's out there yet. Engine problems for him yesterday, so we've lost a couple more cars. Ford Anglia was taken to the British Saloon Car title by John Fitzpatrick in the 1960s. Lotus Cortinas, of course, the likes of Jack Sears and the legendary Jim Clark, one of the greatest racing drivers, in my opinion, of all time. British Saloon Car title in those. Big lock up there from Kevin Swan. It's wide. Just about holds it together ahead of Billy Keneally in the ex-Robin Slater Anglia. Robin was here with his Lotus Cortina this weekend, but sadly it failed to race. Board with Luke Wilson on the back of Brian Bedford in the Austin A40, said to be the first true hatchback available in Britain. And through goes David Ellis in the Imp, rear engine machine. If only that had been released before the Mini came along, it would have been much more successful. Scottish-built machine, built at Linwood near Glasgow. There go the Anglias, second and third. Very popular as a short oval hot rod, the Ford Anglias were, the likes of George Polly. Didn't have a George Polly look-alike race with the club for a number of years. Gordon Streeter in his Anglia. Kevin Swan, an short oval man, in second place. Bounces off the curve there at Nelson's. Very easy to launch yourself onto two wheels there. The Lotus Cortina in fourth is Nigel Cox. Then in fifth position, Jonathan Corker. He gained 9 places on the first lap. Tony Davies in the Mini gained 7 from the back of the field. He's in 6th position. Behind them we've got Ed Gibbs with the grey Anglia. Then this battle is for 9th place. Brian Bedford, who's leading Class D ahead of Luke Wilson. They're behind Michael Foley's Cortina. Had a bit of a slow start. Hillman getting involved as well. He's in Class E, the same class as our race leader James Ibbotson. Paul Cooper, Keith Wright and Anthony Ward round out the field. There is Cooper. Wilson losing out to David Ellis. Now he won't mind the Imp getting ahead of him. He needs to get ahead of the other A40 and into the lead of the class to keep up his quest for the championship. He's on 111 points coming into this weekend, 9 ahead of James Ibbotson. So it's going to be a fight to the wire, I think, between those two if they keep winning their classes. Now Wilson back ahead of the Imp in a straight line, down the centre straights. Ibbotson leading by nearly 5 seconds in front of the field. His last lap of 2:26.0. Over 2 seconds quicker than anything anybody else has managed. Now Luke Wilson ready to attack Brian Bedford. I believe it is Brian in the car. Normally shares with Steve Evans, but I think it's Brian doing both races this weekend. He's defending the class lead there. On the maroon machine behind him. Quick to see the little A40s going at it. Right back to the dawning of the British Saloon Car Championship, first held back in 1958. It was Jack Sears who won the title over Tommy Sopwith. Jack Sears raced, of all things, an Austin A105 Westminster, car more famous for being banger raced, against Tommy Sopwith in his Jaguar. It's the only time in motor racing history that I can recall two drivers having a match race to decide the title, because they both won their class in every round. So they actually had a race-off at Brands Hatch in a pair of identical cars. Kevin Swan on the inside, Billy Keneally on the outside, the two Anglias. Keneally's got the inside for Nelson. He'll go through this time and up into second place and into the lead of Class C as Swan flicks it sideways. Nigel Cox behind, and then Jonathan Corker. Here comes the Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo with a proud history in the British Saloon Car Championship. Didn't win the title until 1994 though, with the 155 Saloon. Gabriele Darquini, one of the greatest touring car racers ever, still going at the age of almost 60 a couple of years ago. Tony Davies next in the Mini. Names of Mini racers in British Saloon cars, well, take a whole race to read them all out. And David Ellis is frustrating Luke Wilson here. He's getting in the way of this battle with Brian Bedford. See Luke Wilson looking across, thinking this is preventing me from attacking Brian. They are in different classes. David Ellis in the same class as Ibbotson, who leads now by nearly 8 seconds overall. Here's the fight for second place, and Billy Keneally's pulled away a little bit now from Kevin Swan. There's Nigel Cox, the leading Lotus Cortina. And he could well take the points lead in the class away from Pat Keneally, who is absent with the engine problems from yesterday. So is Rob Kirkhoven, he's not out. Another Lotus Cortina racer we've seen this year, of course, the green and yellow machine of Roger Stanford, which was sadly wrecked in a big accident at Alton Park earlier this year. Roger suffered broken ribs and some heavy bruising, still on the mend, so get well soon, Roger, and see you back on track soon. There's the Alfa Romeo at the inside, Jonathan Corker on the brakes for Agostini, takes Nigel Cox and is up into 4th place. Now, if he can get ahead of the two Anglias, he'll be in the lead of the class as well. Kevin Swan in 3rd place. I don't think they're going to catch James Ibbotson. The Imp is away and clear once again. James Ibbotson really is a joy to watch, especially in damp conditions. He throws that Imp around like it's a rally car. Alfa Romeo looks a bit more like a GT car to the untrained eye than a saloon. Still this battle raging on further back. David Ellis still side by side with Luke Wilson. He can't shake off the Hillman Imp, buzzing around him like an angry wasp on every lap. And they're being caught as well by Paul Cooper, the retired chartered surveyor, at the wheel of his Ford Cortina GT. Here's the Alfa Romeo. James Everard, its owner, drove it from last to second yesterday, ran out of time to catch James Ibbotson. Now he's catching, now the car in the hands of Jonathan Corker, catching Kevin Swan. He's about to move into a podium place with just under 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Nigel Cox keeping in touch in the Cortina. There's a green light on there, I noticed, on the exit of Coram. Yeah, there's a green flag waving. That means there's a yellow flag at the bomb hole. Somebody has maybe come to grief there. If we stay with Luke Wilson through this next section, we might be able to see who it is. He's up with Brian Bedford now. He's maybe shaken off David Ellis. If the yellow flag is still out there, then he'll have to postpone his passing. Can't see yellow flags now, so whatever that hazard was, it's clear. There's David Ellis, he's still there. There's a green light on there. You can see in the background the entry to Coram. Does that mean there's a yellow flag coming out of the bomb hole? Has somebody pulled over? We'll wait and see. Jonathan Corker, I can tell you, has got through to fourth, and now here comes Luke Wilson at Murray's. Can't quite get alongside Brian Bedford, who continues to lead the class. Luke Wilson wants to get ahead, take maximum points in his class to continue the fight for the championship. Now here comes the Alfa Romeo. He's on the tail of Kevin Swan now. Oh, Billy Keneally's dropped back. What's happened to the Anglia? As Corker goes through, that'll be for second place now. Was that a spin for Billy Keneally up at the bomb hole? Is that why he's dropped back? No, because he was still showing in second place at the timing line. So he's either run wide at the hairpin or had an incident in the early part of the lap there, Billy Keneally in the blue Ford Anglia. So this battle is now for second place. Jonathan Corker versus Kevin Swan. James Ibbetson's away up the road by about 7 seconds at least ahead of this lot. He's heading for a second outright win. I think the last driver to win outright in a Hillman Imp, I can't remember the venue, but I think it was Michael Loveland a few years ago. Paul Cooper's got the Cortina ahead of David Ellis. That's going to help the Austin A40s here, because the Cortina should be quicker. It's not a Lotus Cortina, that one, it's a Cortina GT. Paul Cooper. He's running in Class C, same class as the Anglias and the Alpha. And for that matter, the Mini of Tony Davies. We haven't forgotten him as well. Looking across there, Luke Wilson, looking where the Cortina is so he doesn't impede him. Tries to attack Brian Bedford for the lead. David Ellis still hanging on tenaciously, that little imp. Trying to have a go at Paul Cooper to get the place back again. It's a matter of points, they're in different classes, but I'm telling you, that's a racing driver in the heat of the moment. I think we've lost the other A40 of Anthony Ward. He hasn't come through on the last lap. He could have retired somewhere. Maybe his is the car that may have pulled over on this section of circuit. See if we can see the blue A40. Maybe that's why the yellow flag was out. Tricky to see from our onboard camera. So Luke Wilson soaring at the wheel there as they come through Nelson. Tricky little corner, that one. As is the next one, the bomb hole. This time he's getting a run on Brian Bedford around the outside at Coram. He's trying to position himself so he can go up the inside on the brakes for Murray's. Can he do it? No, he moves back in behind. He's all over Brian Bedford here. There's only just under 2 minutes of the race to go, and David Ellis back up the inside again. Oh, for goodness sake, thinks Luke Wilson. He wants to attack Brian Bedford. He does not want to have to keep passing David Ellis's imp, because he knows the A40 is quicker in a straight line. Looks like we are now into our last lap, and there, we haven't forgotten about him, is our race leader. James Ibbotson has dominated this weekend. I'm sure he would have loved a little and large battle with the Ford Mustang of Piers Grange. The man looking to take the lead, if he had have raced this weekend, he'd have taken the lead in Class A from Alan Greenall in the points with Alan absent this weekend, but sadly his Mustang had let him down and he wasn't able to race. That's 2 broken cars for Piers Grange this weekend, because his Blue Oval Escorts broke down as well yesterday. James Ibbotson then in the clear, and he's heading for a double. Out of Nelson's. Now, 45 seconds on the clock. Will we get one more lap out of this? We'll wait and see. Could be close at the line. We'll see whether the last lap board or the checkered flag goes out. Through Coram goes the Hillman Imp, powered by a Shrigley Engineering built engine. Imp specialists for many years, and the battle is still on for second place. The Alfa Romeo not getting away from the Anglias. So if we do get one more lap here, this is going to get interesting for second, because Billy Keneally has closed back up as well. We come up towards the line. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? No, it's not. We are going to get one more lap. 8 seconds there to go as the lead across the line, so we'll get one more lap out of this. The Tech 366 touring cars. There goes the second place fight. The Alfa Romeo pulling away in a straight line. Here comes Billy Keneally on the outside. Got back a couple of spots earlier on, but he's back up into third, I think. Yes, round the outside of Kevin Swan. Then a gap back to Tony Davies. The Mini has got ahead of Nigel Cox's Lotus Cortina. Is Cox going to come under fire from Michael Foley. What's the gap between those two as the Alfa Romeo slides rally style around the hairpin? And the gap between the Cortinas is over 20 seconds, so that class is settled. As Nigel Cox fails to make it round the final lap. They're not finished yet, these two Anglias pounding the Alfa Romeo. What a debut in this car by Jonathan Corker. Here comes Billy Keneally, he wants to get second place back again. There's the Mini and the Cortina in the background. Keneally has a look. Nope, not enough room on the inside. Last thing we want is any contact. And Swan just keeping a watching brief behind in the white Anglia. Shared with his son Jake. Jake now racing his Mark II Escort. The Alfa a bit sideways there. Lost a bit of momentum. This is Billy Keneally's opportunity. We don't very often see overtaking manoeuvres made at Oggies. The Alfa sideways again. He's all over the place. And he could lose third as well. Yes, both the Anglias go through. Jonathan Corker is sliding that Alfa all over the place. I wonder if his tyres are going off. He'll have the straight line speed here. He might get a place back again. As James Ibbotson is heading for victory in the Imp. In the background, though, the battle for second place. Headed at the moment by Billy Keneally. We'll see what happens as they come into Brundle. Yes, still the Anglias second and third. Keneally's pulled away just a little bit. Can they hold off Jonathan Corker after that mistake at Oggies? Through they come. They're almost side by side there for third. It's going to be a win for James Ibbotson ahead of Billy Keneally. He's pulled away in second place, but who is going to be third? This is a battle for the class win as well, of course, in Class C. It's going to be a win in Class E, showboating out of the final corner. It's going to be a double win for James Ibbotson. This will do wonders to his championship hopes. We'll have to wait and see what happens among the A40s as well. As James Ibbotson comes through to take the checkered flag, a double for the Imp. Now, who is going to be second at the line? As James Ibbotson celebrates his win, it's Keneally second and Kevin Swan third. The Alfa has to settle for fourth place. Billy Keneally wins the class. Tony Davies fifth in the Mini. Nigel Cox's Cortina is sixth. Now, where are our friends in the Austin A40s? Where is Luke Wilson? Where is Brian Bedford? Because that could have implications for the championship if Brian beats Luke Wilson. Michael Foley is going to be the next finisher in the second of the Lotus Cortinas, quite a way behind in seventh. Here he comes. Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia is eighth, and what about the battle of the A40s? Where are they? Here they are. We're on board with Luke Wilson. He's still behind Brian Bedford. They've been passed by the Lotus Cortina, the Cortina GT rather, of Paul Cooper. Now, is it going to be all or nothing into Murray's by Luke Wilson to try and win the class? I don't think he's going to do it. Turns it back onto the curb. He's going to try and pull alongside on the run to the line. Look at this from Luke Wilson. He's having a go. He's having a good go at Brian Bedford. They're going to finish side by side. This is going to be really close. Is Luke Wilson going to do it? A photo finish between the two Austin A40s. And it goes, according to the timing screen, to Brian Bedford by 11 thousandths of a second. My goodness, what an effort by Luke Wilson. Meanwhile, this is earlier in the last lap. Did something happen to David Ellis? Yes, he did. Oh, that could have been disastrous for the class battlers there. David Ellis spins in front of them. That's for getting in our way, says the two A40s behind. I jest, of course. Had every right to race against them there, but poor David Ellis, a spin on the final lap, dropping him back. And here's Keith Wright. He will be our final finisher in his Cortina. Sadly, we lost Anthony Warnes. It was his car parked up at Quorum, I noticed on the final lap there. His A40. Where the tow truck is going, I would think. Let's confirm the result then. James Ibbotson, the winner by just over 6.5 seconds ahead of Billy Keneally, topping that fine battle with Kevin Swan and Jonathan Corker to win Class C. Tony Davies fifth in the Mini from the back of the field. Well done to Jonathan Corker. His debut in that car could have been a second, but for a mistake on that final lap. Class F won by Nigel Cox in 6th ahead of Michael Foley, then Ed Gibbs, Paul Cooper, and the battling A40s finishing side by side in Class D. Brian Bedford wins the class by 0.011 of a second. David Ellis in the Imp, despite that spin, made his home. Keith Wright, the final finisher, and we lost Anthony Warnes 5 laps from home. That concludes the pre-66 touring cars. Then we'll hopefully hear from the drivers in the paddock shortly. Next up, the first of 2 races today for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Fermé.
Cheers, Dave. Well, here we are, and it's a double win for the Imp of James Ibbotson. We don't really know when the last win for an Imp was in overall class, but it's happened twice this weekend. And like I said in the previous post-race, it's been a story of doubles and double wins. And unbelievably, it's come from James. And I'm going to jump straight in if that's all right, James. An incredible weekend just got even better.
Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah. Speechless.
You are lost for words, aren't you? I mean, yesterday was fairly historic, and we've doubled up again. I mean, where do you go from here? I know, again, the guys at the front weren't there, but would you have preferred a little bit of a fight?
Yeah, it's always good fun. You know, I saw the last lap board, and I thought, you know, take it fairly easy. So the last couple of laps were fairly sedate, but
I think the last corner, it was a bit of a showboating, a little bit of slide in there, wasn't there?
Oh, did you notice that?
Yes, we did. How did you celebrate tonight?
I don't know. Drink the champagne, I suppose. Yeah.
I think that's always a good idea. Congratulations, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thank you very much.
Well done, buddy. Right, let's get Billy Keneally. He was 3rd place yesterday, promoted himself to 2nd in our 2nd race of the weekend. Billy, don't go too far. 3rd place yesterday, 2nd place today. Good weekend.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah.
I made it hard work for myself in that one, but...
I mean, you both did, you and Kevin fighting off the car number 38. You had a great little battle in there.
Yeah. No, it was brilliant. I loved it. But, yeah, try not to make it hard work next time.
I mean, it was great fun to watch, and it was like the 2 Anglias versus the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah.
Do you think of it as like it's us versus him, or
not really? But no, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Fantastic. What did you do for the rest of you again? How'd you celebrate?
Don't know. Make sure it's ready for the next one, I guess.
Good idea. Look forward to seeing you there. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. And Kevin.
Yes.
Kevin in. Just missed out on a podium yesterday.
Oh, yes,
you got there today.
Yes, I got a hat.
You got a hat and a trophy.
Well, I want the hat, really, but yeah. So it's good.
Brilliant race with Billy here and John Corker in the Alpha behind you. James Everard drove that yesterday. He really put you under pressure.
Oh yeah, I knew he was quicker than me. The car's faster than mine. I thought you just got to drive the arse off it and get.
So he did have a quick car. Came from the back of the grid like James did yesterday. So how did you do that?
I don't know really, because once he come by, I hung on to him. So I thought he's made all that room to get to me, and then I can run with him. So I think you wake up. You think I better get on here because I'm going to get left behind. So you just
as we often see when there's a battle, it allowed James to get away in the Imp again. Without that battle, have you got the speed to catch him?
No, the Imp is just it's light, it's fast, and he does drive it hard. I think it is a it's the quickest Imp I've ever seen anyway. So and he's a good driver. So he's in a different class, so you just let him get on with his class race, and we do what we're doing. So,
4th and a 3rd, happy with that?
Oh, definitely. We're a little bit sort of running nearer the front today because we've lost some of the big American stuff, and that's not here, so it makes us look really good. But we're happy with that. Definitely.
We'll see you at Donington.
Either me or my son will be racing it because we've been sharing the car this year, so we've not made a mind up yet. See who gets to toss the coin and see who gets to have a go. So
fantastic, well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Right, we are absolutely thick and fast, so let's go racing once again. Back to Dave.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. Next up we go MG Racing, a 20-minute race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They're making their way round on their green flag lap now. Mixture of different MGs, everything from A to ZR is the motto of this championship. The Z class for MG ZRs, Class F for MGFs. We've also got Class A for Abingdon for the classic cars, the MGBs mainly in this one, and Class B for normally for Maestros, and for the less powerful ZRs we've got one car in Class B today. It is the championship leader, the reigning champion Steve McDermott, who is on pole looking for his 10th win of the season here. Starts alongside Jack Woodcock, who took his maiden win last time out at Donington. Second row, Will Sharp, and the first of the MGFs, that's Mark Baker. 2 ZRs on row 3, Phil Walker and Paul Buzzing. The fourth row, Paul Wisby and Simon Kendrick in a pair of MGFs, then 2 more ZRs, Meninda Golhar and Mark Grants. Row 6, we have Andy Heitman and Jake McDermott, the son of Steve, in the less powerful ZR, that's the Class B car. Row 7 is Nick Golhar and David Amphlett, the first of the MGBs, running in Class A for Abingdon. Chris Millard and Chris Pollard in their MGBs are next. Then we have number 80 of Phil Dicker. He'll do race 1 in that car. Nick Venn will take over for race 2. Mark Rihorski, the Canadian, alongside in his MGB. Further back on the grid, we've got number 34, which is Tim Rides with an MGB. 15 is Vince Hunt. And we've got a couple of invitation class cars. The Bugner family's car. Scott Bugner will drive in race 1 and Sean in race 2. They had some problems in qualifying, though, so we may not see that car out. But we do see, and I'm very pleased to say it's there, Alan Forster in the Montego Estate. Well, if I hadn't seen it, I'd never have believed it. But it is there at the back of the field. Didn't get a lap in qualifying due to some problems, but he has made it for the race, we're very pleased to say. Certainly the most unique race vehicle here this weekend. Steve McDermott, the reigning champion, leads them round then. The real stalwart of this championship, of course, is Jim Bainham, sadly not racing this weekend in his famous MGB. The battle for overall victory should be between those top 3, McDermott, Jack Woodcock and the very experienced MG and Porsche racer Will Sharp. Had a bit of a contretemps with Jack Woodcock in the last round at Donington, which is the first defeat that Steve McDermott had suffered this year in Class Z for ZR. Unfortunately, broke a drive shaft in the second race at Donington. Cars coming up to the grid. This will be a slightly longer race, 20 minutes. It's the penultimate round of the season. It will be a triple header, the final round at Pembrey later this year in Wales. The classic class, Class A, is led by David Amphlett, number 14. He's well clear of Jim Bainham. Jim not here this weekend. I don't think James Pryor in third place is here either, so David Amphlett has pretty much sewn up the Class A spoils. It's close in the MGF class. Simon Kendrick on top there by 4 points ahead of Mark Baker, the quickest in qualifying. Steve McDermott's some almost 20 points clear of Jack Woodcock in the ZRs. They line up on the front row. We're into position then. First of 2 races today. The cars had their qualifying session this morning. The second quickest time for each driver will set the grid for race 2. Can anyone stop Steve McDermott? He's only been halted by a broken drive shaft in the second race at Donington so far this year. He's unbeaten other than that in Class A. In Class Z, I should say. Class A are the cars at the back, the classic MGs. Last couple of cars into position at the back. Look out for Simon Kendrick in the Tiger stripe liveried MGF in 6th on the grid. As the red lights come on, they go out now, and we are away. Down towards Riches for the first time. It is Steve McDermott who gets away well. There's a bit of contact there. Will Sharp leaning on, I think it was Phil Walker trying to come through the middle. There's problems there already at Riches. And it is Steve McDermott who leads the way from Jack Woodcock, and Mark Baker in third place in the MGF. So there's been contact there involving Will Sharp, and I think it was Phil Walker that he leaned on. Oh dear, there certainly has been contact. That's going to be a red flag, I would fear. Paul Wisby's involved in his MGF. That's Paul Buzzing, number 21, and that I think is going to be a race stoppage. 2 cars on the track there. Wouldn't surprise me if it's a red flag. Well, the race continues for now. Marshall's heading to the scene, but surely they're going to have to stop the race. It looked to me as though one car was trying to squeeze through the middle. That's Meninda Golhar, number 29. Yet the red flags are coming out. Red flag, race stopped. Well, definitely Will Sharp involved there. Paul Wisby and Paul Buzzing as well. At least 3 cars involved. I think Phil Walker, number 83, was involved there as well. Yes, the car stopped in the background. We can see with damage to the front end as well. The main problem is here on the home straight. That is a very fed up looking Will Sharp, number 66. Paul Wisby's MGF, number 8. Well, we're under the red flags here at Snetterton in our first race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. A pile-up coming off the grid involving at least 3 or 4 cars there. The recovery vehicle is with Paul Buzzing, number 21. We know that Will Sharp was involved, Paul Wisby as well. There was another car stopped further around, which I think may have been Phil Walker, number 83. It's going to take a fair bit of clearing up here before we can get this race back underway. Right, while we have this delay for the enforced clear up, I think Ewan's down on the grid.
Cheers, Dave. Well, we're going to try and find out what happened here. Got our pole sitter. Steve, did you see what happened?
No, I didn't see what happened, but it looks like Will's gone into the side of Paul, and Jack saw them sort of T-boned going off of the track up there, so it looks quite a fairly bad one. But then my son's in the infield, so I don't know if that's a result of him hitting into this lot as well.
Yeah.
But I think it was 4 wide going into this first corner that's caused it.
Okay. I mean, you put yourself on pole, it's probably the best place to be in these situations, isn't it?
Yeah, if you get away, then the chances of this is very minimalised. You only got to hope that you don't get put up from behind into the second corner.
Yeah.
But that's the danger zone for being at the front. But yeah, just hope they're all right.
Best luck at the restart, mate.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Cheers, buddy. Now let's go and speak to Steve Walker here, because Steve has got a little bit of damage, and I'm assuming that's. Can we get a quick word? Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Phil,
Yeah.
you've got a tiny bit of damage. Were you involved? Did you see what happened?
Yeah, there was just basically about 4 cars trying to squeeze into one. Somebody came from the outside. I backed off, but you know, I mean, the car's okay, but I think some of the other cars look quite badly damaged, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, I mean, like during these restarts, you don't get them too often, thankfully. I mean, you just sort of like sit and have a think now of no radio to play. What goes through your mind in these situations?
You just have to try and clear your mind and not think about it, because if you do, you know, it's like anything in life. You know, you've got to try and sort of move forward and think what comes next. But as long as everyone's okay, that's the important thing.
I mean, looking at the positives for you, the 5th and 6th behind you are now off the grid. You've got a bit more space behind you.
Yeah, that's right. But still not what we'd like to see, though. It's supposed to be, you know, normally we're pretty good in this championship. It's a shame it's happened. But let's say, as long as everyone's all right, that's the main thing.
Best luck at the restart.
Thanks very much. Appreciate
your time. Cheers, buddy. So there we go. Some sort of idea of what happened here. I'll close the door for you. Some sort of idea what's happened here, but hopefully we look down the grid here. Just turn round for us, Dan. At the far end, the cars have been cleared now. Just some sort of material going down, maybe some oil spill up there. So trying to tidy that up as well. But hopefully we do get started fairly quickly. The Orange family doing everything they can, as always, to get the show back on the road. So for the time being, and back to Dave Goddard.
So quite a bit of clear up needed. We can just see on the left of your screen there Jake McDermott's car. So that was the other car involved there that we saw parked up a little further round the circuit. It looked like some steam coming out of the front of that. So he got maybe into the back of one of the cars involved there. So at least 4 cars badly damaged, but thankfully no drivers injured. That's the main thing. It will be a 15-minute restart, we've just been told by the timekeepers. So 15 minutes of racing to come for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We'll let the Orange family do their clear up and then we'll be back underway. Okay, the car's moving off on the green flag lap for our second attempt then, 15 minutes. Steve McDermott is there, Jack Woodcock. Phil Walker is there. Will Sharp isn't. I can't see Paul Wisby either. Is that Mark Baker there in the MGF? Yes, I think it is the blue MGF. Paul Buzzing won't be there, his driver's door was pushed in. So the next car through should be Simon Kenrick, yes, the orange MGF with the tiger stripes. There's Meninda Golhart, Mark Grant. That's Andy Heitman, the yellow number 60. There's Nick Golhart. So we've lost Jake McDermott. So 4 cars missing. The Montego estate's still going there. David Amphlett, number 14, who's pretty much sewn up the Class A title already, I would say. Main challengers for victory in that class, this one, Chris Millard and Chris Pollard. They're a little further down the points chart. And Chris Pollard, I think it's his first appearance of the season. Few newcomers in the MGBs. Vince Hunt out for the first time this year. Tim Rides as well. And there's the Volvo 850. Oh, it's not a Volvo, is it? It's the Rickard Rydell, Jan Lammers lookalike of Alan Forster. He is determined to race, I think, the greatest variety of vehicles in a career. He's done Formula V single-seaters. He's done Legends cars. Midget car racing on the short ovals as well. Those are just some of the things he's raced. He's appeared in a ZR in this series as well. Raced a Maestro last season. Ah, is that the Bugner ZR? Towards the back there. Ah, no, it's Phil Dicker, sorry, number 80. Yeah, the Bugner's had trouble in qualifying. There's David Amphlett, the black MGB. Pollard and Millard are next in the order. Wait, has Phil Dicker disappeared? Yeah, the green ZR hasn't come through. I hope he hasn't stopped on circuit, because there'll be a further delay to the start. There's Alan Forster. I'm not sure if that is the ex-Andy Campbell car that raced in the MG Owners Club Championship a few years ago, when there were a few more Maestros and Montegos in it. I'm sure Alan would be able to tell us more. We can get hold of him down in the paddock. Let's try again then with the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Hopefully no shenanigans off the start line this time. Steve McDermott looking for his 10th win of the season. Jack Woodcock looking for his 2nd. Mark Baker continuing his battle with Simon Kendrick in the MGF class. Stuart Plotnick, we normally see battling with them, but he's not out this weekend. Paul Wisby is out, but not in this race. Hopefully he can repair for race 2. Waiting for the red lights to go out once everybody is in position. A few gaps on the grid, a bit more room for the pack to manoeuvre. McDermott versus Woodcock should be the two battling for the lead. Red lights are on, and away we go, and a good start by Jack Woodcock from the outside of the front row. Steve McDermott up alongside him on the inside. Mark Baker gets away into 3rd place, followed by Phil Walker and Simon Kendrick. Those 5 breaking away with the gaps behind them on the grid. It's Mark Baker holding 3rd, leads the MGF class, but it's McDermott in the lead. Steve McDermott leads as they head up towards the hairpin for the first time, chased by the number 24 of young Jack Woodcock, his first full season in the championship. Gets the tighter line through Wilson's hairpin, but it's the Buckinghamshire driver, Steve McDermott, number 1, who leads the way, looking good to retain his title already this season. Mark Baker up there in 3rd place ahead of the slightly battered car of Phil Walker. He got caught up briefly in that first bend Chamozzle. Well, they didn't even get to the first bend, did they? It was off the grid, really. He's under fire from Simon Kendrick. Somebody going wide at the back there. One of the MGBs goes off. Pick up who that was in a moment. As Mark Baker holds off Phil Walker, then it's Kendrick, Meninda Golhar, Mark Grant in the orange, number 46, and Andy Heitman, one of our newcomers this season, in the number 60, chased by Nick Golhar. He's raced MGs for many, many years. First 2 have broken away, as I suspected they might. 2 or 3 ZR lengths in it between Steve McDermott and Jack Woodcock. Marshall dashing for it in the background, possibly some debris just being picked up there. Simon Kendrick's lost a place to Meninda Golhar in the red ZR. Into the Bentley straight they go. There is Phil Dicker's number 80 car. He didn't make it round the green flag lap. Unfortunately, he's stranded there. That car due to be handed over to Nick Venn for race 2. As into Brundles they come. Mark Baker the lead. MGF, of course, back in the late 1990s there was a one-make series, the MGF Cup. Supported British GT at one time. Still a few of the MGF Cup cars that race with model-specific events and in hill climbs and sprints around the UK. Here comes Phil Walker having a look for 3rd place, the green and silver ZR, the colours used by the MG British Touring Car team in the early 2000s, and on their Le Mans cars, the MG Lolas as well, in the LMP 675 category. Up on 2 wheels, almost there off the curve, Nick Golhar, as McDermott leads by 1.2 seconds at the end of lap 1, ahead of Jack Woodcock. It's Baker and Walker together. Phil Walker has a look up the outside in the 83, kicking up a bit of dust from the fluid spill earlier on. Meninda Golhar is still there in 5th position. Although I don't think his transponder's working because he didn't show on the timing as he came through there. 6th place is Simon Kendrick, 2nd of the MGF. Similarly coloured car of Mark Grant is behind him. Yes, Meninda Golhar not having shown us come through because his transponder isn't working. He is there in 5th position. Would be his best result so far this year if he were to stay there, but it's quite a way to go yet. Nick Golhar kicking up some dust there in the background as he chases Andy Heitman, as Meninda has a look to the inside on Phil Walker. This is for 4th place and 3rd in the ZR category. Doesn't quite get alongside. Still your leader is Steve McDermott from Jack Woodcock. The MGB that went up, I think, was our championship leader in that class, David Amflett, flying wide on the first lap at the exit of Palmer's, because he hasn't come through on this lap, unfortunately. Leaders head down the Bentley straight. It is Steve McDermott chased by Jack Woodcock. They are well clear of Mark Baker in 3rd place. Here's the battle of the MGBs, and Chris Millard now kicking up some dust, chased by the 28 car of Chris Pollard. Yeah, namesakes these two, having a good scrap further back in the order. This is for the lead of Class A for the MGBs. Seen 1 or 2 MG midgets. I believe Will Sharp used to race an MG midget in this category at one time. Behind them the orange car, number 34, that's Tim Rides. With David Amflett seemingly out of the race. These two battling for the class lead. Golhar now showing in 5th place. He's being timed manually by the TSL timekeepers. The MGBs fight it out. This is for 10th place overall. There go your leaders. The lead gap is 1.1 seconds. New fastest lap for Jack Woodcock, 2:20.369. Taken a couple of tenths out of Steve McDermott's lead on that last lap. There is McDermott into the hairpin. These two are well clear. They're 7 seconds clear already of Mark Baker in 3rd place. Could be a move being made for 4th there by Meninda Golhar as they went into the hairpin. He was trying to get alongside Phil Walker. Waiting for them to come towards Palmer's. just between the two ZRs out in front. And yes, well, Gollar's not only passed Phil Walker, he's passed Mark Baker as well. This is a rapid drive by Maninder Golhar up there in third place now, and Baker and Walker still battling it out, this time for fourth. Simon Kendrick sixth behind them. He wants to catch Mark Baker for the lead of his class. Big lock up there from Simon Kendrick as they came into the left-hander at Agostini. It's wide on the exit. Mark Grant in behind him, the two orange cars. Then a gap back to Andy Heitman, Nick Golhar and Chris Millard rounding out the top 10, leading the classic class. I mean, surely that should be Class B because they're all MGBs. But it is A for Abingdon, where the cars were built in Oxfordshire. Mark Baker still staying ahead of Phil Walker. There go the two leaders. Still McDermott from Woodcock by just over a second. It's an impressive run by Maninder Golhar on for his first podium of the season. Phil Walker wants to make it 4 ZRs in the top 4. Mark Baker's having none of it though. The MGF class leader holds him off. Coming up towards half distance in this 15-minute restart. Swing their way through the bomb hole towards the long right at Coram. The gap was 7 seconds to the top two. Let's see what it's going to be between Woodcock and Golhar this time. There goes Jack Woodcock over the line. He's 1.15 seconds behind Steve McDermott, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:19.971. The gap to third was 7 seconds. It's now 11.2 seconds. So the leading pair running away with this. Phil Walker trying an inside run. He sends it up the inside into the right at Richards, and he's through up into fourth place. Power of the ZR telling there. MG ZR 170. And Mark Baker in the MGF fight back. Kendrick is next, then it's Grant and Heitman. Nick Golhar is ninth. He's racing MG Maestro in this championship. ZR effectively the successor to the Maestro. Steve McDermott continues to lead. Seen in the background there, the orange and black car. Speaking of orange cars, Simon Kendrick's been caught by Mark Grant for 6th position as they head into Agostini. There's the fight for 3rd place. Now who's going to come out of Agostini with 6th position? Yes, Grant's got the ZR ahead, I think, there of Andy Heitman. No, he hasn't. Heitman up alongside Grant. There is Simon Kendrick. He's still ahead. Apologies there. Couldn't quite see him. Mark Grant drops back now behind Andy Heitman in the number 60. Now he's attacking Simon Kendrick. Nick Golhar towing up onto the back of this group now, making it a foursome fighting for 6th place. There's the 3rd place fight. Mark Baker's dropped back a bit now from these ZRs. Simon Kendrick trying to get his foot down and catch his MGF rival, but here comes Mark Grant trying to make it 3 wide. Andy Heitman in the middle. Surely Mark Grant's not going to get past both of them here. He's trying it. Up the inside takes Heitman. Won't catch Kendrick. Mark Grant goes through into 7th place. Down to 8th goes Andy Heitman. Nick Golhar in 9th behind them. Rounding up the top 10, we'll have the MGB leader, although he's quite a way further back. Chris Millard, nearly 20 seconds down the road. Steve McDermott continues to lead. Another new fastest lap, 2:19.926. Here's the battle for the lead in the MGBs. Chris Millard and Chris Pollard together. David Alflett, points leader, out of the race. Lost Phil Dicker, of course, on the green flag lap with a problem. And there's the Montego. In Montego, a maligned car anyway when it was released on the road. The MG version a bit beefier. I bet nobody thought that someday an estate would be racing. Chasing, I think that's Mark Rehorski there in his MGB. That's 12th and 13th places. Tim Rines has dropped behind them. Then we've got Vince Hunt rounding out the field in his MGB. This is the fight for third. Phil Walker trying to catch Meninda Golhar. 4.5 minutes of this race to go for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, and Mark Grant had a good look there at Simon Kendrick coming out of Palmer's. What's he going to do at Agostini? The MGF holds him off. He's got 3 ZRs buzzing around behind him. Sadly not Paul buzzing. He's out of the race. Andy Heitman all over the back of Mark Grant. Paul Buzzing has had a luckless debut season, involved in that incident off the grid, and he had another big shunt at Silverstone, I remember, early this year when his brakes failed and he harpooned one of the MGFs. There's our MGF leader, Mark Baker. Blue car with the white Dodge Viper style stripes. Here comes Mark Grant, and now his bonnet's coming loose. We saw this with Anton Martin's Ford Escort earlier on. It's a bonnet pins needed here at Snetterton today. It's over 3 minutes to go now. It's looking good for win number 10 of the season for Steve McDermott. Here he is. Towards the Wilson's hairpin. There'll be one more lap to go after this one. Another fastest lap last time around, 2:19.651. He leads by 1.8 seconds. Now there's Jack Woodcock in second. They're way ahead of the rest. We're coming up to lap some of these slower markers soon. I think Vince Hunt will be the first man to be lapped in the white MGB. Yes, there he is, just got a glimpse of him. Woodcock taking a tight line there. He's not keeping up with Steve McDermott. These two very much the championship favourites this year. There's a cloud of smoke there in the background. Who was that? I think that was going into the hairpin. Somebody just had a lock up there, I think. May have been Andy Heitman, so I think he's dropped to the back of that group for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. There's Vince Hunt, and here's this... oh no, it's not Andy Heitman, that was Nick Golhar. As Andy Heitman goes up the inside of Mark Grant. Two similarly coloured cars caught me out there. So Heitman moves up to 7th. Was it one of those cars that nearly overshot the hairpin, I wonder? Nice little midfield scrap here headed by Simon Kendrick, but he's not got the legs of his fellow MGF racer, Mark Baker. Here comes Heitman, he's never going to go around the outside, it's obvious. No, he can't get round there. Got to be mindful Mark Grant is in there as well. And he's got to be mindful about his bonnet. Just over a minute left on the clock now, so it'll be last lap this time for Steve McDermott, heading for win number 10. Last lap board is indeed out. Is he going to do another quicker lap? Fastest lap of the race, 2:19.651. Yes, he is. 2:19.433 this time. It's getting quicker and quicker, Steve McDermott. Leads by over 2.5 seconds now over Jack Woodcock. The lights on. It's going a bit dark here at Snetterton. I hope we're not going to have some rain. Out of the hairpin, up towards Palmer's, the two leaders well ahead of Meninda Golhar, going well in third place, holding off Philip Walker. In fact, Walker was slightly quicker on that last lap. They are together for third place. This is the battle of the MGBs. Chris Millard and Chris Pollard. Chris Millard being led all the way so far. After David Amphlett dropped out on the first lap, went flying off at Palmer's. Tim Rides, the orange MGB. Orange cars certainly popular in this championship, aren't they? So Vince Hunt has been lapped. It's not very often you see back markers get lapped here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, for the simple reason that it's such a long lap. Triad Motorsports ZR. Still clear of Jack Woodcock to the tune of nearly 2.6 seconds. He's heading for victory. And he's well on course, Steve McDermott, to retain his championship. Out of Nelson's for the final time, up towards the bomb hole. Then it's into Coram. Then only the left flick at Murray's, and then the checkered flag. Still this lot are at it further back. Oh, Nick Gollard's got ahead of Andy Heitman now. Bonnet's still flapping away for Mark Grant. Still behind Simon Kendrick though. They can't catch the MGF, these three ZRs. Race winner is heading up towards the line. Here he comes. Flashes his lights. Steve McDermott, win number 10 for the season. Jack Woodcock comes over in second. Slowed up on the run to the line there. 3.8 seconds the eventual gap. They are a long way clear of Maninder Golhar, who will take his first podium of the season if he can hold off Phil Walker around the last couple of corners. Here they come out of Murray's for the final time. Nose to tail, but it is Maninder Golhar who will just take third place by a car's length over Phil Walker. Fifth is going to be Mark Baker, and he will win the MGF class at a canter. Baker wins the MGFs. Now, what about our battle for sixth? Is Simon Kendrick going to hang on? I can just see them there coming out of Murray's for the final time. Andy Heitman's dropped back a bit in the number 60. And it is going to be sixth place for Simon Kendrick. Second of the MGFs, charging up the outside. Nick Golhar doesn't quite catch Mark Grant. Andy Heitman, having dropped back on that final lap, completes that group. His last lap of 2:34. Something wrong there for Andy Heitman. What about the battle of the Bees? Here they come. Chris Millard staying ahead. Oh, Chris Pollard's gone wide, he's lost it. Oh, what a shame. They were all set for a grandstand finish there out of Murray's. Chris Pollard's got wide onto the grass and he's spun. So that's a win for Chris Millard in Class A. Chris Pollard is going to come in just ahead of the Montego Estate. Alan Forster will win the invitation class in 12th overall. His only rivals in that class, Scott Bugner, didn't take the start. Over the line comes Chris Pollard. He still salvages second in class. There's Alan Forster in the Montego. The other finishers will be Mark Rihorski and Tim Rides, plus Vince Hunt, who finishes a lap down. We lost David Amphlett, unfortunately. And Phil Dicker didn't get as far as the start line, sadly. And of course, the cars we lost in the pile-up at the start. There's a couple of look at the state of Jake McDermott's car. Also Paul Buzzing's car on the left there. Also lost Will Sharp and Paul Wisby. I don't think we're going to be seeing those two cars out in race 2. Nor Will Sharp. Paul Wisby, the damage looked more superficial, so we'll wait and see with the MGF. There's your provisional result then. McDermott the winner by nearly 3.9 seconds over Jack Woodcock. Maninder Golhar, taking third ahead of Phil Walker. Mark Baker wins the MGFs in fifth, a long way clear of his nearest rival Simon Kendrick, who is kept busy by the ZRs. Mark Grant, Nick Golhar and Andy Heitman. Chris Millard wins Class A after a long battle with Chris Pollard, who spun on the final corner. Then Alan Forster wins the invitation class, and the other finishers Mark Rihorski, Tim Rides and Vince Hunt. Hopefully we can go down to Parc Ferme fairly shortly and hear from our race winner Steve McDermott. That's win number 10 out of 11 for the season so far. He's all set well and truly on course to retain the championship this year. Shame we lost David Amphlett there. He would have been battling for the lead in Class A. That goes to Chris Millard. Class F goes to Mark Baker. No finishes in Class B. Alan Forster takes Class Invitation. Next up, it will be race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, but Ewan will be down there shortly to talk to our MG racers.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks very much. Yeah, emotions running high here in the park firma. You can see the vehicles behind us and some disagreements about what may have happened or may not happen. So we're going to speak to the drivers slightly out of order. What I'm going to do is speak to our F-Class winner, Mark. Congratulations. I'm going to leave them to discuss what they've got to discuss. Congratulations, first of all, F-Class winner.
Yeah, it's great. What can I say? It wasn't that difficult in the end, and it was disappointing to see the start of the first race start in my mirrors, and it looked a bit messy, but hopefully everyone's okay.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is really important points for sort of you chasing someone behind you. It's really close now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think as we came into this weekend, there's 4 points in it, so yeah, every point counts. So I got pole this morning with a win. We're catching him.
Yeah, and you got one more race today, 3 at Pembrey in a few weeks, so everything to play for in the F-Class.
Yeah, definitely. It could go down to the wire for Wales, so looking forward to it. Love Wales, so hopefully we have good race.
Fantastic. Well done. We'll see you again later.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. We're going to turn around. I'm going to speak to Maminda. You go that way, Dan. I'll go this way. Maminda, his first ever podium in the car number 29. I'm going to grab him. Maminda, is that all right, Simon? I'm going to grab him. Podium, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yes, happy with that.
How was the race for you?
It was good. I qualified 9th, which is a bit worse than I thought I'd be, but unfortunately the first start. But anyway, that's that. The second start, got a half decent start. Had a good race with Simon over here. Got past him and a couple of the others and got up into third. Yeah, so really happy with that. I wasn't even going to be here this weekend. Last minute entry. Yeah, thanks to my brother Ishi, who managed to put the head gasket back together last weekend.
Fantastic.
And a few bits during the week we managed to do, and yeah, we're here. And thanks to obviously the support of the crowd and friends and family. That's how it works. It's motor racing for you.
And one more race today as well.
Sorry, yeah, one more to go. I don't know where I'm starting in that one, but let's see how we go. Maybe try and win the next one.
Well done and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I'm going to jump in with Simon. Great battle between you and Mark building, isn't there?
Oh, it is great. Unfortunately, my ABS failed, and in these cars, you really rely on it. As soon as the ABS goes, the rear is over braked, so every time you touch the brakes, you lock up. So there was no way I was going to challenge Mark today. I ended up having a battle with another Mark in his ZR, which was quite interesting because I had to breathe on the brakes rather than press them. But you know, it's all in one piece. I hope the guys are okay. It looked a pretty nasty shunt.
Yeah. The car, I think the guys are okay. The car's not so much, but it's motor racing, isn't it?
Cars can be fixed as long as they're all right.
Yeah.
Then they'll live to fight another day. That's the main thing.
Brilliant. We can't wait for race 2.
Yeah, it should be fun, shouldn't it?
Good luck. Thank you, mate. Right, let's try and find Steve McDermott. It's his son Jack that was in one of the cars that's really badly damaged. So as long as he's happy to talk to us, then we'll jump in. Steve, are you okay to have a quick chat, mate? First of all, let's go to this in a second, but congrats on your win.
Okay, yeah, thanks. It all sort of went well. A bit of a kerfuffle, but it was all behind me, so yeah.
That's 10 wins now. The only time you haven't won is Donington the last round, but back to winning ways. We know we've got one more race today, 3 at Pembrey. You've got a good lead, but not over yet, is it?
It's not over for the championship, not the overall, no, because Dave Inflet is quite close in the other class, and yeah, he hasn't got a lot of competition there, so I've got to do as well as him, if not better.
Now, the really important bit, is Jack okay?
Yeah, Jake's okay.
Sorry, Jake,
but yeah, the car is out of it for the meantime.
If you don't mind me asking, have you found out any information about what happened from him?
Yeah, I think a few of them just got tapped by someone going into the first corner, which spun 2 people out.
Yeah.
When one of them's Paul's come back on, he's facing Jake. Jake had nowhere to go. So yes, but it's 3 cars.
We saw naturally emotions are running high, but you know it's motor racing. Everybody okay, and sort of everybody going to be friends after this still.
Yeah, I lose my son, so I'm allowed to go and vent at him. Just because
it's your bill, isn't it? I suppose
that's it. Yeah, but yeah, it wasn't his fault, and that's what everyone's saying. So he had nowhere to go. But I can't speak for the others.
Okay, fine. Good luck in race number 2. Thanks for talking to us.
Okay, thanks
Cheers,
a lot.
Mate. Thanks, Steve. And I just saw, where did Jake go? He was here. Sorry, I'm looking at Jack Woodcock, sorry. Second place finisher. Oh, there he is, first turned around. Always the bridesmaid. Well, maybe not always the bride. Sorry, I've told a lie there.
Me that day.
Do you know what? After qualifying, I thought I was going to really struggle, but it was closer than I thought. So it only takes that one mistake next time. And
But I mean, as we've said, I've said to a couple of the guys, you've got 3 races at Pembrey, 1 more today. It is not over.
No, yeah, it's not by a long shot. You have one issue in your first race, you lose a whole weekend, and we can turn over that quickly.
It's literally...
We're just over a race win away from...
Exactly what I was going to say, yeah. So everything to play for. Everything to play for this afternoon too?
100%, yeah.
Right, perfect.
I'm not going to give it up.
Can you make any changes between now and the second race? It's only a couple of hours away.
Yeah, no, I think it was... I need to soften the rear suspension a little bit because it's a little bit lively, but... We'll just try again. Nothing we can do.
Good luck. It's a great class to watch, so thanks for the entertainment.
Thank you, and thank you. I'd like to say thank you to Assington guys who are all here, who the only reason I can come racing, so that's
fantastic.
Good.
Absolutely brilliant. Well
nice
done.
one. Cheers,
Cheers,
guys.
mate, thank you. So there we go, lots going on down here in Parc Fermé and lots more coming up on the track too. So for the time being, it's back to Dave Goddard. We might be jumping to Pointy because coming up next, it is our 4th race of the weekend in our headline act, the British Truck Racing Championship.
Well, waiting here if Pointy has got anything for us down in the paddock, but meanwhile the trucks are lining up and ready to come out for race number 4 of the weekend. Now the grid for this race, set by race 2 yesterday, the top 8 finishers in each division reversed, and Ryan Smith, the 6-time champion, has struck lucky because he nabbed 8th place on the last lap of race 2 yesterday from Mark Taylor, and therefore that converts into pole position for this race. So now we're going to, after a quiet weekend so far, see what Flying Ryan can do. Michael Oliver lines up alongside him, a 2nd place for him earlier on. 2nd row 68 Craig Reed, and our earlier winner 95 Ricky Collins. 3rd row David Jenkins alongside John Newell. Now we've got Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver as the GT Tyres pace truck gets ready to lead the field out. So the 5th row is Mark Taylor, and I doubt we'll see Stephen Powell after the incident earlier on. Then Tom O'Rourke is there, as well as Simon Faulkner completing the Division 1 field. Then there's a gap, and we've got Division 2. And another man who's struck lucky with the reverse grid is Luke Garrett. He went off early on in yesterday's 2nd race, finished 6th, but with the top 6 flipped around. It is Luke Garrett who will start on pole. It should have been all 7. Craig Evans didn't start race 2 yesterday, so he has to go from the back. So it's Luke Garrett alongside John Bowler, our earlier winner today in the 14. Adam Bint alongside Jock Borthwick, then John Powell and Brad Smith, and Craig Evans completes the grid. I've just spotted Stephen Powell. There he is. Well done to the Powell team for getting that number 3 truck back out. I didn't think we'd see that back out this weekend. Fair play to Steve and his team. Tom O'Rourke joins in at the back. Here come Division 2. Luke Garrett's there. John Bowler. Adam Bint. John Borthwick. John Powell. Brad Smith. And Craig Evans. They're all there. Excellent. We won't be hearing from Pointy then because the truck's already on track. They'll head straight into their rolling starts. This will be another 15-minute race. Are we finally going to see Flying Ryan Smith back on top? There he is. His new acquisition, built up in only 6 days, Pointy tells us. Starts alongside Michael Oliver, looking for his 3rd win of the season. Craig Reed looking for his first Division 1 win on the 2nd row. Great scenes in celebration of Ricky Collett's victory earlier on, his first win for a few seasons. David Jenkins, John Newell. All 12 Division 1 trucks back out there. Fair play again to Stephen Powell and his team. Here's Division 2. Are we going to see another win for John Bowler? Could Jock Borthwick take a win? Mr. Consistent Craig Evans at the back of the field. Nice tribute on the front of his truck there for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, 1926 to 2022. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stuart Oliver has replaced the bonnet on his Volvo. Can anyone stop Flying Ryan? We know he's had to... What's happened there? Which one of the Reed brothers has spun? On the green flag lap? We saw that, Simon Reed. A quick donut there, that's one way to warm your tyres up. Is he going to retake his grid position? He's trying to. Yes, we did notice, Simon. Well, we're ready for a start then. The GT tyres, MAN 3-axle pace truck heads into pit lane. Ryan Smith, at long last, back at the front of the field, alongside Michael Oliver. Revs begin to rise from these turbocharged diesel engines. We know Ryan's had turbo issues. Can he hang on in front for the 15-minute duration of our fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship? The pack about to be unleashed. The red lights are on. The pace truck is in the pit lane. Ryan Smith and Michael Oliver bring them up towards the red lights, which go out now. And away they go. Now, is Ryan Smith going to be able to pull ahead? He's side by side with the black MAN of Michael Oliver. Slightly later on the brakes, Ryan Smith. Look at Craig Reed charging up behind them in the red Iveco as they head round Riches for the first time. All the Division 1 trucks away okay. Ryan Smith has just about held his advantage from pole position in the number 1. Side by side for third. Ricky Collett down the outside. He's having a cracking weekend in the number 95. Craig Reed there on the inside. David Jenkins tucks in behind. Collett's going to be left on the outside. Oh, Michael Oliver's spun. Round goes Michael Oliver. They all go wide to miss him. They all have missed him, fortunately. That's allowed Craig Reed up into second place in the number 68s. If there are a few drops of rain possibly falling out there, because it's certainly clouded over here. Michael Oliver will get going again. Mark Taylor running wide there onto the dust in the background as Smith leads. Craig Reed second. Ricky Collett having a look down the inside in the 95. This is where we had a pile-up in the race earlier on. Leaning on each other there, Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor, two of the drivers who were involved in that pile-up. Made it round this time though. Simon Faulkner goes grass tracking. He nearly loses it. Something fell off one of those trucks. Where's Faulkner going? Trying to avoid that bit of debris, I think. Fell off, I think, Mark Taylor's truck. Michael Oliver's got going again just in front of the Division 2 field, which is led by Luke Garrett in the early stages. But it's Ryan Smith out in front. David Jenkins having a good go at Ricky Collett for third. Quiet weekend for Jenks so far. Newell and Stuart Oliver next. Here's the Division 2 pack, headed by, not Michael Oliver, it's headed by Luke Garrett, ahead of Jock Borthwick, John Bowler and Adam Binns. Through Williams' corner they go. Jock Borthwick's had a frustrating weekend. He took the lead of the class earlier on, then a few corners later hit the Division 1 truck of Tom O'Rourke and dropped back again. Division 1 leaders heading out of Nelson's. Their MANs together, David Jenkins and John Newell. I don't think John's taken a win yet this year. Going clear, Ryan Smith back where he feels he belongs at the front of the field. Stephen Powell is pleased to be back out there with his repaired MAN. Taken a fair few knocks this season, that truck. Over the line they go. There's O'Rourke and Taylor towards the back of the Division 1 field. Simon Faulkner looks like he's in trouble again. He's slowing up. There goes Ryan Smith. He's got a lead of 1.3 seconds, so finally back on the pace with his new truck. Ray Reed going well up there in second, looking for his main Division 1 win. Minutes of the race still to go. Michael Oliver is going again, trying to catch the Division 1 field up. Luke Garrett leads Division 2. Still ahead of Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. Here come your leaders. Picking up the dust out of Palmer's. They all go wide there. Here comes John Newell attacking David Jenkins, who moves to cover into Agostini. He's thinking about a look at third place, trying to take Ricky Collett. Stuart Oliver in behind them, 2 wins for him yesterday. So we had 2 doubles yesterday, Stuart Oliver and Brad Smith, and then a pair of first-time winners this morning, for the season anyway. Collett under fire from Jenkins. John Newell keeping an eye on them from behind in 5th place. Craig Reed a bit sideways out of Oggies there as he tries to chase Ryan Smith. The lead gap of just under 1.4 seconds for the 6-time champion. Here's a battle for Division 2, and Jock Borthwick leans Luke Garrett wide, coming through Hamilton's. That was a bit aggressive. And John Bowler's going to try and go through as well up the outside. So the Scotsman takes the lead in the number 32. Luke Garrett responds by leaning John Bowler wide through Oggies. You can't get 2 trucks side by side through there. Adam Bint on their tails in the number 5. They're throwing them around like remote control cars almost there. Radio control truck racing, there's an idea. There's Michael Oliver just ahead of them after he spun on the first lap. Jock Borthwick leads Division 2. He was second in the points over the early part of the season, but has slipped back over the last couple of rounds. The MAN has been slightly off the pace. Towards Nelson. John Bowler's got the wiper going in there. Is that a sign of a few raindrops again? Maybe just knocked it on, or whether it's to clear the dust from the quick screen. Adam Bint under fire from John Powell, number 6. Craig Evans hanging on to the tails of the Division 2 pack as well. He's been a bit off the pace this weekend, the number 10. Ryan Smith still leads by just under 2 seconds in the Division 1 battle, ahead of Craig Reed and Ricky Collins, so no change among Division 1 that time around. Although he has lost Simon Faulkner, he's pulled into the pits. Can't get the Iveco to run right this weekend. Sadly, Adam Bint side by side with John Powell down towards Riches. Such a purposeful looking truck, that black number 5 of Adam Bint. Here are the Division 1 leaders, and David Jenkins again pulls out to have a go at Ricky Collins, but can't get close enough into Agostini. Stephen Powell on the grass further behind there. Caught up with Simon Reed, I think. They tangled at Donington and plunged into the tyre wall at the chicane. Bit of debris there on the run towards Hamilton. That's come off, I think, Mark Taylor's truck. Plenty of time to go in this 15-minute race, or just under 9 minutes still to run. Well, Ryan Smith seems to have cured his problems from earlier in the weekend. Stuart Oliver stuck at the back of this group in 6th place. Here they come under the bridge. Down to Brundle. Oliver moves to the inside now. Ricky Collett trying to defend and attack at the same time. Defend from David Jenkins and attack Craig Reed. Jenkins to the inside. He's having another look. Just can't get the line away from Ricky Collett. Newell in behind them. Then we've got Stuart Oliver. A good run by Craig Reed up there in 2nd place. His best result in Division 1 so far, I think. Brother Simon, having recovered from his spin on the green flag lap, is in 7th. And he is just coming into Coram. Here's Division 2, still led by Jock Borthwick. Air in southern Scotland. Adam Bint trying to move up to attack John Bowler now for 3rd. Steam pouring from the wheels of Luke Garrett's truck there. The water-cooled brakes, you can see it on Brad Smith's truck as well. Up and over the line come the Division 1 leaders. The lead gap just over 3 seconds now, 2:26.46, new fastest lap for Ryan Smith. Still around 3 seconds off where he reckons the ultimate pace could be. It's Craig Reed, it's 5 of them together for 2nd place now. This race really lining up in Division 1. 7 minutes to go. We're just beyond halfway. Stephen Powell is putting Simon Reed under pressure for 7th. David Jenkins still determinedly chasing after the number 95 of Ricky Collins. It's the left-hander at Agostini. Steam pouring from Jenkins' front brakes now. It's reported that Stephen Powell was having an issue with his water-cooled brakes yesterday. He's still in 8th place behind Reed. Tom O'Rourke 9th, Mark Taylor 10th, Michael Oliver still 11th, playing catch-up after that spin. Ryan Smith escaping at the front of the field. David Jenkins just cannot get onto level terms with Ricky Collett. He's determined there to get into the podium places. Luke Garrett now challenging Jock Borthwick for the lead in Division 2. Bowler still third ahead of John Powell, Brad Smith. John Powell sideways there coming off Agostini. So Adam Bint's been shuffled back there a couple of spots. Craig Evans rounds out the Division 2 field. No Paul Rivets this weekend in the Napa MAN. Nor Simon Cole. Partly because the maximum capacity on the Snetterton circuit for trucks is 20. So there would have been too many entries for a race. John Bowler made a mistake there coming through Oggies, and John Powell's got through. And meanwhile, Simon Reed under intense pressure from Stephen Powell now. They're just mentioning that it's a 20 truck capacity here at Snetterton. There are 19 here. Bradley Smith, number 46, for the late withdrawal with engine trouble, we believe. Stephen Powell all over Simon Reed for 7th place. We saw a bit of yellow bodywork at Oggies. Does that come off Stephen Powell or Ricky Collett? We're not sure. There's Michael Oliver still catching up to the back of Division 1 after spinning. Under 5 minutes of this race to go. Ryan Smith leads by nearly 3.5 seconds. Another fastest lap, 2:26.357. As Stephen Powell to the outside on Simon Reed. This is for 7th place. Is he going to go through? Reed late on the brakes, side by side through Rich's corner. Tom O'Rourke just behind them in the 86. Who is it going to be into the Wilson's hairpin? It's going to be a game of chicken on the brakes, I think. Here they come. Has Stephen Powell done it? Yes, he has. He got it done before the hairpin. Great move, Stephen Powell. Here come your leaders. Still, David Jenkins cannot find a way past Ricky Collett. Or can he? Or can he? He's having a go here, coming out of Agostini. A little bit of a rub. Get off, says Ricky Collett. Jenkins to the inside, going through Hamilton. Has he finally got his man? No, Ricky Collett stays ahead again. Kicks up the dust. Oh, he's gone wide this time. Jenkins is going to get through. It's a right-hander next through. Yes, Jenkins has got it. John Newell trying to get through as well. Yes, Collett pressured into a mistake there. He slid wide onto the grass. There's a bit of steam coming from his engine. I hope it's just steam. Stuart Oliver lunges in there. I thought he was going to hit the back of Collett. He's got past John Newell. He goes out onto the dirt, but just keep an eye on that bit of steam coming from Ricky Collett's engine. Smith from Craig Reed still at the front. Here comes John Newell fighting back on Stuart Oliver. A bit of a dive bomb there by Stuart Oliver into Williams' corner. To go. Ryan Smith, after a weekend of struggle so far, seemingly set for victory. Meanwhile, Adam Bint having a good go at John Bowler. This is for 4th place in Division 2, and Craig Evans goes grass tracking. Been a weekend to forget for Craig so far, sadly. Jock Borthwick still leads Division 2. Battle for 5th in Division 2, in fact, because Brad Smith's got through in the 16. Bit of damage to the right-hand side there of John Bowler's cab. There's been a bit of rubbing in there, I think. Stuart Oliver still after Ricky Collett. Oh, Collett's going straight on, he's off! Ricky Collett into the gravel trap, he's heading into the field. Now, I'm guessing that might have been a brake failure. We saw steam coming from Ricky Collett. That might have been his water supply for the brakes, as John Newell outbrakes himself there as well, and Stuart Oliver keeps the place. Newell's ahead briefly, but Ricky Collett there, that steam may well have been the truck leaking water. They have water-cooled brakes, of course, so he may have lost brakes there. Ricky Collett, he's trying to get the truck going again. You can just see in the background as Ryan Smith continues to lead the way. Will we get one more lap out of this or not? We'll wait and see as they come to the line. Craig Reed's still there in 2nd. David Jenkins 3rd. Here's a battle further back with Tom O'Rourke, Mark Taylor. Behind them we're covering Michael Oliver. This battle is now for 4th. Stuart Oliver and John Newell. Stephen Powell is 6th. Here comes Michael Oliver. Remember me, he says, I was towards the front for 2 corners. Get out the way, Mark Taylor. Michael Oliver, you can tell, is angry. Force Mark Taylor wide there. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith continues to lead, as he had from the front in this one. Fairly rush-built truck, as we heard this one. In the last 6 days, they've built up this new truck to replace this Daimler Freightliner. So Stephen Powell, I think, is now 6th, ahead of Simon Reed. And the battle between O'Rourke and Taylor for 8th. I think we will get one more lap out of this one. 2:26.343, Ryan Smith's fastest lap. See if he betters it this time. Newell sticking with Stuart Oliver. 2:26.343, the quickest lap. New fastest lap, not for Ryan Smith, but David Jenkins, 2:26.131. So Jenkins getting a move on, trying to catch Craig Reed for second place. They won't catch Ryan Smith, he leads by 4 seconds. And he's going to be back to winning ways. Towards Palmer. Here's a replay. This is Division 2, and this is a rather smoky John Powell losing it. Something leaking out of that truck, I think, and round he goes. Brad Smith just avoids him there, takes to the grass. And let's hope John Powell is not bogged down in the grass there and can get going again. Yes, he can. His rear bumper's bent as well, so he's had some contact in there. I wonder if that truck was leaking something. Ryan Smith certainly is. He's heading for victory. We're on the final lap now. Keeping it steady as he heads through Oggies up towards Williams into the back straight. Well, it may not have been a perfect weekend so far for Flying Ryan. Blew the turbo on this truck in qualifying yesterday to run with a very down on power engine as a result in the 2 races yesterday. Stuck in the pack in race 3. Come good in race 4. The grid draw was kind to him. He took 8th place on the last lap of race 2 yesterday. It's all coming good for Jock Borthwick at last as well after a frustrating time lately. He's heading for the win in Division 2. He's down in 11th overall. Leader out of Nelson. Craig Reed has kept him in his sights there in second. A good measured drive by Craig. David Jenkins coming through the third once he finally got past Rick Collins. John Powell has pulled into the pits, so there was something amiss with the number 6. I think it was leaking fluid. We come down to the final corner at Murray's. After a difficult weekend so far, Flying Ryan is back on top. First win for his new steed. Ryan Smith takes a clear win in race 4 here at Snetterton. Craig Reed gets his best ever Division 1 results in second place. David Jenkins completes the podium. 4th place will go to Stuart Oliver after a good battle with John Newell. And a gap back to Stephen Powell, who should be 6th in the number 3. As the pack comes home, it's going to be Simon Reed in 7th place. And Michael Oliver has come through for 8th. Good recovery after his spin. Tom O'Rourke will take 9th. Mark Taylor completes the top 10. What about Division 2? That's going to be a win for Jock Borthwick, barring any major disaster. There isn't going to be a major disaster because here he comes. Luke Garrett, still winless this weekend. He's going to have to settle for second, and Brad Smith staying ahead of John Bowler and Adam Bint. They've been scrapping for most of the race as well. Jock Borthwick wins Division 2. He's finally back on top. Scotsman will be relieved of that. Luke Garrett second. And Brad Smith will take third, just ahead of John Bowler and Adam Bint. Craig Evans, the other finisher. Not sure whether Ricky Collett has got going again or not. We lost Simon Faulkner at the end of the first lap into the pits, and John Powell pulled in to retire as well after his spin. Air horn sound as the drivers celebrate. wonder if Ryan Smith's going to play us any music on his air horn this time, like he did at Donington. Provisional result then, Ryan Smith the winner by just over 3.5 seconds ahead of Craig Reed, his best ever Division 1 results. David Jenkins completes the Division 1 podium. Stuart Oliver held off John Newell for 4th place, then Stephen Powell, justifying his team's efforts to repair the truck, takes 6th ahead of Simon Reed. Michael Oliver recovering after a spin to 8th. Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor rounding out the top 10. Jock Borthwick the winner of Division 2 ahead of Luke Garrett, then Brad Smith, John Bowler and Adam Bintz, the other finishers being Craig Evans and Rick Collett. Did get going again after his off, finished at the back of the field. We lost John Powell and Simon Faulkner into the pits. Let's head down to Pointy then in Parc Ferme in a moment.
Welcome down to Parc Ferme here at Snetterton again, where at last, ladies and gentlemen, you join me with Ryan Smith. Let's head over. Got his main sponsor from Northside Truck and Van. Very happy to see that win. Move out of the way, we don't want you, sponsor. Here we go, let's unclip you. Come on, Ryan, move. Oh, is it? He's broken his gear stick, ladies and gentlemen. Billy, move your head. I want to talk to him. We can talk to him in the cab, it's okay, relax. So, Ryan, Diana, earlier on today, you said in front of us all, we were leant up the side of the truck, you just said, just work for me today, and it looks like she did.
Unfortunately she didn't, she's poorly.
Well, you still got that first place.
Let me come on to it. First of all, my team have worked the hardest I've ever seen of any team. We're just not there yet. But I want to tell you this. The overtake on Mark Taylor on the last lap of yesterday was massive because it gave us P8 and pole for that race. Now, if we'd have been in traffic, there would have been nothing we could have done. But to control that from the front was priority. It didn't matter about fastest lap. It didn't matter. It mattered about the 15 points. So I've made it hard for us and the team by doing what I've done. But when you're a small team and you financially need to make moves as well, that's what we did. But all the drivers have upped the game. We're not on our game yet, but we've got one more race to play about with things, and then we've got Pembrey at the time for Pembrey. So although it's not been the greatest weekend, I'll settle for what we're at after race 4.
You've done quite well with the limitations you've had.
Not me, the team, honestly.
And the whole team, everyone's been working.
Nobody knows what work's happened behind the scenes.
Well, it was a new gearbox until 2:30 last night, wasn't it? Swapping cogs with Jock Borthwick.
It's 7 days. We bought this truck as a chassis cab. Nothing on it. All the bits have been stolen off it.
Wow.
There was nothing on it. So the team have worked tirelessly, and that's for the team, not for me, for the team. I'm going to go out in the last race and we need to finish the race. Where, I don't know, but we'll give it our best shot.
Watch this space.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Well done for your first place anyway. I've never seen someone so disappointed to get a first place trophy. Let's head back and have a word with Division 1 now, Division 2 now. Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. Craig, first of all, very quickly, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Incredible effort making that stick.
Yeah, it was very hard.
It was.
The truck's a little bit wounded. She was getting a bit warm then, but no, really good. I'm glad. I saw Dave coming, and I got a driving standards. I thought I'd best keep it tidy, and I just concentrated on Ryan and cracked on.
They're pretty fresh to the old trophies in Div 1 as well.
That's it, mate. Yeah, no. To get to, like I say, I'm over the moon, to be honest with you. The team, then, we really had to pull it out to get both trucks out then. So, no, great.
Fantastic. Well done to you, Craig. We'll hand out some trophies very shortly. I think that's all we've got time for now down here in the big trucks Parc Ferme. Let's go and see how the pickup trucks are doing.
Bit of clearing up to do after that race, bit of track sweeping. Thank you again to the Orange family. Next up is something we've not seen race so far this weekend, and that is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We can hear from one of the drivers with Ewan Dunlop down in the paddock.
Okay, here we are then, ahead of 2 pickup truck races this weekend, and I am here with Team Reynolds. We've got Mum, Larissa, Natasha and Neil. Neil, I get the impression that you might not be the boss in this team.
No, definitely not, no. No, I just do as I'm told.
Now, talk us quickly through qualifying this morning. Wasn't fantastic, but you know, it's Snetterton, it's a fantastic race course. It's about racing here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you don't get many laps in qualifying sort of thing, so like we just did 3 on the first session, went back in the pits and then went out in the second session, and there were some cars in the way, so we didn't qualify that well, but it's just one of those things. It goes with this track sort of thing, really.
Now, one of the reasons we wanted to speak to you, because it's a special weekend with the morning of Queen Elizabeth II, and there's plenty of tributes out there, but I particularly like the picture that you guys have got on the car here. I heard it's Mum's idea, but Natasha, you're going to tell me maybe why to this extent, because it is beautiful.
Oh, well, the Queen's just such an incredible lady, really, and she had a lot to do with cars in the RAF days and everything, and we just thought it'd be a nice way of celebrating her life, really.
Fantastic. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Now, I must say, I know it's a team effort. The car looks absolutely fantastic. Who put the last coat of polish on?
That was Larissa.
Larissa, I'm bringing you in. I knew we said we wouldn't, but it looks great. What's sort of your role in the team?
Just really looking after the car, make sure it try and look presentable, even though in certain areas it's not that great at the minute.
I mean, it certainly looks presentable. Mum, you're coming in. Sorry. Your role in the team. You're just like boss, CEO.
Yeah, I'm the boss. I'll do the cooking.
Oh,
and the cleaning.
And the ironing.
Yeah, all the polishing, yes. Yeah.
And your role, your chief tyre changer, brake changer?
Yeah, set up everything. Just genuinely, yeah, just all the setup and everything. Mum helps me as well, so.
And Dad, all you have to do, Dad, is basically sit behind and steer, yeah?
That's right, yeah. And complain about it when you go down very well.
Turn it off when it's naughty.
And ambitions for the weekend? You just here to have fun as a family, or have you got goals on to finish in a particular position?
3 or 4 places that'll do us fine, sort of thing. You know, more will be great, sort of thing. But we'll just take it as it comes.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Well, there we go. Car number 37, Reynolds Racing. Keep your eyes on it, and our lovely logo here, and we'll go pickup truck racing.
It's great to hear from Team Tressler. Reynolds Racing, I'm sure you worked out it's Tressler backwards. Let's hope Neil doesn't end up backwards in this next race. Quite famous for having the only all-female pit crew in the paddock, and now we've met them. Qualifying took place earlier today for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. No, qualifying took place yesterday, I should say. My apologies, it was the MGs who qualified earlier today. Part 1 of the session set the grid for race 1, but the top 6 in the times are reversed. So Simon Ward, who was quickest, will start 6th. 6th fastest was Dale Gent, number 83. He'll take pole alongside number 65, Mark Willis. Second row through at number 30 of Matt Simpson, the ex-British touring car racer, and number 72, Alan Cooper. Third row, Dean Tompkins, number 21, and 71, Simon Ward. Fourth row, 28, the championship leader, George Taricki, starts alongside Aaron Thompson. Only his second appearance in the pickups in number 41. The fifth row, 29 Tom Hutchins and 39 of Danny Hunt. Sixth row, 40 Rhys Jones starts alongside Ireland's number 8 David O'Regan. Row 7, 93 Michael Smith alongside the number 2 of Jamie Liptrot. Good to see him back out after his fire at Thruxton earlier this season. Paul Tompkins, father of Dean, in number 12 on row 8 alongside 51 Gavin Pike. The ninth row, number 3 Jeff Simpson, father of Matt, and 37 Neil Tressler. 56 Pat Kiley will be starting from the back of the field. Now, if you're unfamiliar with pickup truck racing, these aren't the pickups you see your local tradesmen driving around the streets in. These are purpose-built, space frame, almost like short oval hot rod style machines, 2-litre race-tuned, usually Ford or Vauxhall engines. They are extremely evenly matched, very quick, very, very close racing. If you're watching Convoy in the Park from Donington on BARC TV, they really did steal the show that weekend, almost from the British Truck Racing Championship. They were phenomenal, the pickups on that occasion. They're in great form at Thruxton as well, although Mark Willis and Jamie Liptrot wouldn't agree on that occasion because their trucks unfortunately caught fire. But they are back out and racing once again. And Mark Willis sits second in the points behind George Turicki, who's looking for his third consecutive title. He won in 2019 and 21. The series wasn't run in 2020 because of the pandemic, but he's going for 3 titles in a row. George Turicki from Kettering. Mark Willis second in the points, and Rhys Jones, number 40, in third. He's in the bright pink number 40 truck. Stands out a mile, that machine. One name I reckon could be worth watching is number 41, Aaron Thompson. We saw him come within a point of the Brick Car Trophy title last year with his dad Steve in a Renault Clio. He's back out racing in the pickups. Made his debut at Donington. Certainly made his mark. He was actually, I believe, in the second half of qualifying. I'll double check this. In the second half of qualifying, the qualifying session for race 2, he was quickest yesterday. Let's see if he can come through here from 8th on the grid. It was Simon Ward who was fastest in qualifying, the ex-classic touring car racer. He used to race a Vauxhall Astra. There is the grid forming up then. It's the number 83, painted in the colours of NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt on pole position. So it's Dale Earngent on pole position alongside the number 65, one of the most experienced men on the grid, Mark Willis. Never won the outright pickup truck title. He's been Rockingham champion in the days of the 1.5 mile oval in Northamptonshire. There are whispers this weekend that Rockingham, whisper it because we don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. There are rumours Rockingham could be reopening. We'll wait and see on that. I, for one, would absolutely love to see the pickups round Rockingham again Sunday. Second row of the grid is Matt Simpson, number 30, made his return to pickups at Donington. I remember when I was little watching Matt Simpson racing his mini stocks at Hensford Hills Raceway, then moved on to race Legends, National Hot Rods with his dad, then into the pickups and Eurocar. Remember those? Quite a few of the drivers on this grid raced in Eurocar, the space frame Ford Mondeos. Mark Willis was one of them. Pickup trucks were spawned out of Eurocar. And then Matt Simpson, of course, moved up to the British Touring Car Championship with a Honda before moving back to the pickups this year. His son Ben now forming his own racing career in karts. Awaiting the all clear then to get the circuits clear. I can see a recovery truck moving down at Murray's there. Is that just making its way back to its position, having brought a truck in? I hope so, and then we can quickly get this race underway. The bright orange and white truck on row 4, that is, reminds me of the colours Gordon Bland used to use in hot rod racing. That's Aaron Thompson, lined up just behind Simon Ward in the 71. He was very pleased to be fastest in qualifying in part 1 of qualifying yesterday. But of course, you only start 6th if you're fastest. Rhys Jones will be in with a chance, the ex-saloon car racer. He lines up on row 6, third in the championship, ahead of Dale Gent. Dale Gent used to race in the classic Thunder Saloons, had a very powerful Subaru Impreza. Mark Willis alongside him here. Alan Cooper, number 72, ex-Formula 2 stock car racer. His last titles in short oval racing came in, of all things, Reliant Robbins. Yes, really. That's the Shale Ovals of Mildenhall and Kings Lynn. Lots of these drivers, as we said, are ex-short oval racers. Likes of the Tompkins family. Paul Tompkins, he's an ex-world banger racing champion. His son Dean has raced bangers as well. He'll appeared in hot rods too. There is Dean Tompkins, the white truck on the inside. George Turicki hasn't moved. Is he having trouble getting the yellow number 28 going there? He comes from a hot rod racing family as well. His dad Mark, a very successful hot rodder, but George after his days in mini stocks. Did compete in 2 litre hot rods and also in Formula 2 stock cars. Well, the cars heading round on the green flag lap, but I think a few of them struggling to get going. Trucks, I should say. Because we've seen part of the field move off, but because George Taricki couldn't get his truck fired up, we've only got part of the field there, so let's see what's going to happen here. Going to be a bit disjointed until they can all join together. Pace car just keeping them slow there. Well, you can see there's one side of the grid there and one isn't. There's Gavin Pike, number 51. There's the Tressler car. Apologies if I do say car instead of truck. I can't see George Taricki. Has the championship leader not got going? Yes, he's being pushed off the grid. Oh my goodness. So our championship leader is not going to take the start. George Taricki went to move off for the green flag lap, and the truck has given up on him. That could be big news in terms of the championship. He is nearly 400 points clear of Mark Willis. This is a golden opportunity for Mark to close the gap. This will be a 9-lap race around the Snetterton 300 circuit. The pace of these 2-litre engine pickup trucks, this isn't going to take long. This is going to be a cracking slipstreaming race. There's Pat Kiley at the back of the grid, the number 56. Pace starting to quicken now. The grid is in the 2x2 formation needed for the rolling starts. Dale Gents in the black Dale Earnhardt look-alike on pole alongside the red and blue of Mark Willis. The white truck on the second row is Matt Simpson. Black with green numbers, that's Alan Cooper. Look out for Michael Smith, the black and turquoise truck as well, former double champion. There's Pat Keeley at the back in 56. Apologies if I mispronounce his name, can't remember whether it's Keeley or Kiley. We'll look that up later. The race is about to start. The great David O'Regan, the Irishman, and the blue and white truck there mid-grid. Jamie Liptrot in number 2 just behind him. Lights are out atop the pace car. About to go green. Here they come then up towards the red lights. The pickup truck's about to be unleashed onto the Snetterton 300 circuits. As a certain commentator in the USA would say, let's go racing, boys! They get underway down towards Riches for the first time, still in 2x2 formation. Dale Gent will lead the way, only just into the first corner. They all cut the inside line, very fine indeed. They gallop as a pack down towards the Wilson's hairpin. Looks like Mark Willis is going to take the lead from the outside of the front row. Mark Willis will lead into the hairpin for the first time, 3 wide behind. Simpson, Tompkins and Simon Ward around the outside, the number 71. They've made it round okay, though they haven't. Somebody off in the background there, number 51 of Gavin Pike, I think that was, that had gone off wide into the dirt. It's the 65 of Mark Willis who leads. Dale Gent second, Alan Cooper sideways in that third place as they start to sort themselves out behind the number 3 there of Jeff Simpson. I think that was going a little bit sideways. Willis leads it. There's Matt Simpson tucked in 4th position. David O'Regan sliding the number 8 around. Used to be sponsored by Parcel Force, the number 8 truck. I don't think your parcels will be in one piece after they've been delivered by one of these pickups. At the speeds these go, as into the right-hand row doggies, Mark Willis, Dale Gent, Alan Cooper, Matt Simpson, Danny Hunwell up as well, comes from a famous hot rod racing family in the red and yellow number 39, just behind Rhys Jones in the pink number 40. Down the Bentley straight, chance for some slipstreaming here. They come under the bridge. Mark Willis holds the lead. Dale Gent though is starting to have a look. He's got Alan Cooper on his tail. At the inside, Dean Tompkins trying to take Simpson for 4th place. Jeff Simpson looks like he's in. We've got yellow flags, the safety car's coming out. The safety car is being scrambled. I was just about to mention Jeff Simpson. Looks like he's in Roger Dormer's old truck, the yellow and red there. There is the truck we heard from earlier, Neil Tressler, running at the tail of the field, but I think the safety car will be out possibly for Gavin Pike. We saw him go off at the exit of Riches onto the dirt, so if he's stuck in the gravel there, I can't see anybody else missing. Ah, there's Aaron Thompson. He's had a moment somewhere, so has he tangled with somebody else? He's towards the back. Let's see who doesn't come through at the end of this lap. They've lost Gavin Pike. We may have lost somebody else as well. Let's have a look. It's Thompson's there. We know George Taricki didn't start. Might be Pat Keeley, number 56. There's the recovery vehicle on the move. Now look in the background here. Is it Gavin Pike's truck stuck in the field? Saw him go off on the outside. I can't see it there. Showing on the timing screen as missing a George Taricki. We know he didn't take the start. Pat Keeley is listed as missing. Gavin Pike we saw go off. And Jeff Dixon's listed on the timing screen as well, the number 50 truck, but we didn't see him in qualifying. Ah, there's the answer. That is the number 56. That's Pat Keeley. So he's come to a halt there. Couldn't see him for the barriers until we zoomed in. That's the reason for the safety car. Once his truck is recovered, we'll be back underway. Aaron Thompson had a moment on the first lap, the number 41. He's dropped to the back of the field. Certainly no mistaking that truck in the dark, is there, with the Dayglow livery? His father Steve used to race in Eurocar V6. There are still one or two Eurocars about out there. The Space Frame V6 and V8 Mondeos, part of Sonny Howard's vision to try and bring NASCAR-style racing to the UK. And hopefully we'll see that style of racing if Rockingham should come back. Hopefully we'll see the pickups on the oval again. Some of my favourite events of my commentary career. The pickup races at Rockingham, especially on a Saturday evening. Under the safety car then here at Snetterton. Gavin Pike did get going again. He's pulled into the pits, so it's the 56 truck needing recovery that's brought out the safety car. Your leader is Mark Willis ahead of Dale Gents. There we see the 56 being strapped to the crane. We didn't see what happened, unfortunately, because the truck was right at the back of the field. Ideal opportunity for the likes of Mark Willis, Rhys Jones and Dale Gent to close the gap on George Taricki, who was unable to start. Pat Keeley's truck onto the flatbed. Vehicle Solutions Group it's sponsored by. Need some Vehicle Solutions to put that right, I think. Quick view of the recovery operation. Thanks again to our marshals and other helpers. Bonnet off the number 56. See what's happened there. Looks like it'll be one more lap behind the safety car and we'll be unleashed. Well, hopefully 6 laps of green flag racing. JS Holmes recovery vehicle about to move away by the looks of things. Once the pack has gone by, Mark Willis, Dale Gent, Alan Cooper in third, and Matt Simpson. And the rest of them. David O'Regan just ahead of Paul Tompkins. Simon Ward's dropped back a bit after a strong qualifying effort yesterday. This has allowed Aaron Thompson to be able to catch back up to the tail of the field as well. 56 truck was left facing the wrong way against the barrier and spun into the barriers there. Did he tangle with Gavin Pike, I wonder? You only saw Pike going off onto the dirt on the outside. Looking at the windscreen there, yes, you can see that now the truck has turned around, it's damaged the windscreen. Did his bonnet fly off, I wonder? Doesn't look as if the truck's been upside down, so I'm wondering if the bonnet flew up and smashed the windscreen. That's why he had to stop. We didn't see it because we were following the leaders, of course. And Pat Keeley started from the back. There you can see the damage to the windscreen there. Bit of damage to the top of the roof as well, so I don't know whether the truck got upside down there. But anyway, the lights are out atop the safety car. We'll be going racing this time. It'll be 6 laps, hopefully, of green flag racing. Mark Willis in the lead. See how long it takes Aaron Thompson to come through from the back. He's looked very quick so far in his short pickup career. This car pulls into pit lane. Revs begin to rise from these 2-litre engines. Pickup Truck Racing Championship about to get back underway. Here we go. Down towards Riches they go. They take the green flag. Ready, Paul Tompkins hassling Matt Simpson for 4th place. Dale Gent, you're going to have a look for the inside into Riches. He thinks about it, but Mark Willis moves to colour. Alan Cooper in 3rd place. Trying to close up as well is Rhys Jones in the pink at number 40. It's Willis who has held his lead. They head down towards the hairpin. Alan Cooper looking to the outside of the 83 of Dale Gent, side by side for 4th. Simpson and Tompkins. There's Rhys Jones. Danny Hunt, number 39, next in the order. There's Michael Smith, the former champion, number 93, the man from the northeast in the offshore fuels truck. 65, Mark Willis in the Simpson skip hire truck leads the way. Pulling away just a little from Dale Gent. Matt Simpson ran a bit wide there, so did David O'Regan onto the grass. So allowed Tompkins to have a look down the inside. No, you don't, says Matt Simpson. Big lock up from Michael Smith, and he's tagged Rhys Jones. Oh dear. Alias Smith and Jones into Agostini there. Jones spins around. Michael Smith just missed his braking point there, had to lock up, but he couldn't avoid the back of the number 40 and spun him around. They've kept it going though. Rhys Jones, one of our championship contenders this year, will have to fight his way back up the order. Mark Willis leads it from Dale Gent, Alan Cooper, it's Matt Simpson. Dean Tompkins, that little tangle has created a bit of a hole in the field. David O'Regan, the Irishman, ex-national hot rod racer, is next in the order in 6th in the number 8. Then it's Danny Hunt. I think behind them is Jamie Liptrot in truck number 2. Dale Gent's looking to attack for the lead as they go into Brundles under braking. Mark Willis covers the line, holds the lead. Alan Cooper looking for what I think will be his first win in the class. In 3rd position, he's had a couple of podiums in the past. Swing their way up towards Coram. See again what's happened there. Watch for Michael Smith, he just locks up wallop into the back of Rhys Jones. That delayed Danny Hunn as well. Jones spun around. Lucky he wasn't collected there by the following pack. Michael Smith just missing his braking point there. Hopefully he's been able to continue. Yes, Smith and Jones side by side there as they go into Murray's. A similar delay for both of them. Over the line go the leaders. Willis from Jets. Jets done the fastest lap and he's going for the lead as they come down into Richard. He's got the inside line away side by side with Mark Willis. Alan Cooper up there in third place. He's going to have a go as well. Side by side on the run to Wilson's hairpin. Now Dale Gent's got the inside. If he gets his braking right, he should take the lead here in the Dale Earnhardt lookalike. Yes, he's done it. Mark Willis preoccupied with Alan Cooper as well. Battle is joined at the front of this pickup truck racing field. Fourth place, the number 30 of Matt Simpson. Then it's Dean Tompkins. These five escaping at the front of the field. Six is still David O'Regan a couple of seconds back. Then it's Jamie Liptrot running the best we've seen him go after since that fire at Thruxton. And Mark Willis, he got a tap there I think from Alan Cooper. Well held Mark Willis. I thought he was going to spin there. I think we couldn't quite see it. I think he got a bit of a push there from the 72. On in Formula 2 stock cars now, Alan Cooper. He's up into second place, but it's Dale Gent left with a clear lead as a result of that. Matt Simpson in fourth position. Then we've got Dean Tompkins. There's O'Regan in sixth in the blue and white truck. Jamie Liptrot seventh. Behind him, Danny Hunn. Next in the order is the number 29 truck of Tom Hutchins. It's a race with Rhys Jones in saloon cars. Weave about down the Bentley straights. Michael Smith on the grass. I think he's having issues with that truck in the background there as Alan Cooper tries to attack Dale Gent now for the lead. Up on the curb through Nelson. Mark Willis down to fourth because Matt Simpson has come through there at Brundle. Matt Simpson looking for the first win of his comeback season in the pickups. Made his return at Donington and had to start as a rookie from the back of the grid. Alan Cooper locking up again. I think he's having braking issues with the 72. Jamie Liptrot under fire from Danny Hunn, and look behind them is Aaron Thompson. He's raced his way through the order after that first lap moment. Past Tom Hutchins. Over the line they go. Alan Cooper going with our leader. Fastest lap of the race by Matt Simpson, 207.995. No, that's just been eclipsed by Rhys Jones on his recovery drive further back, 207.759. Dale Gent from Alan Cooper down into the hairpin. Matt Simpson closing up on them. Then Willis, Tompkins, David O'Regan closing on the lead battle. There's Jamie Liptrot. Thompson through into eighth. He's got ahead of the 39 of Danny Hunn. It's Tom Hutchins, Paul Tompkins, Tompkins Senior in the number 12 is behind them. Rhys Jones heading up the next group in the number 40 ahead of Simon Ward in the 71. Qualified well, but has dropped back to 13th. There's Michael Smith. That's Jeff Simpson in unfamiliar colours, having acquired Roger Dormer's truck. Behind them it's Neil Tressler, number 37. Rounds out the field in this first of two races for the pickup truck championships. Of course, we lost Pat Keeley and Gavin Pike. George Taricki didn't take the start. Weave their way through towards Williams. Alan Cooper sideways. He is having some handling issues with the 72. Looks spectacular, doesn't help his lap times though. David O'Regan runs a bit wide coming out onto the Bentley straights. Are there going to be any slipstreaming moves made here amongst the lead quintet? Doesn't look like it at the moment. On lap 6 out of 9. Through towards Brundle and Nelson once again. Simpson wide onto the curbs. Dean Tompkins still makes the occasional appearance on the short ovals, chasing down long-time ex-hot rod racer Mark Willis. Aaron Thompson still one to watch. He's on the tail of Jamie Liptrot now. That's for 7th place. Danny Hunn down to 9th. Here comes Thompson up the inside as they go into Murray's. He's surely going to go through. Perfectly done. Liptrot goes wide onto the dirt. Hunn will go through as well. Aaron Thompson really is one to watch in these pickup trucks. But his third race, his second meeting in the form. Clearly channeling his dad's Eurocar skills. Matt Simpson has caught our second place man, Alan Cooper. We see Simpson come through to take a win here. recovery drive. New fastest lap incidentally recorded by Matt Simpson, 2:07.106. Lap speed's getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on. He's up with Alan Cooper now for second. Here comes Dean Tompkins on the inside, attacking Mark Willis. Willis closes the door. There's going to be a bit of contact there, but they avoided each other. There's O'Regan in 6th. Thompson up to 7th ahead of Hunt. Jamie Liptrot is down to 9th after running wide coming out of Murray's, battling with Aaron Thompson. Tom Hutchins, number 29, rounds out the top 10. Rhys Jones trying to get into that top 10. He's got ahead of Paul Tompkins. It's Ward, Smith, Jeff Simpson and Neil Tresson. Leaders come into Brundle up the inside. Dean Tompkins trying another move on Mark Willis. Surely he's got him this time. Yes, he's got it. He slides sideways instantly onto the curb. Mark Willis immediately back through. Meanwhile, never mind that, because look at the way Alan Cooper's going. He's right on the rear panel of number 83, Dale Gents. Can he make a move here for the lead? Those three have broken clear slightly of Mark Willis in that 4th place. There's Thompson in 7th. And he hung up into 8th place now. He's got ahead of Hutchins. And Jamie Liptrot. Leaders over the line. A couple of laps to go now. 0.3 of a second in it, and Alan Cooper is not holding back. Oh, Matt Simpson's pulled into the pits. Problems for the number 30. So we've lost one of our lead battlers. So Simpson pulling into the pits there to retire. That's a great shame. So this battle is now for 3rd between Mark Willis and Dean Tompkins. And there were 4 battling for the lead. It could be 5 if David O'Regan catches up. Aaron Thompson now in 6th place. He was at the back at the end of the first lap. Safety car helping him to catch up, of course. It's between, I would say, just these two for victory now. Can Alan Cooper get ahead of Dale Gents, our pole sitter in this race? Dean Tompkins again has a go at Mark Willis. Can he make it stick this time? Willis leaves him racing room. Good driving by Mark Willis. And Dean Tompkins goes through into 3rd place. Willis immediately on the attack back again, though. Can he get ahead at Sir Hamilton? No. Bit sideways there on the entry. Dean Tompkins up to 3rd. The A4 metal recycling pickup truck. I don't think he'll be collecting any scrap metal in there. Here come your leaders, and Alan Cooper right on the tail now of the 83 of Dale Gents. Slides it sideways out of there. Track getting a bit slick down there by the look of things. Speeds are still fairly consistent though. Coming round to start the last lap this time. Shame we've lost Matt Simpson. I'm sure he would have been challenging for a victory there. Over the line to start there. Final lap. Can Alan Cooper make a challenge? That last lap board will be his signal to go all out to attack. Dale Gents' signal to defend. 3 seconds clear near enough of Dean Tompkins in 3rd place. He's busy battling Mark Willis. It's not quite the en masse pack slipstreaming race that we saw at Donington Park, but still a good race here between Dale Gents, who's led all the way so far, after the safety car at least, when he took Mark Willis for the lead. Right up the inside going into Riches on the first corner of the restarts. Willis now down to 4th. Can Alan Cooper usurp the 83 here? Slightly tighter line off Agostini. Dean Tompkins still holding 3rd. Here comes Mark Willis on the attack again. We stay with the 2 leaders. Gent versus Cooper. Alan Cooper closes right up again. He seems stronger in the turns. The Ford-bodied 83 against the Vauxhall-bodied 72. Down the straight they go. And is Alan Cooper going to move into the slipstream here as they come down towards Brundle? Can he get the inside line away? Gent positioning himself in the middle of the circuits. Cooper goes to the outside. Is he going to switch back again, or is he going to try and get the inside for Nelson? Gent holds his line. Cooper to the inside, trying to get the line out of Nelson, I think. Yes, he's in the slipstream. He's almost pushing, almost bump drafting Dale Gent there as they come through the bomb hole for the last time. Into Coram. The only hope he's got now is to slipstream him on the run to the finish line, I think. Willis has got back ahead of Dean Tompkins meanwhile, while we're watching the leaders as Cooper up the inside. I thought he was going to have a stab there at taking the lead, and well, Tompkins doesn't, they both go off. Oh, goodness me. A bit over-enthusiastic there. David O'Regan looks like he's going to take third place as a result of that. Meantime, the leaders nose to tail over the line. Dale Gent wins it, second for Alan Cooper. And who's going to take third after that schmozzle out of the final corner? It's David O'Regan. Aaron Thompson takes fourth. Dean Tompkins fifth. Where's Mark Willis? Eighth. My goodness, what a sort out. Well, Dean Tompkins tried. I thought Alan Cooper was going to do the same thing and dive at the inside into Murray's corner there. Dean Tompkins did it, but a bit over-enthusiastically. Took him and Mark Willis off onto the grass. David O'Regan said, thank you very much, I'll take third place. And what a recovery by Aaron Thompson. Had a moment on the first lap, drops to the back of the field and ends up fourth. We'll confirm the results in a moment. See that move again for third place. Watch for Dean Tompkins in the white and yellow truck. Up the inside, can't get the truck stopped in time. They tangle together, off onto the grass. Both of them trying to recover quickly. David O'Regan comes through to take third place. Through came Danny Hunn, Rhys Jones, and more importantly Aaron Thompson as well. Let's have a look at the result then. Dale Gent the winner by just over a quarter of a second ahead of Alan Cooper. Good fight between those two. David O'Regan snatching third on the last corner ahead of Aaron Thompson. What a run through the field by him. Dean Tompkins relegated to fifth after that last corner schmozzle. Danny Hunn coming through for sixth ahead of Rhys Jones, and Mark Willis has to be content with eighth place. That won't do his championship hopes a lot of favours. Tom Hutchins takes ninth ahead of Jamie Liptrot. Simon Ward, strong qualifying effort, but he ends up 11th ahead of Paul Tompkins. Jeff Simpson in 13th ahead of Neil Tressler. We lost Michael Smith into the pits a couple of laps from home. Matt Simpson pulled into the pits as well, but he got the consolation of the fastest lap. George Taricki didn't take the start, so we lost Gavin Pike and Pat Keeley as well. Lively stuff then from the pickups. They have another race coming up this afternoon, and we can head down to Ewan Dunlop in a moment in Parc Fermé.
Thank you, Dave. Well, what a fantastic race. Two guys at the front and the rest of the field chasing behind. And what an ending. We'll speak to the beneficiary of that at the end. But let's jump in first of all. Wonderful, wonderful racing once again in the pickups. Great advert for their sport, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know what it's looking like from obviously sat in it. It's brilliant. Loving it. It's good to be on the top step again. Yeah. It's very good. Alan, well, that's good drive from him as well. Yeah. That kept the pressure there. Brilliant. Again with the team, just helping us out, getting us here, and all my sponsors and that. Is this.
In terms of the championship, with George not starting, those points are really important.
I didn't know he didn't start. Ooh, don't know. He's still got a good chunk. So see if he's out for the next one. I don't know what's up with him, but there's still a few more races to go, and we've got a bit more work to do. So we just keep chibbling away. The
thing with the pickup trucks, if somebody doesn't start, 200 points for a win, that's a massive jump, isn't it?
It's good. It's what we need. It's what we need. So
it's what everybody needs at the moment.
So, hopefully, see how it goes in the next race. Hopefully we can get a bit the same. So.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, we're going to go ahead straight back because we do have our second 2-minute silence of the weekend to remember Queen Elizabeth II.
Thanks, Ewan. There is no escaping the fact that this weekend's race event is taking place in very different circumstances to which we're accustomed. All of us were deeply saddened to learn that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September. As a mark of respect, we will pause in thought to remember this most remarkable monarch and pay tribute to her life, service and extraordinary dedication to this country. Across the venue and here on BARC TV, we will now observe 2 minutes silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, which will start on the klaxon.
There is no escaping the fact that this weekend's race event is taking place in very different circumstances than those to which we are accustomed. All of us were deeply saddened to learn that Majesty Queen Elizabeth II passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September. As a mark of respect, we will pause in thought to remember this most remarkable monarch, pay tribute to her life, service, and extraordinary dedication. Across the venue, please join us now in 2 minutes silence.
Thank you all for joining us in remembering Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, an extraordinary leader who will remain in our hearts and minds. Long live the King. Thank you to all our viewers here on BARC TV for joining us in observing that 2-minute silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We're now going to take a short, slightly later than planned lunch break. before we have our next race on track a little later on, which will be the mini challenge sponsored by Quaife Trophy Class, their third and final race of the weekend.
There we go. Hopefully have some sounds now. We are back in Parc Ferme and I'm on with Aaron Thompson. I'm going to call this as it's my drive of the weekend. That was pretty incredible, mate, from last to fourth.
I wish it wasn't the drive of the weekend. I wish it just stayed where I was and didn't have to do the drive of the weekend.
Yeah.
But turn one happens, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? All in the heat of the moment. I think it was just a domino effect, and I was the one that fell at the end, unfortunately. But I don't know how everyone missed me, spinning in front of the whole pack. Kept out the wall, and then just head down from there, really. I'd like to say I was nice and calm, but I think I bit through my entire lip sort of after that one. It was great. When I look around this paddock, I am 3-year-old me at a Legends meeting watching my dad wanting to drive one of these one day, and then I sort of realise I'm doing it myself. It's just it is a dream come true. I can't thank my dad for the opportunity. I mean, you know the score from Brickcar, from Clears and everything else. It's just I'm lucky enough. I'm just an electrician from Leicester. I'm nothing. I just get in and have fun, and that's all it is. I loved it.
And for those that don't know, formerly of Brickcar fame, going the Clio series with your dad last year. Why the move to the trucks?
A lot of things have happened since November last year, and it was just start living. What's like a lifelong dream, and pickups is a lifelong dream. I mean, look, it's a race car.
Yeah.
This isn't a road car.
I'm going to get out of the way. We can have a look at the car as well.
Yeah, it isn't a car on the road. It is one man built these in his garage for everyone to go and have racing, and it is proper racing. And I've just taken to it like a duck to water. I love it.
And when you got out of the car, you were buzzing, weren't you?
Yeah, I was going to say buzzing. I'm about ready to rip someone's head off, I think. It's just the adrenaline. I'm just giddy. Not only to be doing it, but to be competitive, to put it on pole yesterday and then come from dead last to fourth.
And have you got one more chance to have a bit more fun later on?
Yeah, absolutely. This drive is dedicated to my wife, Jessica, and my daughter Martha, who was 4 months old on Friday. So big shout out to Jess.
Absolutely lovely. Mate, we can't wait to see you doing the same again a little bit later.
Thanks, cheers mate.
Thanks a lot. Okay, there we go. We do have a little bit of a break now, but we've got more coming up later. We've got the pickup trucks. We also go mini racing, and for the final time this weekend, later on this afternoon, it is the final race of the British Truck Racing Championship. So, bit of a break, but don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
Yes, thanks to you, and good to hear from Aaron Thompson there. A quick late lunch break taking place at the moment then. And we're back in action with our coverage in a few minutes' time with the third race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy. 4 races to go here at Snetterton, here on BARC TV. Next up, it is the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy class. I'll tell you for race 3, the top 6 from the result of race 2 will be reversed on the grid for our next race. So 6th place will start on pole. Nelson King, our earlier winner, starts from row 3. Ewan Dunlop's down there in the assembly area.
Thank you, Dave. Ahead of our 3rd and final race for the Minis this weekend. And if you're a fan of Minis, you're jealous of my spot right now because we are absolutely surrounded by them. We are going to go for a chat. Now, the 3rd race for the Minis means a reverse grid for the top 6, which means Charlie Mann, who finished 6th in our 2nd race of the day, is going to be our pole sitter. And I'm going to stick my microphone in through his window. Now, Charlie, 6th in race 2, which puts you on pole for our final race of the day. Great position to be, isn't it?
Yeah, pole's a good position to be around here. There's a lot of overtaking spots, but if you defend well, then it's easy to hold on to a lead. We had a bit of a problem in the last race with power cutting, which is why we struggled to make up places. But the team have worked hard, and hopefully the car's fixed for this one and be able to get on that podium.
Now, as we've seen the first 2 races, Minis, because everybody's driving effectively exactly the same car, it can be incredibly close, can't it?
Yeah, it'll be a close one. I'm sure I won't be in the lead the whole time, but hopefully I'll cross the line first. But yeah, there'll be lots of overtaking, lots of action for the TV, I'm sure.
Right. We can't wait. Good luck. Cheers, buddy. Now we got Matt Hammond, who is currently leading in our directors class. Matt, you had a fairly good weekend so far. You're front row of the grid this time.
Yeah, front row again. We'll see what happens. Starting from the other side this time. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And I mean, the advantage of being on the front of the grid, especially in a class as we've just said, that these cars are so closely matched. It's a big advantage. It's not just a small; it's a big advantage to be on the front, isn't it?
Sorry, she speak on the radio. Yeah, they're pretty closely matched. Yeah, I mean everybody's quick at the front here, so it's going to be pretty much the same, I reckon. 4 or 5 cars into every turn.
Yeah. It's great for us to watch. I'm sure it's fun for you as well. Best of luck. All right. Now let's go and speak, if we can, to our championship leader, who is Nelson King. He is used to being at the front, but he's going to be starting from 6th because he won that 2nd race. So we'll jump in. He looks ready and raring to go. Nelson starting in 6th. This is going to be great fun, isn't it?
Yeah, bit of a battle throughout. Enjoying it.
Now, I must say, just getting here, Dan, I love this on the front of your helmet. That is absolutely brilliant.
Well, yeah, the Queen's quite a big part of England, so I want to be able to commemorate her with the black wing mirrors and this on the helmet.
Mate, good luck. Okay, we're about to get going. We're going to get kicked out of here soon, so I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And maybe we'll speak to you in Park Fermi later on today, all right? Have a good one, mate. So there we go. These cars are about to get onto the track. They're going to go for their green flag. They're going to start on the grid, and we are going to have a lot of fun watching them. And Dave Goddard is going to have a lot of fun talking you through them. Over to you, Dave.
I certainly hope so, yes. Thanks, Ewan. The Minis have been a highlight of this weekend so far. Great to have the Quaife Mini Challenge here with us. Second time we've seen them on our coverage so far this season. So we'll give you the full grid very shortly then, once the grid is out to 4th. As we said, it is the top 6 reversed for this one, making things a little bit more of a challenge for the likes of Nelson King and Nicky Taylor, his main challenger from earlier on. It is Charlie Mann who will line up in pole position, comes from Farnham in Surrey. Finished 5th in the 2021 season. Started his career in Super 1 karting, raced in the Junior Saloon Championship as well before moving into the Mini Challenge. And his own karting team, and he tells us in his notes that his grandfather was bass player for the rock group The Trots, hence Charlie's nickname of Wild Thing. What a claim to fame that is. Matt Hammond, we know, is a former champion. Back in 2017, the 78 car won the title. It was 3rd last year with Accelerate Motorsports. Charlie Mann in a self-run car. 2nd row of the grid, number 41 of Joe Wiggin. 26th last year. He's looking to move up into the JCW class next year. He's won 24-hour races in Citroen C1s in the past and has had success in Mazda and BMW racing as well. An experienced saloon and sports car racer, Joe Wiggins, so he's going to be one to watch. He starts third on the grid. Alongside him it'll be Jack Byrne in the number 486 car, only 18. He's competed in his native Ireland in junior racing, also in Ford Fiestas as well. So the full grid sees Charlie Mann and Matt Hammond on row 1, second row Joe Wiggin and Jack Byrne, Nicky Taylor and Nelson King on row 3. Fourth row of the grid is number 12 Alex Solly alongside 10 Tyler Lidsey. Frankie Taylor lines up on row 5 alongside number 21 Nathan Edwards, will be 10th on the grid. Sixth row Alfie Glennie, number 27, and Ollie Meadows in 86. And Morgan Root and Paul Manning on row 7. James Parker, number 30, and 60 of Brendan Fitzgerald. Quite a strong Irish presence on this grid, that's row 8. Row 9 is Luca Marinoni Osborne, and alongside him is Clark Wells, number 711, former Bangor racer, running mate of Lee Pearce, who's further back on this grid. Row 10, number 34 John McGladrigan, alongside 99, which is Ben Jenkins, 4 Mike Paul and 44 Sam Baker on row 11. The 12th row Mick Fitzgerald and Johnny Sargent, row 13 Barry Holmes and Lee Pearce. 3 years in a row, 1300 stock car world champion. Sophie Wright, she starts on row 14 alongside newcomer Alex Keens, and the two cars hit problems in race 2. Tom Ovenden, who was fighting for the lead, having started from pole, he had to make a pit stop to rectify a problem, finished a lap down. Louis Capozzoli, the only retirement in race 2, has to start from the back. So two of our previous winners on the back row of the grid. Watch for them coming through the field. Another 15-minute race. Should be underway as soon as the car's out on the grid. The light fading a little. You can see the windsock is pretty horizontal. It's pretty blowy here at Snetterton. Minis really have been one of the highlights of the weekend. No wonder they've been chosen on a couple of occasions this year to support the British Touring Car Championship. We are seeing some of the touring car stars of the future here. Going back to a look at some of our drivers' details on this grid. Alex Solly, only 17 years of age, was 9th in the championship last year. Former junior saloon racer, was runner-up in the championship in 2020. Scored a win in the Minis at Thruxton last year. Tyler Lidsey, the ex-Renault Clio racer, starts alongside him, has completed in Clio Cup UK and Europe. Works as a lift engineer. Frankie Taylor, we saw pick up a penalty in race 1 for track limits, so hoping to avoid that this time. Raced in Ginetta Juniors and in the Junior Saloon Car, lots of Junior Saloon Car Championship graduates out in this series. Nathan Edwards, he's come from the world of Fiesta racing, juniors and seniors, has raced in the Renault Clio Cup as well, the man from Tunbridge Wells in Kent, works as a racing instructor. Alfie Glennie, we've mentioned the ex-Fiesta Junior star. His father used to compete on motorcycles. Ollie Meadows will start alongside him, used to race in the Ultimate Karting Championship. His father and older brother both involved in motorsports. His father, one of the directors of the Mercedes Formula 1 team. He's certainly got the backing, the Graves motorsport driver. Morgan Root next, the ex-rally crosser, number 38. Lives near Scunthorpe. 12th in the championship last year. Previously raced in Easy Kart in the World Karting Championships as well. Paul Manning will start alongside him, number 46. Been a tricky weekend for him so far. Used to run his son James in karting, and the tables are now turned because it's James who runs Paul's car. Here they come then, out from the assembly area. Line up and take a green flag lap before this 15-minute race gets underway. I love that multicolour paint job on Frankie Taylor's car, very distinctive. There's Alfie Glennie in British Racing green. Ollie Meadows, you just mentioned. Morgan Root. There's Paul Manning. 30 is James Parker. 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne, the Anglo-Italian racer. Previously raced in Enduro Cup, the Ford Car Endurance Series. There's Lee Pierce, number 20, the 23 rather, the stock car racer just mentioned. Number 3, Sophie Wrights. None the worse after a big shunt at Pembrey at the opening weekend of the season. And there's our 2 cars from the back. Both had a win at Thruxton earlier this year, Tom Ovenden and Louis Capazzoli. The man to beat, though, Nelson King, number 95. Starts 6th on the grid with the partially reversed grid, looking for win number 10 of the season. Charlie Mann and Matt Hammond looking for their first, the 2 red cars on the front row. Possibility of a few drops of rain in the air here at Snetterton.
We've not spoken before, Ben. Many congratulations on that.
Green flag is waved at the back of the grid there. The pack about to be unleashed for their final green flag warming up lap. Charlie Mann, Wild Thing on pole. Matt Hammond, the former champion, alongside him. Could we see a first win for Jack Byrne, the young Irishman? He's had wins in junior racing in Ireland, as we mentioned. Raced in the Fiesta Championship over there as well. Almost unbeaten this year in the Rookie Cup. It's beaten only by Frankie Taylor here at Snetterton and by Ollie Meadows at Thruxton. The graduate class has been won in every race bar 2 by Nelson King. And the directors class, Matt Hammond has an all the winning bar 3. 3 wins for Lee Pierce. That's for the over 35s. Off they go then for the green flag lap. Slightly threatening the skies, as we mentioned. Charlie Mann take his first win of the season, the ex-junior saloon car start. Matt Hammond in behind him. Joe Wiggin. BMW Compact Cup race winner, Mazda MX-5 winner. Track does look a little slick out there, you can see. Nobody with their wipers going well. This race will see the 500th podium trophy handed out to drivers using these cars. Look out for Clark Wells. Newly built car for the 711. Previous car written off in that smash at Thruxton. Johnny Sargent, number 98. So that's the blue car there. In one of Accelerate Motorsport's spare cars. Own car couldn't be repaired in time after his crash at Thruxton. Clark Wells run by Lee Pierce Racing, short oval colleagues. I'm really looking forward to this race. This is going to be a lively one. Weave their way down the Bentley straights, trying to warm up those tyres and brakes. Third row could be the place to watch. Nelson King in the dark blue car, looking for win number 10 this season. He's already well on his way to the championship. Watch out for fireworks from the back. Tom Ovenden, the white and red number 24. Turquoise and white car of Louis Capazzoli, 199. Failed to finish race 1. Tom Ovenden did finish race 1 but had to make a pit stop with a problem, finished a lap down. He won the first race of the weekend yesterday, second win of the season. Up to the grid they come there. Race 3 of the weekend for the Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy category. Identical BMW Mini Coopers. Training ground for the touring car stars of tomorrow. Charlie Mann in pole, car number 20. Matt Hammond, number 78 alongside. Second row, number 41. Joe Wiggin. Jack Byrne, the Rookie Cup leader, in number 486 alongside. Third row, Nicky Taylor, number 17. Championship leader Nelson King completes the third row in the 95. Alex Solly and Tyler Lindsay on the fourth row. This will be a 15-minute race. Waiting until the marshals are happy, we'll get the signal from the back of the grid that everybody is in line. And the red lights will come on once the 5-second board has been displayed. This is set to be an absolute cracker from the Mini Challenge, sponsored by Quaife, the trophy category. The red lights are on, and here we go. Good start by Charlie Mann from pole position. Decent getaway for Nelson King from row 3. It'll be Charlie Mann who leads the way down towards the first corner at Riches. Second place is Matt Hammond. Joe Wiggin in third place. They've stayed in grid order for now, except for Nelson King round the outside of Nicky Taylor there into Riches for the first time. Here they come up towards the hairpin. Trying to go for the outside is Joe Wiggin. Looks like Charlie Mann is just about going to hold his lead, lifting the rear wheel as they swing their way through the 180-degree Wilson's hairpin. Matt Hammond already starting to attack for the lead of the race. Down to Palmer, he moves to the inside. Third place is the 41 of Joe Wiggin. Fourth is Jack Byrne, then Nelson King up to fifth. Sixth is the number 17 of Nicky Taylor, the yellow car. They're already starting to break away from the rest of the field. Tyler Lindsay is next in the order. Charlie Mann defending his lead. Jack Byrne on the inside. Nelson King around the outside, defending from Nicky Taylor now, trying to take fifth place away. It's Tyler Lindsay seventh. Eighth place is Morgan Root. He's made a good getaway. Another ex-rallycrosser. He's raced in the Honda Civic Championship as well, the Civic Cup in the past, if I remember rightly as well. Bit of curb hopping there on the inside as they run through towards Oggies, then on to Williams. Nelson King making a move, trying to take fourth place away from Jack Byrne. Yes, he's got it. Nicky Taylor will try to go through as well as they go into the Bentley Straight for the first time. It's Morgan Root in 8th place, so it's a 7-car breakaway at the front of the field already. Charlie Mann leads it. Matt Hammond in 2nd place. Here comes Joe Wiggin. Has a quick look out of the slipstream as they go into Brundle. Nelson King in 4th place as Nicky Taylor gets round the outside of Jack Byrne. Rookie Cup leader down to 6th place. Tyler Lindsay in 7th. Then a small gap back to Root in 8th place. Alex Solly is in 9th. Looks like it's Nathan Edwards possibly rounding out the top 10, the blue and white car. Out towards Coram they go for the first time. Still Charlie Mann from pole position who leads the way. Nelson King is on the move. He's starting to attack now for 3rd place on the back of the blue and yellow car of Joe Wiggin. Try and get alongside down the straight. There's Nicky Taylor, Jack Byrne. The rest of them go through. Over the line to complete the first lap in this Quaife Mini Challenge Trophy, race number 3 of the weekend. Paul Manning is the car in the 10th place. He's gained 4 places on that opening lap. Morgan Root gained 5 off the line. A great start by him as the leaders swing their way through Rich's corner. Up to the outside comes Matt Hammond. He's trying to position himself for an attack into the next corner at Palmer, possibly trying to get alongside the number 20 of Charlie Mann. Mann's having none of it. He forces him wide, coming out of the hairpin, bounces over the curb. This is allowing Joe Wiggin to close up as well. There's Nelson King and Jack Byrne. Nicky Taylor in there on the outside. The big winners off the line, Morgan Roots. Big loser off the line, sadly, was Frankie Taylor. He's lost 6 places down into 15th position. Brendan Fitzgerald also gained 4 spots. And somebody off in the background, wallop straight into the tyre wall. 2 cars off. 2 cars off on the exit of Palmer towards the back. We'll try and identify who that is in a moment. One car went heavily into the tyre wall. That's almost certainly going to be at least a safety car. So we'll try and work out who that is. I think that's the 83 car, possibly, does that say? Struggle to read the number. Driver's out and okay. Try and work out what's happened there. Might be 88 of Barry Holmes, the car that's gone off there. It's trying to work out the number on that car. Meanwhile, the leaders are heading into the right, the left-hander at Brundle, the right at Nelson, Charlie Mann from Matt Hammond. So a couple of cars went off there. We'll have to work out the timing line who was involved. Still the two red machines of Mann and Hammond out in front, ahead of Joe Wiggins, still holding off Nelson King for third position. It's definitely a 7-car breakaway here at the sharp end of this mini challenge. Race 3 of the weekend. Morgan Root being caught now by Alex Solly. Manning rounding out the top 10 in the number 46. Across the line they go. Fastest lap recorded by Jack Byrne. Car number 486, 2 minutes 21.731. Brendan Fitzgerald's calmed down now, the yellow car, for his very fast start. He's settled into 13th place. Cars falling down the order, the number 99 of Ben Jenkins, 711 of Clark Wells, as the leaders almost come together again there, coming out of the hairpin, and also 44, I think, of Sam Baker. Baker and Jenkins are the cars we've lost. The yellow flag's out at Palmer. So that's where the two cars went off. So it's the 99 of Ben Jenkins. Apologies for misidentifying that car at first. And the 44 of Sam Baker, the two cars that have gone off there. Here comes Nelson King, the championship leader, attacking for third place. He's got Jack Byrne all over his tail. Soon be 7 cars line astern, I would think, for the lead here. Just over 9 minutes of the race to go. Thought we were going to see a safety car come out there, but the race continues. Charlie Mann looking for his first win of the season. Joe Wiggins still holding that third place behind Matt Hammond. Down the Bentley straight they go, things settling down again. Sam Baker has made it round to the pits, presumably to retire. So here come your leaders down into the left at Brundle's, and Charlie Mann's car looking a little unsettled there. Nelson King up the inside. He likes the corner that bears his name, doesn't he? We saw him take the lead there earlier on. He takes Joe Wiggin for third, and Jack Byrne follows him through into fourth place. Joe Wiggin goes down to fifth, and Nicky Taylor's going to have a go as well in the number 17. That's allowed the first two to break away slightly. Tyler Lindsay dropping back into 7th place in the number 10. Still Charlie Mann holding off Matt Hammond as he fronts the field. Solly runs a little bit wide onto the curb there, coming out of the last corner of Murray's. Over the lines, completes lap number 3. 3/10 of a second in it between the two leaders. And just under a second further back is Nelson King with Jack Byrne on his tail. Swing their way into the right-hander at Riches. Joe Wiggin down to 5th. Fastest lap of the race by Alex Solly, 2:21.14. He's in 7th place. Seem to have lost the number 17 of Nicky Taylor. The yellow flag's out still as they come through Palmer. That's the incident from earlier on, I presume. Is that Nicky Taylor still there? Is it his transponder that's playing up? We'll wait and see. No, that's Alex Solly. So what's happened to Nicky Taylor? Number 17 was just at the back of this group. So he's disappeared somewhere. Leaders come through Agostini. It's 4 for the lead now. Matt Hammond getting ever closer to Charlie Mann. Wide over the curve. They always do there at Hamilton. Blackburn attacking for 3rd position. Joe Wiggin dropping back into 5th place now. Nicky Taylor must have had a spin because he came through in 20th place. Didn't pick it up, unfortunately. He's back in the pack somewhere. Look for the bright yellow car. It's the 2 red machines that lead, but Nelson King is now almost onto the back of them. There's Alex Solly, Morgan Root, Paul Manning. Rest of the field coming through. There's Nicky Taylor's car. You can just see the flash of bright yellow towards the back there as Tom Ovenden continues his climb up the field. Started at the back and he takes himself, and I think that's Brendan Fitzgerald out wide there. Louis Capozzoli nearly clashes into the back of them. There's Frankie Taylor in there as well, and Lee Pearce. They're all over each other in the midfield here. The 4 at the back of that group as well, Mike Paul. So Frankie Taylor goes to the front of that group. This is the fight for around 15th or 14th place in this race. All over each other still as they come through. Murray's there. Capozzoli goes out wide in the 1:99. 4 laps completed. Jack Burns done the fastest lap of the race, a 2:20.742. This group fighting for 14th. Frankie Taylor 14th at the moment. Tom Ovenden 15th. Capozzoli 16th. Side by side for the lead up the inside. Matt Hammond, he's finally got the move done into the hairpin. Matt Hammond takes the lead and Nelson King follows him. But Charlie Mann is still there. He'll be on the inside for the left-hander at Palmer's and will try to hold that 2nd place. Nelson King, the championship leader, side by side with him. Jack Byrne tucked in behind. Joe Wiggin looking on from 5th place, but Matt Hammond has taken the lead. Looking for his first win, the former champion. Look at Jack Byrne on the inside. He's not going to get past both of them. Charlie Mann holding that inside. Jack Byrne could get past Nelson King here on the run up towards Hamilton's with a bit of luck. King tries to move across to stop him. Byrne's got the line, has he? King's going to go wide onto the curb there, but he'll have the inside line for the next corner, the right-hander at Oggies. And holds that 3rd place. Byrne turns it back. Can he get him into Williams onto the Bentley straight? He could slipstream him here. Yes, Byrne's got the inside for Williams. He's going to need to slipstream him. He's going through. Good move by Jack Byrne. He leads the rookie class, of course. Charlie Mann isn't in any of the subclasses. He leads. Hammond leads the Directors' Cup. King the Graduates' Cup. And the Rookie Cup led by Jack Byrne. In a Brundle once again. Just under 4 minutes of the race to go. Nelson King, is he going to finish off the podium here? Is it going to be just 1 win for the championship leader this weekend? Is it going to be a maiden win of the season for the former champion Matt Hammond? There is Nicky Taylor. He doesn't want to stop there. That's on the track coming out of Agostini. He needs to get that car moved or we'll have a safety car. No, I think the car has died on him. Saw him drop down the order early on. We didn't see the reason behind it. He dropped down to 20th place and now Nicky Taylor could be out of the race. There's a black and orange flag being prepared. That's the technical flag. You need to pull into the pits to check a problem. Unfortunately, we couldn't see who it was for. No notification on the timing screen either. I wonder if that was for Nicky Taylor, because it looked like his exhaust was hanging off at the back. Nicky has stopped on the exit of Agostini. If he's still on the track there, we'll have to put the safety car out. Race continues. Matt Hammond leads. I see a yellow flag in the background. There is Taylor running out. The safety car's coming out. With only 2.5 minutes to go, so I think the race is going to finish under safety car. And if it does, that will be a win for Matt Hammond. Wait and see what will happen here. We know how long a lap it is here at the Snetterton 300 circuits. There were only just under 2.5 minutes of the race to go when the safety car was deployed. So I fear we're going to finish under safety car. I think the red flag is coming out. Yeah, the red flag is coming out. It would have been too long under safety car, so the race is called early, effectively. Rather than put the safety car out then with only a couple of minutes to go, the officials opting to bring out the red flag. We will confirm the result when we get it from the timekeepers, but I think that will be a win for Matt Hammond, his first of the season. We'll confirm the rest of the results when we get it, because that will be end of game. Nicky Taylor's car stopped on the track at Agostini with a problem. Racing could not continue in the interests of safety, and so the race is brought to an early halt. Little bit of an anticlimax, but we've seen some great racing from the Mini Challenge Trophy category this weekend, sponsored by Quaife. Provisionally, it's a first win of the season for Matt Hammond, but we'll confirm the result when it comes through officially from the timekeepers. Charlie Mann in second place. Looks like Jack Byrne will take third ahead of Nelson King, but whether that result will be wound back, we'll wait and see. Denying Tom Ovenden the chance to rise higher. He was only up to 14th from the back, and Lumi Capanzoli up to 18th. There's Nicky Taylor. He's okay, but car problem forcing him to a stop. We didn't see the initial incident that happened that dropped him so far down the order, unfortunately, or I didn't at least. I wonder if that's the car that was being given the black and orange flag, as you can see the exhaust hanging off there at the back. In fact, we said we'd wait to see what the timekeepers decided. The result has been wound back to the end of lap 4. Which would give Charlie Mann the victory, because he was ahead at the end of lap 4. So we said that provisionally it was going to be a win for Matt Hammond unless they wound the result back, and they have. So provisional result then is a win for Charlie Mann, the result being taken from the end of lap 4 ahead of Matt Hammond. He wins the Directors' Cup. Third for Nelson King. He wins the Graduate Cup, and the winning rookie Jack Byrne in fourth. So all our class winners in the top 4. Joe Wiggin fifth, ahead of Tyler Lindsay. Then Alex Solly seventh, ahead of Morgan Root, Paul Manning, and Ollie Meadows completing the top 10. Alfie Glennie in 11th, ahead of Nathan Edwards. Then Luca Marinoni Osborne. 14th place going to Frankie Taylor, and Tom Ovenden has to settle for 15th. Just a couple of retirements in that one. We saw the 17 car of Nicky Taylor come to a halt, so we lost Sam Baker after that early crash, and also the number 99 of Ben Jenkins. So revision to the result then taken now from the end of lap 4. It is Charlie Mann who picks up his first win of the season. Nicky Taylor's car to be cleared, and when we can we'll head down to Parc Ferme to talk to some of our drivers. As Ben Jenkins' car being recovered. He crashed out early on. Thankfully the driver okay. Nicky Taylor's car on the other flatbed. As soon as the pack is back in Parc Ferme, we'll hear from some of the drivers. Next up on track today is our second race of the weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. Incidentally, we must commiserate with one of our drivers who didn't get very far this weekend. Classic Thunder racer Nick Vaughan, aka Vaughan the Prawn. We're told it's his birthday today, and he didn't get to race, so many happy returns, Nick, and we hope the problems with your Audi aren't too serious and you're able to get it back out for the next round. Meanwhile, we'll head down to Parc Ferme.
Cheers, Dave. Here we are then in the Parc Fermé, Parc Fermé, after our third race of the minis this weekend. And as we found out just a moment ago, it has been rewinded to lap 4, which means Charlie Mann, our pole sitter, is our winner. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really close race. I had pressure all the way through. Leading at a track like this is difficult because there's so many overtaking spots and the toe's quite big round here, so you can't make any mistakes. But yeah, it was a tough race, and yeah, pleased to get the win.
And as we've seen across all 3 races this weekend, you never know who's going to win until it's literally the last lap, or lap 4 in this case.
Yeah, most of the boys in the top 10 are capable of winning, and the times are so close together that, yeah, any of them can win, really. There's a lot of really class drivers up the front. So.
And in terms of the rest of the championship, we know Nelson's quite far out in front, but there's still loads to play for, especially sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, I know I was sitting P5 coming into the weekend. Not sure where I am in the championship now, but yeah, it's all really close in sort of 6th to 2nd battle. Yeah, I think Nelson's pulled away. But
a few more races to go. Anything can happen.
Yeah, looking forward to some of the wet races later in the year. Hopefully, we like the wet. So yeah, Brands Hatch Indy in November will be interesting.
Brands Hatch is going to be a brilliant end to the year, isn't it?
It will. Yeah, it'll be good fun.
Right, we look forward to it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's get Matt Hammond here. Oh, where's he gone? He's in the car. Matt, finishing, well, first of all first, but then rewinded to lap 4, so you got 2nd place in the end, unfortunately. But still a best finish of the weekend for you.
Yeah, I've only just found out, to be fair. So, yeah, well done, Charlie. Good race. He defended like a trooper. So, yeah, he was really on it. We had to make a move at the top. And then obviously it all kicked off behind, so it rolls back a lap, but there we go.
It is such a shame, to be honest, isn't it? But it was a great race. All 3 races, from a neutral point of view and a spectator point of view, you guys put on such an incredible show. So first of all, thank you. What's it like to be in the car when the cars are so close like that, every single race?
Well, yeah, it's good. It's good. You know, only 1 stoppage for the weekend. That's a first. Yeah, I mean, most of the guys they drove really well today. Kept it on the black stuff. It's what the crowd want to see. They don't want to see red flags. We don't want to either, really. To be fair, we pay a lot of money to race, so that's what we want to do. And yeah, Mini Challenge put on a good show for this weekend. So it's a shame we couldn't get that first spot though.
Right, well done. See you soon. Cheers, buddy. We're going to run and see Nelson King wherever he is really quickly. No, we're not going to go back because we've got too many races to come, so we're going to go straight into the MG Owners Club Championship, race number 2 of the day. Over to Dave.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. The cars are already on track and on their way round to the grid, so we'll take you through the grid for our 2nd race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. This grid set by the 2nd fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session earlier this morning. Steve McDermott, our earlier winner, will take pole position alongside number 24 Jack Woodcock. 2nd row, we'll have to wait and see if William Sharp and Paul Buzzing have been able to repair. I don't think either of those cars are going to be there. 3rd row, 53 Mark Baker and 83 Phil Walker. Baker in the first of the MGFs. 2 more MGFs, Simon Kendrick and Paul Wisby scheduled to be on row 4. I don't think Paul Wisby will be there though. 5th row, Mark Grant and Andy Heitman in a pair of ZRs. Row 6, Maninder Golhar with his ZR. Just looking as the grid comes through here. Maninder Golhar will be there. Jake McDermott, we know, won't. Yeah, Paul Wisby's not there. Will Sharp's not there. Paul Buzzing's not there after the pile-up in the first race. Row 7, Nick Golhar, yes, he's there. David Amphlett, after his off in race 1, he's been able to get back out. Chris Millard, winner of Class A in race 1, alongside Chris Pollard, and Mark Rihorski and Tim Rides. They're both there on row 9. The 10th row is Vince Hunt, Alan Forster in the Montego, and it should be Scott Bugner and Phil Dicker to complete the entry, a pair of ZRs, but those cars have changed drivers. If the 25 is out there, it'll be Sean Bugner driving, not Scott. And if the number 80 is out there, it'll be Nick Venn, because those 2 cars being shared by 2 drivers. But neither of them got out in race 1. Phil Dicker's number 80 car broke down on the green flag lap, and the 25 car didn't get past qualifying. Let's have a look at the back of the field, see if either of those cars are there. I did see a ZR at the back. There's the Montego. Which one's that? Ah, the 25's there. So Sean Bugner starting from the back. We don't have the number 80. So the 2nd row is missing. We haven't got Will Sharp or Paul Buzzing. We also haven't got the number 8 of Paul Wisby from row 4. And we'll also be missing Jake McDermott, the only Class B car from row 6. So a slightly depleted grid. I imagine the contest for the overall win will be once again between number 1 Steve McDermott and number 24 Jack Woodcock. With David Amphlett failing to finish race 1, pace setter in Class A, that is going to give a big boost to the overall championship hopes of Steve McDermott. Have to wait and see if he can visually wrap it up before the final round at Pembrey, where there's 3 races, so we'll have to wait and see on that. The MGF contest will be between Mark Baker and Simon Kendrick, with Paul Wisby out of this race. Can't believe that Montego in the colours of the Volvo British Touring Cars of 1994. It's intriguing that they are probably the best remembered Super Tourers of all, the Volvos. They only raced for 1 year. I know one went to Australia and raced there. Because they were different. And that Montego is different, and that's why we should like it. Anyway, a pair of ZRs on the front row, in orange and black. It's Steve McDermott, young Jack Woodcock alongside in the white and green. The second row, there's nobody, because those 2 cars damaged earlier. Mark Baker in the blue MGF. Could he get an overall podium here? It was Meninda Golhar came through for 3rd earlier on. He starts back on row 6 this time. Struggled a bit in qualifying. As he said earlier, only a last-minute entry for that car this weekend alongside Nick. The Golhar family have been racing MGs for many years. Waiting the signal from the back of the grid then. And the red lights will come on. This will be a slightly longer race at 20 minutes. Red light goes out and away they go. Decent start by the 2 front row. A bit of a slow getaway for Mark Grant in his orange ZR. Nick Golhar slots in front of him, so does Meninda. 2 front row men as expected leap away in front, side by side through Riches. Phil Walker in the 83 trying to get around the outside. Side by side almost on the run down towards the Wilson's hairpin, but it is Steve McDermott who pulls ahead of Jack Woodcock. Those 2 will expectedly pull away to fight for the winner. Better start this time by Simon Kendrick in the number 42, the Tiger. And Meninda Golhar's up there again. That car is so quick off the line. He only started back in around 11th place on the grid, helped by absent cars ahead of him, but he's charged up here into around 5th place. Trying to get ahead of the MGF there on the outside of Simon Kendrick, the red ZR, and he's done so. Now chasing Phil Walker. Behind them there's Nick Golhar, Mark Grant, and then we've got the MGBs behind. Mark Baker holding that 3rd overall. Phil Walker's through into 4th place. Golhar is 5th. The first 2 starting to break away. Number 1 of Steve McDermott, the 24 of Jack Woodcock. It's going to be a straight fight, I reckon, between these 2 for the overall victory here. We'll wait and see what transpires. Just the 1 defeat so far for Steve McDermott when a drive shaft broke on that car at Donington. Mark Baker and Simon Kendrick were battlers in the MGF class, but Kendrick seeming to not quite have the pace, and we've got a safety car being scrambled. So what has happened? I haven't seen anybody off. It must be somebody towards the back of the field, but yes, yellow flags out around the circuit. The safety car is being scrambled. Did somebody not get off the grid? Try and pick up why that is. It must be towards the back someone's gone off. So we'll try and establish the reasons for this safety car. The field's slowing down, the yellow lights flashing around the circuit, yellow flags and safety car boards. We're not sure of the reason for the safety car being deployed. Only assume it's in the early part of the lap and somebody has gone off at the back of the field. There's a recovery vehicle waiting to leave the exit of the pit lane. Has somebody gone off into the gravel, Richards? Let's take a look on the outside of the circuit. We had this earlier on with the the pickups, and it was Pat Keeley's truck that had gone off. The safety car has picked up race leader Steve McDermott. Can't see anything untoward at the hairpin. Anybody not come through? Ah, there's the answer. That's Andy Heitman, number 60. His car has come to a stop. That's on the inside. It's these barriers that they obscure your view of the cars sometimes. So Andy Heitman requiring a tow. We saw that car slowing towards the end of race 1. He dropped back to 9th place. He was in the battle for 6th. So maybe that gremlin has struck again. Whatever the reason, Andy Heitman is out of this race. I don't think Sean Bugner's come through either in the number 25. No, the dark coloured ZR that was at the back. I can't see out there. We know that car had trouble in qualifying and missed the first race where Scott should have driven, so the ex-Ford racers, looks like they're out of this one. There is Vince Hunt with his very smart MGB at the back of the field. Number plate still on there, looks like a road legal car. I wonder if he's driven it to the circuit today. A few particularly historic racers do that. Should hopefully be just one lap behind the safety car. See in the background there Andy Heitman's car being towed away. Mark Ryhorski, the man sitting behind the Montego estate there. Probably just thinking, what on earth? Andy Campbell's version was quite effective. The long roof of an estate car can allegedly help with the aerodynamics. That was what TWR said about the Volvo estates in touring cars anyway. Some claim that it was because of TWR's TWR more experienced with rear-wheel drive cars. They use the Volvo estates as a test bed for working with front-wheel drive ahead of adopting the saloon the next season. But that's one for my Super Touring history file. Yes, I'm aware I talk about Super Touring cars far too much. We're ready for a restart then for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Steve McDermott puts the power down as they come out of Murray's corner towards the green flag. They can't pass until they cross the line. We're back underway and racing. 13.5 minutes of this race to go. Steve McDermott got that absolutely right. He waited until they were out of Murray's corner, then blasted away down the straight. Jack Woodcock trying to go with him, already clear of Mark Baker in the MGF in 3rd place. Towards Wilson's hairpin they come. Steve McDermott, the man from Buckingham. Jack Woodcock in 2nd place, comes from Buntingford in the south. There's Nick Golhar up there in 7th place overall. Both of the Golhars well into the top 10. David Amflitz has got it right this time, leading Class A. And here's the battle for 2nd between Pollard and Millard. It's Chris Pollard who has that 2nd at the moment. And here comes the Montego. Is he going to take both of those MGBs in one move? Alan Forster has a look there. There's a yellow flag out on the run through Palmer's though, so he had to back off. Somebody gone off there on the outside. There's a green flag. The green flags were waving anyway. Oh, it's Mark Grant, I think you can see in the background. No, it's Simon Kendricks had a moment. Sorry, wrong orange car there. Apologies there. Millard and Pollard battling it out. Now the Montego's got a run on them though. Oh, he clips Chris Pollard as he pulls back in there. Excuse me, says the big estate car. I was confused for a second there because the green flags stay out around the circuit for the first lap of the restart until everybody's gone through. But then we spotted a yellow flag as well. So Simon Kendrick it is who's had a moment. And that's going to hand the MGF class win. Yeah, he's pulled up there. against the Marshalls post. So that's going to hand the MGF class win to Mark Baker on a plate because he's the only one left. Still has to finish the race though. Gets past Phil Walker there, going into Brundles, up into third overall. Meninda Golhar in behind them. Now Simon Kendrick stopped on the inside, just of the exit of Palmer's there. I hope that's not going to bring out another safety car. We've got 11.5 minutes of the race to run. McDermott from Woodcock in a 3-car battle for third. The MGF of Mark Baker ahead of the green and silver ZR. It's Phil Walker, Meninda Golhar in the red ZR in behind him. Then a gap back to Nick Golhar, who's now up to 6th with the demise of Simon Kendrick. Mark Grant in 7th. Then it's the first of the classic MGs, the MGBs. David Amphlett is leading them. He's eager to make up for lost points when he failed to finish the first race. ZRs out-drag the MGF comfortably down the outside there into Riches. The more powerful ZRs up to 3rd and 4th. Walker and Golhar past Mark Baker. Mark Baker won't mind too much. He's leading his class. He's the only MGF left running now. It's Alan Forster gained 3 places on that lap, getting past Millard and Pollard, and also a place gain when Simon Kendrick retired. Baker having a go at Meninda Golhar, trying to get up with the ZRs. They passed Simon Kendrick's stranded car, so the safety car not being scrambled this time. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Jack Woodcock in 2nd place, 2:19.67. There's Nick Golhar 6th, ahead of Mark Grant. The Montego estate is up to 9th from the back of the field. He didn't set a qualifying time, of course, so has had to start from the rear. Now we're going to see just how effective that car is. Well, Meninda Golhar's car is certainly effective. He's challenging Phil Walker for 3rd place. Swing their way into Williams' corner, into the Bentley straight. You can see a few battle scars on Phil Walker's car. He got caught up in that mayhem at the start of race 1. There's David Amphlett with the estate bearing down on him. Through Oggies. Rounding out the top 10 is Chris Millard's MGB. Then we've got Chris Pollard, Mark Rihorski, Tim Rides and Vince Hunt. Can the Montego catch the ZRs? Just how effective is this quirky car? We've seen MG Maestros out this season, the likes of Alan Bates, who's dominated Class B in the championship this year. He's getting closer to the MGBs. The leading MGB of David Amphlett. Getting to know this car, Alan Forster. He's going to go through at Coram. Look at this. Who would have thought? I bet David Amphlett didn't think he'd be overtaken by a Montego estate. He's proving a very effective, if unusual, car. Alan Forster, as you said earlier, an absolute stack of racing experience in some quite unusual machines over the years. He has raced a Maestro as well in this championship in the past, and a ZR. David Amphlett continues to lead Class A, trying to keep his challenge for the championship alive. He won the Class A title last season over Jim Bainham. It's a shame Basher Bainham's not out there this weekend. There are the leaders. Steve McDermott from Jack Woodcock. The lead gap just under 2 seconds. The fastest lap for McDermott, 2:19.457. Here's the fight for third. Phil Walker still holding off Meninda Golhar. Mark Baker behind them, but as we said, it won't matter to him too much that he's off the overall podium. He's only got to keep going to win his class, and he could be heading for the class championship in Class F this year. Oh, Meninda Golhar's gone rally crossing. Very easy to get it wrong. Hamilton's corner there, the left flick, it's sharper than it looks, that corner. Phil Walker able to pull away by a couple of lengths. Under 7.5 minutes of this 20-minute race to go. Here's the MGB battle, Pollard against Millard. They were nose to tail all race long in race 1, only for Chris Pollard to throw it away. He spun with 1 corner to go. Pollard holding on ahead of Chris Millard this time. Pollard from Ipswich in Suffolk, so on one of his local circuits. Chris Millard from Maidenhead in Berkshire. They're well behind David Amphlett. What's the gap between Amphlett and the Pollard and Millard pairing? About 6 seconds. David Amphlett comes from Witney in Oxfordshire, not far from Abingdon, where his car was built. Almost side by side now, the two MGBs. This is the battle for 10th overall. There's Amphlett ahead of them. Here comes Chris Millard in the blue car to the right of your screen. We'll have the inside for Brundle. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It's going to be Chris Millard. Is he going to take second in class? Pollard stays up alongside him. He's got the inside for the next corner. Is he going to overshoot? Oh, nicely done by Chris Pollard. Oh my goodness. Who's that? It's a ZR. I think it's Nick Golhar. That's almost certainly going to be a red flag because that car is on his roof first onto the oncoming traffic. Yes, the red flag is coming out. What happened there? That's at Murray's, the end of the lap. It's Nick Golhar that's rolled it. I can only assume he's hit the curb coming through Murray's. I heard a clatter of noise in the background. Wondered what it was, and Nick Golhar has rolled his ZR. Okay, let's first of all, we'll make sure that Nick is okay. Right, there were about 5 minutes left on the clock, so we'll wait to see whether we get a restart here. The marshals will stop the cars on the grid. We'll wait and see what has happened there. First of all, we will make sure that Nick Golhar is okay, the long-time MG racer. Applause in the background. I hope that means that Nick Golhar is out of the car. Yes, he is. He's okay. That's the main thing. The officials and marshals down there with him. You can see the pickup truck parked to shield the car from any oncoming traffic. So we'll wait to see if we can see what has happened there to the number 12. He was already off track coming out of Coreham there, and as he tried to recover just ahead of Mark Grant, he's going to hit the curb on the inside. Up and over. Goodness me. Terrific rollover. Windscreen flies out. Nick Golhar is a very lucky man. That car went over at least 4 times. You can see though the roll cage has done its job. Apart from the windscreen flying out, not a huge amount of damage to that car. The roof has held up perfectly and Nick is perfectly okay. Now, next question, will we get a restart or will that race be called? I think there were just over 5.5 minutes to go, so I imagine the result will be declared. If so, it would be a win for Steve McDermott, but we'll await official confirmation of that. Cars waiting on the grid, so we are not sure at the moment. We shall wait and see. Well, that won't help Simon Kendrick. His MGF gave up the ghost early on. Recovery vehicle in operation once again. We'll say a big thank you in addition to our volunteer marshals to the recovery crews as well. They've been kept busy this weekend. JS Holmes and also the Manchit's recovery vehicle with our truck racers. Nick Golhar will be taken back by the medical car to the medical centre for a checkup. So thankfully no serious injury. Put the roof down at least 3 or 4 times in that rollover. He was very lucky there, Nick. A lot of experience in MGs. Used to race when we had full grids of MG Maestros in this series. As the car is lifted. Wait to see what's going to happen with this race. We'll see it again. He was already off track as he came out of Coram there, and then he just cuts in too fine, hits the big curb on the inside, and over goes the ZR. That's 1 complete roll. 2. 3. Out comes the windscreen. Almost 4 complete rolls. A frightening incident. Nick Golhar, a very lucky man. And that incident, as we saw there, also shows the importance of wearing a frontal head restraint or hands device, head and neck support. Keep the driver's head from being thrown around too much in a rollover like that. But the ZR has held up very well to that rollover. The safety devices have all done their job. And Nick Golhar able to walk away. Right, so we'll await news on what's going to happen with this second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship then. We are under the red flags. No indication of whether we will have a restart or not as of yet. Cars have cleared from the grid, so I would imagine that race is going to be declared, but we'll await official confirmation of that. I think in the background Steve McDermott is being interviewed as race winner by the circuit PA, so I think it's fairly safe to assume that race is going to be declared, which would mean a win for Steve McDermott ahead of Jack Woodcock and Phil Walker. If so, Mark Baker would take the MGF class. The invitation class would go to the Montego Estates of Alan Forster. In an impressive 7th overall. He was catching the ZRs towards the end of that one. And Class A for the classic cars will go to David Amphlett ahead of Chris Millard and Chris Pollard. So provisionally, that is the results from our second race here at Snetterton for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We will await official confirmation of that. Our next race will be the final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Just looking forward to our next truck race. As we say, we assume that the result will be declared on the MG Owners Club. We'll give you an update on that when we can. The next truck race, the grid based on the results of race 3 that we had this morning. First of all, we can hear from one of our drivers in the paddock with Pointy.
Right then, welcome back to Parc Fermé here, fresh from the race. There was actually several takes of this, ladies and gentlemen, but you'll never see those. Jock, P's and Q's now, please, sir. Very excitable, obviously, and quite rightly too, with the amount of work that you put into this truck last night, on your hands and knees, in the dark, under torchlight, rebuilding your own gearbox. You've got to be happy with how this has turned out.
Oh, brilliant race. You need it now and again, Point. You have a lot of bad ones. You need some good ones. Like.
You talk bad about yourself, but you do quite well, I think.
Yeah, I had a scary moment there, but 3 laps at the end. Come in and lost the back end, and that was strange. Although it was maybe water in the tyres or whatever. And then I come round the next time and my catch tank must have dropped off and oil in the tyres. So I'm quite happy I know where it was now because it was strange. So I had a bit of a moment there, but we got going again. So.
You need to find a new catch tank or go and grab the one you've lost.
You need a new mechanic.
You need a new mechanic. Anybody know any good mechanics? And I gave you a hat.
But no, I'm delighted because the team has worked hard and we've had a load of problems at Donington. We've resolved them and gearbox issues in qualifying. Gearbox issues in the first and second race, so we're going forward again at last.
I don't think I've seen a team change a gearbox so quickly and so many times in a weekend.
Yeah, I think we've done one in like 50 minutes or something.
That's insane. It was yesterday morning just before race 1, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Qualifying, I had to hold it in 4th gear, so I was struggling. Didn't have an option, put a gearbox in, it didn't have the right top gear ratios in it. So at that I had to do the 2 races down on speed. And then last night we stripped it and changed ratios. And
I mean, it looks like you'd come out of a slingshot for the first few laps of this race. It was absolutely, the speed difference was incredible.
Yeah, it's on it. We've done a bit of work on the back suspension there. I just tried a few things. I thought, well, we need to try things because it's not working. So I think we're finding a little bit and a little bit.
Well done, very
much.
Fantastic effort. Now, before we go, one last question that I've been forgetting to ask everybody. Favourite holiday destination, country, go.
Holiday destination, country. Scotland, St Boswell's.
Of course, it's Scotland.
St Boswell's, Melrose, Borders. Beautiful area.
Beautiful area. Lots of hills.
Try it.
There's the hills there? I'd have never have guessed.
And in August and September, there's haggis.
Oh, really? But is that because they're in season, aren't they? They run round.
Yeah, August, September.
One leg shorter than the other. The only way to catch a haggis is you turn them round, they fall down the hill.
Have you been there?
I have, yeah. I went wild haggis hunting the once, actually, Jack, yeah. Right, congratulations on your fantastic win. Thank you very much. Let's go and see who else we can find in a jovial mood down here at Snetterton.
Well, thanks very much, Pointy. Here's something we've not seen before. Onboard cameras on our truck racers. This looks good. Getting ready for our final truck race of the weekend. We're on board with Michael Oliver as they come up towards the grid. Let's quickly run you through the grid then. This grid based on the 3rd race of the weekend, the race this morning. Simon Reed is on pole alongside Stuart Oliver. 2nd row, John Newell and Ryan Smith. Row 3, it's David Jenkins and Craig Reed. 4th row, Michael Oliver and Mark Taylor. Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke on row 5. And Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett complete the grid. Ricky Collett with a grid penalty for contact earlier on. Division 2 headed up by Craig Evans, number 10, alongside John Powell. 2nd row, Luke Garrett and Jock Borthwick should be there. Yep. Adam Bint and Brad Smith, and John Bowler starts from the back. John Powell, the reason he's out of position on the grid graphic, he got a 10-second penalty in race 3 earlier on for jumping the start. So he's moved further forward on this grid because of the reverse grid on the result being used. you've ever wondered what the view is like from the cab of a race truck, check out Mark Taylor's truck. Look at that. Well, thanks again to Chris Clark for his help with our onboard cameras this weekend. We weren't expecting them in the trucks. Something a bit different. Nice little surprise for you. Here we go then with our final truck race of the weekend. Looking back from Michael Oliver's MAN as they come up towards the grid. This has never been done on our coverage before. Race number 5. The pace truck in fact has stayed out. So the pace truck is still out. We're not going to go racing this time. We're going to do another formation. Gives me a chance to remind you of the penalties from earlier on. Ricky Collett was penalised 5 places on the grid for this race for causing a collision in race 3 this morning. So he starts from the very back of Division 1. In Division 2, as we said, it should have been John Powell a bit further back on the grid because he finished higher up the result, but he was given a 10-second penalty for jumping the start in that race, which has ironically helped his grid position here. It doesn't help his championship points. It is Simon Reed, number 89, who starts on the front of the grid. Stuart Oliver alongside, looking for his 3rd win of the weekend. Ryan Smith looking for his 2nd, starts on the 2nd row. Ricky Collett looking for his 2nd win, has to go from the back. There's Stephen Powell, his truck rebuilt after that wallop earlier on. Who's it going to be in Division 2? 2 wins yesterday for Brad Smith. We've had a win for Jock Borthwick, a win for John Bowler. He has to start this one from the back after his 1st win of the season earlier on. A 15-minute race, and the last race of a weekend is always a chance for the drivers to, shall we say, let their hair down a little. '89, the Reed Freight Iveco of Simon Reed, based in Stoke. Stuart Oliver from the northeast of England alongside the 10-time champion. With Mark Taylor. See that huge control panel on the left there facing the driver? Looks almost more like an aircraft than a truck. You can see the sturdy roll cage around the edges of the cab as well. They build them tough, these race trucks. No idea what's going to happen in this race. It's Craig Evans. It's been a bit of a weekend to forget for the number 10. Can he hang on in front here? John Powell alongside him. Brad Smith closing the gap on Luke Garrett, who's had a disappointing weekend in Division 2. Ryan Smith, a tough time of things in the first 3 races of the weekend, but made up for it with a win in race 4. His new truck. Full complement of them back out there. We thought we'd lost Stephen Powell after that pile-up in race 3. His team worked wonders to get him back out. We heard from Jock Borthwick as well, the gearbox having to be rebuilt on that truck overnight. Ryan Smith with a lot of work to do over the course of the weekend as well. He praised his team earlier on to the Smith Truck Sport team. We get a green this time. We ride with Mark Taylor, we ride with Michael Oliver. There's John Bowler at the back, his best weekend of the year so far in that hand-painted DAF. Is the pace truck going to pull in this time? It looks like it. Clouds begin to rise. Here we go. Race 5 of the weekend. British Truck Racing Championship. Race Truck is in the pit lane. Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver lead them away. Watch for the lights. Here we go. Charge of the truck brigade down towards the first corner. Ryan Smith already moving up on the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to the inside. He's going to take the lead. Craig Reed giving Ryan Smith a bit of a push there going into Riches. A bit of bump drafting from the trucks. Mark Taylor trying to move up the outside on the back of Michael Oliver and John Newell. Look how close they get here. Now you really get a sense of how close together these trucks are as they race towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? Stuart Oliver is leading at the moment. Division 1 all together there. Mark Taylor gets forced out wide on the dirt. Somebody spun. Oh, we got two trucks off. That's Jock Borthwick and John Powell have gone into the tyre wall on the outside of Riches. John Powell's got the door open. He's trying to rejoin. Jock Borthwick's going again as well. That's good to see. So it looks like we won't need a stoppage. Not much damage to the tyre wall is the main thing. David Jenkins charging up the inside. He's really going for the inside here on the back of Simon Reed. There's already been some contact there because Reed's wheel arch is hanging off. On board with Mark Taylor, we see them turn through ahead of us. Stuart Oliver leads it, Ryan Smith second, and the battle for third between Michael Oliver, I think that is, no, David Jenkins, sorry, and one of the Reeds. They start to sort themselves out. It was Michael Oliver there, sorry, who went through ahead of Craig Reed. Mark Taylor, our camera truck, in fifth. David Jenkins is back behind them in sixth position. They sort themselves out around this opening lap then. The Division 2 tangle has resolved itself. We'll pick up the leader in Division 2 shortly. Simon Reed with his wheel arch flapping away after a bit of contact off the line there. Stuart Oliver looking for win number 3 this weekend. His arch rival Ryan Smith in second. Look at Jock Borthwick's truck. That's hit the tyre wall on the first corner. Bodywork a bit shredded, but it's still going. Looking further back to try and see who's leading Division 2. I think it might be Luke Garrett. Damage to Tom O'Rourke's number 86. Oh, John Powell has stopped at the hairpin. If he can't get the truck moved from there, that will be a red flag. You won't see safety cars in truck racing if there's an obstruction like that. They red flag the race. Running wide there, Michael Oliver. Yes, the red flag is coming out. Red flag out, race stopped. With John Powell's truck stranded on the track at the hairpin. The air brakes come on. Possibly a bit suddenly for Mark Taylor there, who nearly clips the back of Craig Reed. Let's have a look at that again. As they went into Riches for the first time. Oh, it was Craig Evans who hit John Powell. And everybody else in Division 2 went scattering in avoidance. Powell into the tyre wall, I think. And Jock Borthwick as well. There was so much dust there, you couldn't really see what had happened. Well, Jock Borthwick we saw limped away. John Powell tried to, but has come to a stop. There's Borthwick's truck. Bodywork pushed right in. Has that damaged the front axle as well? He's making his way back to the paddock. That could be the end of his weekend. Unless the team can pull that front corner back into shape again. There is John Powell out of his truck, the number 6. Slightly ironically, he's sponsored by Lantern Recovery, based just near the M25. That's Ray Coleman's company, who used to race in this championship and races in the European Championship as well. You could use Lantern Recovery right now. Who does that belong to? And that, my guess, is Stephen Powell in those colours. A couple of souvenirs for our volunteer marshals. Okay, the timing screen has blanked and we'll wait to see how long the restart's going to be. The onboard camera shows another hazard of truck racing. The amount of dirt and dust that gets thrown up onto the windscreens. Especially in the wet, it must be a real struggle for drivers to see where they're going. Here's International Rescue. Look at that, even the colours match the recovery truck and John Powell's race truck. Oh. And they're not needed after all, off he goes. Well, that saves time, I suppose. Threatened it with the recovery wagon and the truck came back to life. Ah, that bit of bodywork might actually be Ricky Collins. I can see his front bumper's missing. I think our man Pointy's down on the grid and can give us a few updates.
Well, you join me down here on the grid at Snetterton, where we've had a bit of a false start for the last race here at the weekend. We saw some serious contact there. I've not even had a chance to watch the replay myself from the viewing area that I was in. All we see now is John Powell parked up in the middle of nowhere and Jock Borthwick with a huge amount of damage. Let's see if we can make it to the back of the grid and have a close-up of some of the damage that we've seen in that first lap. We've got issues over here. On John Newell's truck, a lot of tyre contact and a door damage on Ryan Oliver. Thanks Dave Jenkins for the little toot there. Moving down, Craig Reed looks okay. Michael Oliver sent me a message, he was getting bored earlier on, so he's obviously happy with a bit of action. Oh, someone clean the lens whilst we're here. Clean the lens. Well, yeah, seriously. So yeah, further down, Simon Faulkner came off reasonably unscathed. A lot of smoke early on from the race from Tom O'Rourke. Steve Powell managing to make it through without too many issues. And then we make it back to the Div 2s with quite a large gap. Wow, we can see in the distance there that the guys there from Jock Borthwick's team with an angle grinder on the grid. Get some of this in, Dan. Some impromptu repairs going on the grid here under the watchful eye of, I hope, some kind of scrutineer. Massive windscreen damage, front quarter damage over here on Craig Evans. I mean, it's serious. It does look like a rather interesting start to the race. Bumper damage, we'll have to see whether that's okay to race. Frantically trying to make what corrections they can in the time it takes to tow off. The already stranded John Powell. It looks as though we might be having John Powell getting delivered. John Powell's managed to make his way into the pit lane. We have bumper contact on the tyre. I'm not sure whether this is going to be enough and in time. Cutting through this steel tubing is not an easy task. Will there be enough movement after they've made that cut to be able to remove that part of the bumper so that poor Jock Borthwick can carry on driving? A quick abrasive disc change. It looks like we're being called off the grid now. No more work to be completed on the trucks, I do believe, as there are some rules there. But they're taking them. If you come forward, Dan. Come forward. It's all action here, ladies and gentlemen. They're telling him that if they want to carry on doing any work, they need to do it off the grid. Of course, being quite a high-speed area of the circuit, we don't want any debris to be sat on the tarmac. They've made the decision to bring him over out of the way. I wonder what's caused that huge amount of damage. Obviously, Dave would have had a much better view, but you can see the entire front bumper is completely twisted. Now this is bolted quite heavily into the subframe, which is two massive pieces of C-section steel, half-inch thick, through the entire vehicle. and it is in pieces, ladies and gentlemen. Poor old Jock Borthwick having no luck whatsoever this weekend. I mean, I'd love to get in and talk to him and ask him what happened, but it looks like he might be otherwise engaged. He's going to try and run you over again, Dan, by the sounds of it, so I'm glad you were on it. This is all absolute mayhem. There's people carrying pieces of truck left, right and centre. Division 1 looks relatively re-gridded and ready to go. But the question marks over Jock Borthwick's future in this last race here at Snetterton is looming. Let's have a head into the pit lane, where both will be safe from Jock Borthwick trying to run us over, and we'll be close. He did it again, that's 3 seconds. His wheel spinning, he's not got much grip on that grass. In now to see what's left of John Powell's truck, and we see a few of his teammates looking over this back corner, trying to adjust something perhaps that might have been shaken loose in the contact earlier on. Again, under the watchful eyes of the MSA scrutineer to make sure that it's all above board, hopefully. Lots of onlookers willing to lend a hand, but sometimes in these situations too many chefs can spoil the broth. The question goes, are they happy with that? Yes, we get nods from all of the team. Scrutineer seems pleased. We've got thumbs up from teammates. A quick check of the old throttle pedal, and John Powell moves in to motion and heads off down the pit lane. It looks like Jock Borthwick has had to retire at this moment. Whether or not he stays in the pit or not is to be seen. So we can see up on the screen here as well, we've got a restart that will be for 10 minutes. So already, even though it was on the first lap of the race that they red flagged it, we're only getting 10 minutes as we are starting to lose the light now here at this later stage of the season. But it looks like they are starting to make their way back onto the grid. So I think we will, oh my goodness. So Craig Evans decided to lose the rest of his bumper. And we see the pace truck go back out. So I think it's time that I hand back to Dave in the studio, and we'll see if we can restart that race. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Pointy. Yes, it's time to go racing once again, with the restart of our final truck race of the weekend. Looking at Craig Evans' truck there, the windscreen smashed and the bumper broken. He hit Jock Borthwick very hard indeed. No wonder Jock's truck was so heavily damaged there. I don't think we're going to see that back out. We may see John Powell join in from the pit lane. Division 1 escaped that. There was still some damage in there though. I hope our cameras have survived. Simon Reed on pole, Stuart Oliver, who was leading at the time of the stoppage alongside. It will be a 10-minute restart, as Pointy told us. John Newell, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins, Craig Reed, Michael Oliver, Mark Taylor, Tom O'Rourke alongside Simon Faulkner, Stephen Powell and the now bumperless Ricky Collett starting from the back. On board with Mark Taylor in the cab of the 81. Still yet to take his first win this year. How many survivors have we got in Division 2? Craig Evans amazingly is back out there. Luke Garrett is there. John Powell we know is in the pit lane. No, he isn't, he's joined in at the back. So John Powell's there. Everybody except Jock Borthwick is out there then. He has had such a luckless weekend, the Scotsman. Made up for it with a win in race 4, but other than that, it's been a disaster. Well, we said before the start of this, the initial start, that the drivers like to let their hair down a bit in the final race of the weekend. So Jock Borthwick, we're told, is definitely not going to take this restart. He will head back into the paddock. been reported from down in pit lane. 2 rounds of the championship to go after this. Pembrey in October in Wales, and then Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch. British Truck Racing Championship, final race of the season at Snetterton, the Beasts in the East. What a lively weekend it has been. Stuart Oliver on a hat-trick in Division 1. 1 win each for Ryan Smith and for Ricky Collett, his first win for some time, but he starts at the back in this one. 2 wins for Brad Smith in Division 2. 1 win for John Bowler, 1 for Jock Borthwick, who's a non-starter in this one, after he got well and truly walloped by Craig Evans. Ten minutes of racing then to come to round off the weekend for the big rigs. Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver lead them off. Steady at the moment. Pace truck, the DAF into the pit lane. Revs begin to rise. Division 2 hanging back. Here we go. Power comes on, the red lights go out now, and we're underway. It's the charge of the truck brigade once again down into Rich's corner. Good start by Ryan Smith up the outside. A poor start by Simon Reed. He's dropped right back on the inside. Almost 3 wide there in the pack into Rich's, but it looks like it is Stuart Oliver who has got the lead. We're on board with Mark Taylor in the 81. Is that just fluid off the other truck? Ryan Smith's been pushed out wide onto the grass there, loses a couple of spots. He'll join in about 4th place, could be 5th, because Michael Oliver's going to come through on the inside. Smith's all over the place on the outside. Probably dirt on his tyres hampering him there. They don't care, do they? They just plough along the grass when they run out of room. It's Stuart Oliver with the lead. John Newell second. Third, it is David Jenkins, then Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith down to 5th after running wide, coming out of Rich's corner. He could be further back than that. Yes, Mark Taylor trying to come through in the 81. I saw some fluid on the windscreen of our camera truck there. I wonder for a second if there are a few drops of rain falling, but it's more likely to be fluid coming off the other trucks, I think. They swing their way into Agostini. You can see it there, just dirt being thrown up, I think. Up towards the left flick of Hamilton's. Trying to get through on the inside. Who's that? That was Ryan Smith trying to take the place back again, as Oliver leads. Newell second. Third place David Jenkins. Oliver Jr. is in 4th position. Michael Oliver in the MAN. It's the Volvo that leads the way. There's Ryan Smith in 5th place. He's got back ahead of Mark Taylor. Then we've got the Reeds. A terrible start by our pole sitter Simon Reeds. Dropped right back into the pack. Behind him there's Ricky Collett and Stephen Powell, battered and bruised after their earlier shenanigans. Leaders come down into Brundles. We'll pick up Division 2 shortly. See them in the background there. We'll try and pick up who is in the lead. Simon Faulkner has dropped to the back of Division 1. Looks as though it is Luke Garrett that has gone to the front of Division 2, but Brad Smith putting him under fire. He's trying to make a move for the lead here as they come down into Brundle under the bridge. Garrett from Smith. Adam Bint in 3rd place in the Volvo Whites. Wipers going on Brad Smith's truck. John Bowler 4th. Craig Evans is 5th, and John Powell in his rather ailing machine in 6th position. Swing their way through the bomb hole towards Forum. Meanwhile, the Division 1 leaders over the line. John Newell sticking with Stuart Oliver here. David Jenkins in 3rd place. Hitting their 100 mile an hour maximum as they make their way towards Rich's. spectacular, frightening sight for the uninitiated, the speed of these trucks. Along with Mark Taylor. He's in 6th position, Ryan Smith ahead of him. He's having a go at Michael Oliver for 4th place. He's got the inside run, you can see there, into the hairpin. Nope, Michael Oliver holds him off. Not been the best of weekends for the championship leader, looking for his 7th consecutive Division 1 title this year. Luke Garrett looking for his 3rd Division 2 title. Here comes a battle between Ricky Collins, Stephen Powell, Tom O'Rourke and the struggling Simon Reed. Collins and Powell lean on each other. Will they be able to get through Agostini side by side? Big cloud of smoke there from somebody up ahead of them. Was that from Mark Taylor's truck? I'm not sure. As Powell goes through past Collins. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke there. Who is that? I can't see anything. Is that Ryan Smith? It's whoever that is ahead. Let's have a look again of Mark Taylor. Yes, look at that. That, I think, is another blown turbo. Big problems for Ryan Smith, the championship leader. There's no way he can continue racing in that state. He'll smoke out the whole circuit. No one will be able to see a thing. Mark Taylor's struggling to see where he's going. His windscreen's cracked as well, look. Well, they're still continuing on, but Ryan Smith, he's going to be flagged in, surely. You can't produce that much smoke and continue racing. Oliver leads. From Newell, Jenkins. 4th place, Michael Oliver. There you can see the smoke emanating from Ryan Smith's truck. Not as much as there was as they went into Agostini, but there's still quite a lot of smoke there. You can see it from Mark Taylor's truck as he pursues him. Whether that's a blown turbo, I would imagine it is. He's already blown one turbo this weekend in qualifying yesterday. It clearly says in the regulations no black smoke, but we may see Ryan Smith flagged in. Wait and see how things transpire though. Yeah, Mark Taylor's going past him, Smith slowing down, and he's pulling over. Well, he's taken one win, but other than that, this weekend has been a disaster for the championship leader, and he pulls up right in front of our camera. He is well and truly out of the poor Ryan Smith. A weekend to forget here in Norfolk. Probably now wishing he hadn't sold his Daimler Freightliner. Race continues though, with Stuart Oliver leading by half a second over John Newell, the MAN sticking with him. David Jenkins in 3rd, then Michael Oliver, Mark Taylor and Craig Reed. Steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Stuart Oliver's Volvo. John Newell on the attack, he's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:26.083. Towards Hamilton's they go. Division 2 meanwhile is being led by Luke Garrett, the championship leader, looking to put his weekend back on track. Only a second ahead of Brad Smith. Just under 4 minutes of the race to go, and the red flag is coming out. The red flag is out. I imagine that's because of Ryan Smith's stranded truck. And we've already just been told on the timing screen, race will not restart. So the result will be declared. It will be a win for Stuart Oliver. There's the reason Ryan Smith stranded on the home straight. Obviously with the amount of smoke there, possibly a risk of fire as well. So the marshal's wanting to check on it. He's also in an unsafe position alongside the straight there. So Stuart Oliver, your winner. He scores his hat-trick. Division 2 will be won by Luke Garrett. We'll confirm that in a moment. We've already been told by the timekeepers the race will not be restarted. So a slightly anticlimactic ending to the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And the weekend ends, quite literally, under a cloud for Ryan Smith. red flags are out. There is Ryan Smith, gets out of the truck he prepared in just 6 days to get ready for this event. There is a clearly very upset Ryan Smith. I don't think he's angry, just more disillusioned than anything. We saw this last year with his Mercedes Actros when it almost went up in flames at Donington. Quite a sad sight, man. We'll have a look at the provisional results of that event from the end of the second completed lap, because we've been told the race will not restart. Rather smoky truck making his way back in Simon Faulkner. So we'll check out the provisional result when we can. A win for Stuart Oliver, half a second ahead of John Newell at the completion of 2 laps. David Jenkins third ahead of Michael Oliver and Mark Taylor. 6th position for Craig Reed. Ryan Smith came over the line there in 7th, but I imagine he will not be classified as the cause of the red flag. So behind him, Stephen Powell, Ricky Collins, Tom O'Rourke and Simon Reed, who dropped back almost immediately from the start of the pole. Simon Faulkner. The Division 2 win goes to Luke Garrett ahead of Brad Smith and Adam Bint. Behind them, John Bowler, Craig Evans and John Powell. That concludes the truck race action this weekend then. We'll wait for Ryan Smith's truck to be removed, and then we will see the final race on our coverage this weekend, another 9-lapper for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Again, the grid set by the second part of qualifying yesterday, but with the top 6 in the times flipped around. I'll tell you it will be Dean Tompkins who will start in pole position. So, a typically lively and rather chaotic weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship comes to an end with a red flag, but a very enjoyable weekend of racing it has been, to say the least. Thank you to our truckers and their teams. They'll regroup for Pembrey next month, then the finale in November at Brands Hatch. Pace truck just leading them back to the paddock by the look of things then, having come out of the pit lane. And the drivers getting the chance to say a final farewell to the crowd here at Snetterton this weekend, to say thank you to the crowd and to the marshals as well. We'd already been informed the race would not restart. A chorus of air horns as the trucks go round on a bit of a lap of honour here at Snetterton. This is their only visit to Norfolk this year. They head back to the paddock. Thank you, truck racers. We'll see you in Wales. And we'll see you with Pointy down in Parc Fermé in a moment. Yep, I think he's down there on the spot as always to talk to some of our drivers.
Oh, and as you can hear, applause in the background for a very short race, but nonetheless Stuart Oliver taking the first place position again this weekend. He's got to be happy, especially with the incident earlier on that he managed to get rebuilt and out onto the circuit. I'm going to let Alan Hyde, the circuit commentator, a good friend of mine, and a brilliant...
You're a good man, Pointy.
You're a good man too. This is what you get for a shout out for Pointy, you see. So it's all dodgy dealings here at Racing, ladies and gents. So Stuart's going to hop out. I'll probably try and hide because he'll want to come to me first, let's be honest. But no, a fantastic race, but with a terrible ending really. It started with so much promise, it ended with so much calamity, with Ryan Smith going off, parking not only in front of one of our cameras, which was very poo-poo, I don't like that, and also unfortunately in a bit of a dangerous position. I know, don't worry, we made a deal, Stuart, it's fine. Let's go and let's head back a bit to see John Newell, who's made a second position stick. John, Dave, handshakes between the drivers. It's all still jovial. 2.5 minute race, was that?
Something like that, but we had to make an hole in at the beginning to get in front, and that were it then.
Made it stick. I
mean,
mean,
made it stick. Listen, I'm in middle at track, that's just where I am, not my problem.
Driver on the track, he is.
On board with Michael Oliver in that race. We saw lots of things in front of him, not too much behind him though.
Well, the last race that weekend we had to make a dart for it.
No, it was a good finish. Yeah, unfortunately not as much track time as you'd have liked, but still a trophy's a trophy.
No, definitely trophy's a trophy. A bit more track time would have had Stuart. We were on him.
Get
we were
in
coming.
there,
Yeah, we were
get in
coming
there.
for him. So we're happy with that.
It's been a-
2/3 a second. Couple of poor results, but not too bad for now.
And it's been a weird weekend for everybody, would you say? It's
it
been,
has.
There's been a weird vibe
Yeah,
and a lot of
yeah,
incidents and stuff. Yeah, so you're coming away from it relatively unscathed.
Yeah, back to Sheffield, repair truck, put it back on trailer, and we're off to Le Mans next week. So
That's it, real still, you see. That's what it is. Right, good luck, John,
very much.
for next weekend. Thanks for joining us. Let's go and head a bit further down. This is the stuff you don't usually get to see after the race on the camera. It's just the hangout kind of atmosphere that happens down here in Parc Fermé, where the enemies on track become best of buds once more as they get chatting to each other. They know the weekend is over, for them at least. They're happy that they've managed to drive back under their own power. Steve Powell doing very well to make it out for this race because of the delay as well. Dave, now we've not really had a chance to catch up with you, so how the devil are you? How's your weekend been?
Brilliant, mate. Yeah, just happy to go home, no damage. Took some points, moved forward. A great weekend's racing, great crowd, good crack. Yeah,
One
just
of the
happy.
very few that is going home without any damage, I think.
Yeah, I think it's down to the quality of the driver, perhaps.
Yes, well, perhaps so, perhaps so. We'll vote online, comments below. No, it's really good, and obviously another trophy for the collection as well. Obviously, your team have been behind you the whole weekend, making sure that you're ready for each race.
Yeah, no, we're we've got I've got a really good team of guys and girls about me. You know, everybody's worked tirelessly to get us here, and the boys have all worked hard all weekend, left me alone to do what I needed to do. So no, we've just inched forward bit by bit. It might not be spectacular, but I think we've taken points off Ryan, minimised the points lost to Stuart, probably extended the points on everybody else. Just a good weekend's racing, really pleased.
Yes, that's good. I'm happy for you. Now, just quickly on the Ryan Smith thing, I have asked some other drivers, what's your view on the whole mid-season truck change? Do you think that was a good idea from where he's sitting?
Ryan will have his own reasons, won't they? There's no good trying to get inside his head. No, Ryan will be back, won't he? Ryan's got a great team of guys around him as well. There'll be a reason for what he's done. That's a really good truck he's got underneath him. Just had a bit of unreliability this weekend. He'll be back.
Yes, or watch this space kind of thing with Ryan Smith. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Dave. Very sportsmanship words as well there from his competitor, Ryan Smith. So always looking out for each other, and that's what I like about Dave, a true sportsman. Oh, Stuart, go on. Oh, thanks, mate. At least he's honest. I like that about him.
I hope he hasn't hurt your feelings.
He did a little bit, Stu. I'm going to be
I'll
honest.
give you a
You're
cuddle.
all right. That's why I talk to you the most, because he's nasty to me. So, you're back from speaking to Alan, top bloke.
Yeah, thank you very much, for waiting me.
Thought I'd just lend you out for a little bit, you know. You come and find me when you're ready.
Yeah.
I mean, what? We're all a little bit dazed, aren't we, from what just happened?
Yeah, it is. Obviously a red flag on the first start, and for what reason? It always annoys people, everybody, because the truck that caused it drives off again, but never mind, that happened. The restart, I managed another good restart from second place and got away. And I was set. These guys, fair play. They were fighting and battling. I thought, well, let's let them battle on. I'll just do my own thing. Kept me distance. I knew where I was good. I knew where I was a little bit slippy and a bit slidey. So I just paced myself, and then the red light came
flag
on.
again.
Red flag again.
The red flag's been a bit of a checkered flag this weekend. It's terrible, really. So many incidents as well.
That's right. I think the next time we come to Snetterton, we'll have to come a day early, go break into the offices or
Start
whatever,
racing
and
on
hide all the
Friday.
red flags.
Well, if we just start racing on Friday morning instead of doing testing, we might get some decent results by Saturday lunchtime.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But it is what it is. But as a team, myself, we had good points this weekend.
And
so it's put us back
not
into
too
it.
much damage from the front end that we saw from the previous race.
That's right. That's right. I lost my bonnet earlier today,
Really?
but fortunately it bounced and onto the grass, and we've put it back on, taped it back on, and it's done the job this afternoon.
Fantastic. Right, thank you very much for joining us, Stu. Good luck, and we'll get you some trophies out very shortly. Let's have a wander down Parc Ferme for a teeny weeny little chat. I just thought I'd let everybody know I banged my knee earlier and it's still really hurting. I'm just letting everyone know in case I don't make it through the weekend. Ricky Collett, Michael Oliver.
I'll step back, mate.
Are you sure? I mean, we were hoping to see you move forward in that last race so we could see you in your cowboy boots, but perhaps not this weekend.
Well, I was going to win the first start.
Yeah.
But then I got red flag because I went up to third, and then the second time I thought, I'll give them half a chance.
Yeah.
So I only went to fourth.
Such a nice guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's full of... he's a nice guy.
And then what happened,
Yeah.
I thought, I'll race a bit with the champion. I'll push him a bit, and he just pushed too hard and he blew up.
Oh, such
bit
a shame.
unsportsmanlike that, parking on
I
the
mean,
side.
the great thing is, between the onboard cameras that we had between the back of yours and the front of Mark Taylor, we just saw like this big grey storm cloud floating along Snetterton circuits. It's quite an eye, quite a shot rather for the rest of the audience out there.
I don't know what happened, really.
Just a cloud.
It was quite funny. It was funny. I was laughing the entire time. I heard Ricky laughing.
I were nowhere near.
You were nowhere near.
I were nowhere near.
Obviously,
don't bring me into it.
Yeah, don't bring him into it.
It was probably my fault.
It's probably your fault.
Yeah.
Speaking of things being your fault, what was the deal with the amended grid position with that last race? As I've not really got my finger on the pulse, to be honest.
I got blamed for the earlier accident.
Oh, that's not very nice, is it?
It's not very nice at all.
Is it because you were at the front?
No.
You've got to keep the trophy, though.
That's all right.
Yeah.
And the cap. You got the cap.
Oh yeah, it's all worthwhile now.
It's all worthwhile as long as you got to get the cap is the important thing, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been microphone hugging. Sorry. Do you want to say anything else? No. Should we go? He's finished. It's fine. One more.
You finished late, eh?
No. He's changed his mind. Right. Okay. No. Go away, Michael. That's all we've got time for down here at Parc Ferme, and all we've got time for with the British Truck Racing Championship. However, it is not over for you guys at home, as we've still got one last race in store for you. It's the pickup trucks.
Thanks very much, Pointy. Yes, thanks for your service down in Parc Ferme this weekend. One race to go then here at Snetterton. Let's give you the grid for our second race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Pole position, number 21 of Dean Tompkins alongside Mark Willis in the 65. Remember, they tangled at the end of race one. Second row, Dale Gent and Rhys Jones. Aaron Thompson up there on row 3. Watch for him after he's charged through the field for fourth place in the first race alongside George Taricki, the championship leader, hoping to get a race this time. Fourth row, Alan Cooper, second in race 1 alongside Danny Hunt. Fifth row, Tom Hutchins and Michael Smith. Then on row 6 we have Jamie Liptrot alongside Simon Ward. Qualified well for race 1 but then fell back somewhat. Paul Tompkins on row 7 alongside David O'Regan. Gavin Pike and Jeff Simpson, and Neil Tressler should complete the grid. Possibly a couple of trucks missing after the race earlier on. We won't see Pat Keeley, some damage to his truck from the earlier race. The pace car already leading them round. This will be a 9-lap race. This should be an absolute cracker to round out this weekend here at Snetterton. We are certainly going to finish with a belter. Just a couple of trucks missing that were out in the first race. Is George Taricki there? Yes, he is, the yellow truck on the third row of the grid. He'll add some spice to this one. right up behind the pace car. They're very eager to get going here. Final race of the weekend then here on BARC TV from Snetterton. There's the number 37 of Neil Tressler at the back. Remember that Mark Willis and Dean Tompkins tangled while fighting for third place on the last corner of race 1. Chance for a rematch for the two of them here. Race 1 winner Dale Gent, number 83, just behind them on the grid. Here we go then, they're in position. Pace car into pit lane. Up towards the lights. Let's have a cracking race to finish off the weekend then. The lights go out now and we're underway. They're all tightly packed in there behind the leaders. I can't see Aaron Thompson's truck out there, unfortunately, so he might be a non-starter. Anyway, we head around Riches for the first time. They're still in side-by-side formation. Dean Tompkins, number 21, pulls ahead. Dale Gent going for the inside as they come down towards the Wilson's hairpin. He'll take second on the inside. Rhys Jones trying to go through the middle in the number 40. He just clips the back of Mark Willis. Danny Hunt runs wide. He drops back down the order in the 39. A riot of colour as they head up towards Palmer's for the first time. It's Tompkins. Willis has held second on the inside of Dale Gents. Then it's Rhys Jones. Good start by the number 40. Alan Cooper side by side with the championship leader George Taricki. The gap will close though as he failed to start race 1. Bit of pushing there from Paul Tompkins in the number 12. He's made a decent getaway in this one from further back on row 7 of the grid. Simon Ward dropping to the rear of the field in the number 71. It all promised so much at the start of the weekend, but has failed to keep up the pace for Simon Ward. Towards Oggies for the first time. They bounce off the curb slightly on the inside. Tompkins from Willis, Gent, Jones. Then it's Taricki. Alan Cooper side by side with Paul Tompkins. Paul Tompkins had a terrific first lap so far. Look at him sideways there into the Bentley straights. That's from his honing of his skills in rear-wheel drive Ford Granadas in the bangers. Won the World Final at Vauxhall Stadium, Ipswich, a few years ago. Here comes Dale Gent on the inside, trying to take the lead from Dean Tompkins into Brundle. Doesn't quite manage to do so. Dean Tompkins careful not to overshoot Nelson's corner. He holds the lead. Rhys Jones in behind them as well, trying to go side by side with Dale Gents. Yes, Aaron Thompson sadly not out there, the number 41. We know we haven't got Pat Keeley either, as they come round towards the conclusion of lap number 1. Superb fights all the way down the order. David O'Regan side by side with Danny Hunt there, and the leader sliding wide. This is Dale Gents' opportunity to try and get up alongside. Dean Tompkins a little bit over exuberant there as they came through out of Murray's. Up over the line they come. Rhys Jones attacking as well. Rhys Jones could get down the inside here to try and take the lead away. He's side by side with Dale Gent. He might get second place here with a bit of luck. Mark Willis tucked in behind in the 65. Then it's Taricki, Paul Tompkins, Alan Cooper. It's Dean Tompkins who has held his advantage. Out towards Wilson's for the second time, side by side. Look at Cooper up the outside in the 72. Dale Gent trying to hang on to that second place, absolutely together with Rhys Jones. Alan Cooper got sideways. I think he got a bit of a biff up the back there from possibly, yes, Paul Tompkins. There's damage to Tompkins' truck coming out of the hairpin there. You mentioned his World Banger Championship. You're not in the bangers now, Paul. Here comes Dale Gent. He's almost getting bump drafted by Mark Willis. Rhys Jones has got ahead of him into second place, though. George Taricki going with them. Tricky Taricki, eager to make up for lost points. Failed to get off the grid in race 1. Dean Tompkins it is who leads the way from Rhys Jones, Dale Gent, Mark Willis. Taricki in 5th place. In the battle between Cooper and Tompkins Senior for 6th position. It's Tompkins has it at the moment. He's gone wide though. Somebody else running wide onto the grass there. Didn't quite see who it was. First two breaking away slightly. Rhys Jones is ready to attack for the lead. He's had a couple of wins in the championship. And David O'Regan's lost it. He goes spinning across, wallop into the barrier. Lucky not to take anybody with him there. The Irishman has gone. Now here comes Rhys Jones on the inside at Brundle. He's going to take the lead. Jones into the lead in the number 40, the man from Kent. Dale Gent closes up in the 83. Mark Willis bounces onto 2 wheels off the curb. Still this breakaway of 5 at the front of the field. It'll be the end of the race for David O'Regan. I think we lost Neil Tressler as well. Here's an incident further back. It's Gavin Pike who went wide up there. That's the second off he's had today. Managed to struggle back on at the rear of the field. David O'Regan went spinning one corner further on after getting a wheel onto the grass. Meantime, the race continues. Field thinning out a little further back. Rhys Jones has the lead ahead of Dean Tompkins. Mark Willis up to third. Dale Gent's dropped back a little. He was side by side with George Turicki over the line. Alan Cooper has pulled into the pits in the 72, so we've lost the runner-up from race 1. We lost Neil Tressler on the first lap, unfortunately, as well. It's Jones from Tompkins, Willis side by side for fourth, Gent and George Turicki. Dale Gent holds the place. 2 laps completed, 7 to go, including the one they're on. Tom Hutchins going well. He's up into 6th position. He's got ahead of Paul Tompkins as the leader ran just a little wide there, coming out of Palmer's. Dale Gent on the back of Mark Willis. Millimetres between them there under braking. Hutchins going well, could be on for his best result of the season. It's Paul Tompkins, Jamie Liptrot. Mark Willis on the attack for 2nd place. Dean Tompkins goes wide over the curb, he always does that. Here comes George Turicki as well, trying to make a move at Oggies on the 83 of Dale Earngent. Dean Tompkins goes wide, coming out of Oggies. He loses 2nd place to Mark Willis. Turicki goes through, past Gent up into 4th place. It's all happening here in the fight for 2nd, but of course the harder they battle, the easier it is for Rhys Jones to pull away. David O'Regan's truck, you can see on the left of your screen there, facing the wrong way in the barrier. Gavin Pike's off again. It's his 3rd spin of the day for the former 2 litre hot rod racer, sponsored by Crouch Recovery. He's going to need their services soon if he has any more offs, unfortunately. Dean Tompkins sideways. His dad Paul closing up, as is Jamie Liptrot and Michael Smith as well. Failed to finish the first race after some contact. Here's a replay. He's down at Oggies. That's Jeff Simpson, the number 3, and Gavin Pike. That's the 2nd time in the same place he's been off there. Maybe there's a magnet in that tyre wall. Oh well. Gavin, his first full season in the pickup, still learning his craft. Gets back on and continues. Rhys Jones in a clear lead now, 1.8 seconds. Here comes George Turicki up the inside. He's got past Dale Gent. He's going past Mark Willis as well. Now Turicki, very fiery racer. He is well and truly fired up, and he's on the attack. He's up to 3rd now, behind Dean Tompkins. Down the outside comes Gent. Oh, big lock up there. Paul Tompkins and Jamie Liptrot tangle up. They got stuck together briefly there, I think. They managed to save it from spinning, and they've got going again. Paul Tompkins will now attack 93 of Michael Smith, that is, ahead of him. So it's all happening in the lower reaches of the top 10. Rhys Jones missing all the fun, he's out in front. Dean Tompkins in 2nd, Turicki's up to 3rd ahead of Mark Willis now. George Turicki won titles in mini stocks, Brisker F2 stock cars, 2 litre hot rods, and moving on to the circuits in the pickups. Mark Willis, a long-time hot rod racer, in behind him. Tom Hutchins going well. He's got ahead of Dale Gent now. It's the best we've seen Tom Hutchins, number 29, run this season. And as I say that, he spins out. Commentator's curse there. Sorry, Tom. He gets going in. He's lost about 3 places. Behind the number 2 of Jamie Liptrot. Meanwhile, Rhys Jones continues to lead. George Turicki is going for 2nd on the back of Dean Tompkins. He's up the inside as they come in up the left at Brundle. Dean Tompkins has got the inside line for the right-hander, but Turicki just keeps his foot down straight round the outside. That's his hot rod racing knowledge, and he pulls ahead into 2nd place. Now Mark Willis is going to try and do the same thing in the 65. You can see them sliding about there on the edge of adhesion. Terrific to watch. And we're not even halfway through this race yet. There's Rhys Jones with the lead. 4 trucks battling for 2nd place. Dale Gent still on the back of this group. There's Paul Tompkins 6th, Michael Smith 7th, Jamie Liptrot is 8th. Alan Cooper has rejoined after his pit stop. He's running a lap down. There's 14 trucks running now. Here comes Gent attacking Willis. Saw them battling for the lead in race 1 early on. Mark Willis, who led until after the safety car when Dale Gent shot down the inside of Riches to take the lead and the win. Willis now attacking Dean Tompkins for 3rd place, but how long before George Turicki catches Rhys Jones for the lead? Just over 2 seconds in it at the line last time through. Fastest lap has been recorded by Jamie Liptrot, number 2, 2 minutes 8.117. It's the second quickest class of racing we've seen here this weekend, the quickest being the classic Thunder Saloons, which Dale Gent used to compete in with his Subaru. Willis sliding about under braking there as they come into Agostini. Still Rhys Jones that leads in the DLRD run truck. Dave Longhurst Race Developments. Dave Longhurst, the former world hot rod champion. He's been a British touring car team manager as well. Long gun as he's known. Watch to Ricky in second place. Smith kicking up the dust there in the background. Now here comes Mark Willis. He's really kicked up the dust there as they pass David O'Regan's stranded truck. Mark Willis lucky not to do the same thing and spin into the barriers there. And that's lost in momentum, and Dale Gent's going to try and go through at the end of the straights. Oh, Willis holds him off. Things quietening down just slightly as I say that, Willis goes up on the curb and Taricki runs wide over the curb on the outside of Nelson. Tricky part of the circuit, that. Not tricky for Taricki though, because he's pulling away from that battle now for third place, and he's going after Rhys Jones. He knows he needs a win here to make up for those lost points when he failed to start race 1. There's Alan Cooper, number 72. He's back out after making a pit stop. Danny Hunt's pulled into the pits as well in the 39 truck further back. There's Gavin Pike. He's running in 12th place. Here comes Dale Gent. Is he going to slingshot Mark Willis, just as he did on the restart of race 1? Not quite. Mark's not wise to it this time. Holds 4th place. Gent still 5th. Paul Tompkins a bit further back is still in 6th. He's about 3.5 seconds back on this group now, ahead of Michael Smith. Jamie Liptrot. Hutchins has recovered from his spin in 9th place. Simon Ward rounding out the top 10. Then Jeff Simpson, Gavin Pike and Alan Cooper. Shame after the pace we saw from Aaron Thompson earlier on that he was unable to start. He'd have been in this battle as well, I'm sure. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Taricki, 2 minutes 7.007. As he tries to hunt down Rhys Jones. The gap is 1.5 seconds to the pink machine out in front. He's got to be wary that this three-truck battle has not gone away behind. Tompkins, Willis and Gent. Tompkins working hard to hang on in third. Dale Gent gets sideways over the curb. He nearly did a David O'Regan there. You can see behind that slightly battered-looking truck of Paul Tompkins, Michael Smith, Jamie Liptrot. Behind Liptrot is the recovering Tom Hutchins. And then Simon Ward. Still bunched together, but no moves being made at the moment. Has got going again after making a pit stop. It's 14 running again out of the 16 who started this race. Black and white warning flag being shown. That's the driving standards flag, possibly for somebody exceeding track limits. Couldn't see the number, unfortunately. Tompkins side by side with Mark Willis. Dale Gent still tucked tight in behind them. Which side's he going to go on the run to the hairpin? Watch the black 83. Is he going to be close enough to attack? Not quite. It's Ricky getting away ahead of them. The lead gap though has increased 2.8 seconds now. In fact, it's doubled virtually on that previous lap. But Rhys Jones getting his foot down. He knows Taricki's there behind him and he's responding to pull away. Comes Dale Gent again, down to Agostini, gets alongside Mark Willis. Surely he's got him this time. Up the inside. Saw these two battling for the lead. They're battling in race 1. They're battling for 4th place here. It's Paul Tompkins in behind them. His truck a bit wayward handling after some earlier contact. And he clipped the back of Alan Cooper. Here comes Tom Hutchins. He passes Jamie Liptrot. He's gained on his recovery. He's up into 8th now. Slides again through Oggies. I wonder if there's some fluid down there. We've seen a few trucks fly off there. There's Simon Ward in the Barwell Trailers truck. Jamie Liptrot chasing after Tom Hutchins. Their next target is Michael Smith. Longest serving driver on the grid along with Mark Willis. Two laps to go this time. Second race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship with Rhys Jones out in front. Increased the gap to 2.8 seconds last time through. Mark Willis now all over Dean Tompkins for that 3rd place. Up over the line they come. Let's see what the gap is. It was 2.8. It's up to 3.4 now. So Rhys Jones is pulling away. Still this fight going on for 3rd and 4th. Gent sends it up the inside into Riches just as he did in race 1. And it's worked again. Up into 4th place he goes. Down to the hairpin is Mark Willis. Going to try and fight back under braking. And he's not. Dale Gent pivots the truck beautifully through there. Further behind it's still Paul Tompkins. Away from Michael Smith now. Here's Hutchins catching Smith. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, he's a few tenths quicker on that last lap. Simon Ward rounding out the 10. Then Jeff Simpson, Gavin Pike, and the 2 lapped trucks of Cooper and Hunn after their pit stops. Dean Tompkins still defending 3rd place. Dale Gent getting a 2nd win in this race to catch him. And they're not letting Taricki get away either. We don't know what George Taricki's problem was that prevented him starting the 1st race. We'll be just hoping it doesn't rear its ugly head again. Mark Willis gets a better exit there from Williams' corner. Saw David O'Regan there. He's got a grandstand view of all of this. Ricky's still 2nd. It's only a 2nd clear of Tompkins. Coming round to start their final lap this time of this pickup truck championship race. Mark Willis still all over Dale Gent. There's a look on the inside of Coram. Can't make it stick though. Still your leader, Rhys Jones from Kent in the number 40. Previous racing experience in a Honda Civic among other things. Tompkins still sliding his truck around. The black and white warning flag for driving standards hung out. Wait until we have concluded the race to see if there are going to be any penalties possibly for exceeding track limits. We haven't had notification on the timing screen of any as yet. Rhys Jones leads into the final lap. The sun setting here at Snetterton. He leads up to 3.6 seconds now. They're not going to catch the Pink Panther. Just got to negotiate this last lap without incident. Ricky up there in 2nd. Dean Tompkins, the pole sitter in this race, trying his best to hang on for a podium. Mark Willis has got back ahead of Dale Gent for 4th. Or has he? Dale Gent fighting back. Great duel between those two in both races today. There's Paul Tompkins in 6th position. Come through towards the Bentley Straight. They've got through the twistier part of the circuit. Rhys Jones will put his foot down the back straights. Is Dale Gent possibly losing a bit of power here? He's dropped back from Mark Willis. Is he being caught by Paul Tompkins? Final few corners of the day here on BARC TV. George Taricki is not going to catch Rhys Jones. Is Mark Willis going to catch Dean Tompkins? We know what happened between these two at the last corner of race 1, and that was for 3rd place as well. Is Mark Willis out for a bit of revenge? Can he snatch a podium? It's going to be a win for Rhys Jones. He exits the final corner, accelerates up towards the checkered flag. Willis does not attack on the final turn. He might try and slipstream him. Here they come. Checkered flag is at the ready. Rhys Jones wins our second pickup race of the day. George Taricki will take second, and Dean Tompkins defending for third place. Just holds off Mark Willis and Dale Gent. Paul Tompkins takes sixth. So both the Tompkins family in the top 6 places. Tom Hutchins takes 7th. He got ahead of Michael Smith on the final lap. 9th for Jamie Liptrot. And Simon Ward rounds out the 10. Well, they couldn't keep up with Jones in that one. Rhys Jones picks up the victory. That will close him up in the championship on George Taricki as well. George taking 2nd place. Lost a few points today in the title race, failing to start race 1. Just awaiting the final few finishers to come in, and then we'll confirm the result for you. Side by side over the line between Jeff Simpson and Gavin Pike. Simpson takes 11th place. Final finishers will be the lapped traffic of Cooper and Hunt. There's Alan Cooper coming through to take the flag. Well, good race for him in race 1, but had to make a pit stop after some contact in race 2. Dropped him a lap down. Provisional results then: a win for Rhys Jones by just over 3 seconds ahead of George Taricki. Dean Tompkins just holding Mark Willis and Dale Gent back in that close battle for third. They were covered by about half a second at the line. Paul Tompkins, despite a rather wayward handling truck, takes 6th place ahead of Tom Hutchins recovering after a spin. Michael Smith 8th ahead of Jamie Liptrot and Simon Ward. Jeff Simpson just beat Gavin Pike to the line for 11th. Alan Cooper finished in 13th place, and Danny Hunt just crossing the line now, the final finisher. They both had to make pit stops. We lost David O'Regan into the wall, and also Neil Tressler was an early casualty. A couple of non-starters in that one as well, Pat Keeley and, of course, Aaron Thompson. We can hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Ferme. Let's talk to some of the drivers.
Well, what a brilliant end to the weekend. Our second and final pickup truck race to close out the event at Snetterton. And I have got our winner, Rhys Jones, led for when you got out in front, you just couldn't get caught. Kept driving away.
Well, we knew if we got the break, we got to keep going. It's very easy for someone to catch you up when you're the front leader, so you're managing the pace.
I think thankfully George was in a battle with the guys behind, so they got sort of tangled up between themselves, which let you get away. When he did get clear of that pack, he started to close it, but you were just too far out in front.
Yeah, I could see that they were battling us, so I just kept plugging away and hoping they couldn't get through too easy. So
now, in terms of the championship, catching up a few points now as well.
Yeah, we needed it. We're a bit down really, but hopefully we can carry on the rest of the season. We've got a few more to go, so we'll keep pushing forward.
And perfect way to end your weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Can't thank the team enough, and Grace Engines for sorting out the engine this week. So yeah, it's been brilliant.
Mate, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, let's speak to George. Come in, George. Oh, George has to go. We're going to talk. We're going to walk and talk if that's all right, George. We'll go with you. I think we're off to the podium, but George, first of all, what happened this morning?
A wire broke off the alternator.
Okay.
So I was on the line with no power.
Blimey, okay. But all got fixed?
Yeah, all got fixed, and obviously back out in that one.
Excellent. And obviously lost a few points on the championship this weekend, but still way out in front. I mean, how fussed are you about that?
I ain't going down without a fight, so.
Plenty more races left too.
Yes, mate. Yeah, we've got Snetterton here again, and then Brands Hatch. So.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'll let you go and enjoy the podium. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, those guys are off to the podium, and we are off to conclude our Sundays however you do wish. So from myself and Pointy, who have been on the ground here, Pointy's looking after the trucks, I've been everywhere else, and your voice of the weekend, Mr. Dave Goddard, is going to do a final goodbye. But the sun has just broken out. It is now beautiful here in East Anglia. It's going to be a lovely drive home. You sit, stay where you are. Final few words, back over to you for the final time, Dave.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, first of all, I must thank Ewan Dunlop and Pointy down on the ground, bringing us all the info this weekend, but that does wrap up the show here on BARC TV today. Thank you everyone for watching what's been a wonderful weekend of racing from every class of racing here this weekend. The British Truck Racing Championship, the pickup trucks, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the MGs and the Mini Challenge as well. Thankfully, I can report Nick Golhar is okay after his rollover in our second MG race. The result was declared after that one. Plenty of action and incidents. Thankfully, no injuries. That's the main thing. Everybody has had a great weekend here in East Anglia. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals. Once again, we couldn't go racing without the Orange family. Thank you as well to all the recovery crews. They've been kept busy this weekend. The medical staff, race control staff, and everybody else here at Snetterton and at the British Automobile Racing Club for bringing us this race weekend. Thanks to our camera crews as well for bringing us the action out there enjoying the sunshine, and to everybody else as well here at Snetterton. We'll be back in a few weeks' time on BARC TV. The next action for the British Truck Racing Championship is on October the 8th and 9th from Pembrey in Wales, their second visit to Wales this year. And we'll see who's going to take those titles over the last two meetings, Pembrey followed by Brands Hatch in November. Well done to all the drivers, their entertainment, and thank you to them and their backup teams and mechanics for keeping the cars and trucks running this weekend. Most of all, thank you to you, the viewers. We hope you've had a great weekend with us here on BARC TV from Snetterton, but it now is time to end. From myself, Dave Goddard, on behalf of Ewan Dunlop and Pointy down on the ground, and everyone else here, it's over and out. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.